Lights on, screen up. Oh yeah. Death Witch in the house. Pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready, folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like I'm join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, yeah. Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming streets. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watching dominate every way, every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like I'm join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on, screen up. Oh yeah. Death Witch in the house. Pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready, folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like I'm join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, yeah. Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming streets. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watching dominate every way, every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like I'm join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on, screen up. Oh yeah. Death Witch in the house. Pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready, folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death witch like come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, go! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watch him dominate every way, every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death witch like come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on, screen up, oh yeah. Death witch in the house, pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream, feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him, in the zone tonight, zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death witch like come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, go! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watch him dominate every way, every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death witch like come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on, screen up, oh yeah. Death witch in the house, pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream, feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him, in the zone tonight, zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death witch like come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, go! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watch him dominate every way, every every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death looks like join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on and screen up, oh yeah. Death Witch in the house, pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream.
What's up, witches? All right. Get this fired up. Got some kind of background music on my I do my tweets and setups and stuff. Oh god. What the hell is that? Okay. Yeah, I'm getting to my Discord. All right, there we go. Okay, a couple things we need to look up real quick before we start this stream proper. First, I need to read out the stream. Okay. Let's try to find this interview. Watch while we game here.
Are you?
Get full interview. Full interview. Not what I'm That's not what I'm looking for. Where is that? For? That there. This is the interview. Yeah. Found it. Found it. Hours long. Okay. Make it work. Okay. Turn the volumes down here. About 50%. All right. All right. Let's get into the game. Yeah. Marvel Snap. All right. All right. Looks like we got a huge Mr. Beast interview. That's response to all the drama. Let's see what the man has to say. I'm pulled up here. I'll play some Marvel Snap. Start out in the medium tier. I'll grind this for a little bit while we watch the Mr. Beast interview.
Please don't lose. I bet way too much money on you.
Okay. All right.
Are you going to sue Dogpack?
Well,
Mr.Beast is currently on a private jet on his way to where I live in Central Texas to have a conversation with me with the intention of addressing the controversy that he has been involved in over the last few months. And I think that it is important for me to document my intentions before embarking on this risky and difficult task. I am not Scott Pelley. I am not a hard-hitting genius investigative journalist. I'm a YouTuber with a medium-sized platform.
Why did he pick you?
I'm currently doing journalism, to be fair, but I am goofy, all right? Also, back in August, I platformed Dogpack, and out of fairness, I feel that it is important to do the same for Mr. Beast.
Oh,
Mr.
that's
Beast
why, because
has
you were the
agreed to
same
keep
one
an
who...
open line of communication. He'll only be here for
You're
a
the
little
same
bit,
one who platformed
which is
Dogpack.
crazy, because
You're
he's
where-
flying halfway across
you're
the
where this
country,
whole
and
thing
he and
started.
his team have agreed to
why I
provide
picked
us
you.
with evidence and information to give proof to claims so we can actually be as transparent here as possible. The goal of this video is not for it to please everyone or gotcha somebody. It is for this video to be a meaningful source
For it to
of
be the
information.
truth,
So to future
because that's
me,
what
you're
Dogpack
currently
said he
viewing,
was
I'm sure I
doing,
missed
the
some
truth, and
questions,
it turned
but I
out he was
absolutely
just a
did my
disgruntled
best,
ex-employee.
And I stand behind the result, maybe, and I look forward to seeing the comments and criticism. Firstly, would you be willing to put your hand on this Bible and swear?
oh my gosh,
be
you
honest,
actually have a Bible.
I have two Bibles.
Are you being serious?
I am being serious.
Okay.
I'm swear. We're both from the South. This will be an honest video.
Oh, your laptop's blocking it.
Oh, whoops. This will be an honest video. You're a man from North Carolina. I'm
Yes.
from Virginia.
The Bible Belt.
The Bible Belt.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
what it means.
This
Okay.
means it's legit.
Yes. Okay.
There we go.
I was not expecting that. Okay.
Can you tell if you're doing it dead for
It
a
is.
joke at the
I could go to
beginning or
jail.
if you guys are being serious, but all right.
Biggest question for me and a lot of people that I've spoken to over the last couple months is like, why were you so silent? Especially off the bat. Like, you did respond to the Ava Tyson stuff immediately, but like, you know, right after that, a bunch of other stuff came out, and Dawson's video, his first video, gained a bunch of traction. What was your reasoning for being so silent immediately?
No, it's a great question to kick it off on. You actually kind of laid out the timeline there. The Ava stuff came out, and I put out that tweet. We hired the investigators to go look into it, and part of that investigation is they recommended that I not talk about drama or really do anything online because it might influence witnesses or any people they might interview or ex-employees. So it's a little unfortunate because I told them, okay, I'll wait till the investigation is over. And I believe that was literally like a week before the dog pack video came out. And then truthfully, just in transparency, I've never done one of these like big investigations before. And in my head, it was going to last like 2 or 3 weeks. It ended up taking a couple months. Apparently combing through all the documents and doing all the interviews and everything just took way longer than I thought, because I've never had to bring in a top tier law firm and a former federal prosecutor and let them, do this really big thing. And so that kind of concluded a couple weeks ago when I put out the tweet of the follow-up.
Yeah.
Like, that was the day I got the conclusion of it. And I was like, okay.
Which people still aren't going to
transparency, I'll throw
trust.
this out. So
but-
up until that point, it was, I had told Quinn Emanuel that, to protect the integrity, I wouldn't do anything or engage in any of this drama. And then after that, yeah, like you said, a lot of stuff had come out between when the investigation started and when it ended. And I was just kind of like, whoa, I don't really know how to like hit this stuff. And I made like a little response video, but that's just kind of not my style, where I just kind of like put a lot of the information that I assume we're going to talk about here out. And it just felt weird. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, I've never been in a situation where people have thrown this much stuff at me, and I definitely could have handled it better. Like, I probably should have, like, the second I could have talked, like, I don't remember the exact date, 2 or 3 weeks ago when we put that report out, probably should have done something like.
Additional context, more information on this was provided by Mr.Beast in the doc linked in the description. We'll look at that doc afterward. Specifically, a document from QE outlining the initial recommendation for silence. Okay, so it must be who investigated him, or who he hired to rather investigate himself. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I figured that's what had happened, is that he was just listening to lawyers this whole time. Because why wouldn't you?
Hello.
Why wouldn't you? You got a disgruntled ex-employee who, again, was only there for 2 weeks, out there slandering you and making up all kinds of stuff about you, and responding would only cause it to escalate. He was probably in the right to not respond, as frustrating as it be. Just let the internet speculate however they want to speculate. Okay.
Like this right then. If I could go back in time, I would. And yeah, that's kind of like the brain dump, and then here I am.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask. You answered it towards the end, but like, do you regret that? Obviously.
Yeah. If I could go back in time, I would do what we're doing here, because I assume this is like the correct format. It's gonna be a little bit more free flowing and natural, and I wouldn't have wasted so much time like trying to do a response. It's just not my thing. I like so much better. Or I'm assuming. I mean, we just started, but I think I'm gonna like so much better being asked the questions and answer it, instead of just like sitting in a chair like this answering it. It just feels a little more natural.
Got you. Yeah, I mean that definitely, that does line up obviously with what's happened, and
He is
it makes
mostly
sense,
concerned
and
about
I
his image, so that's
definitely,
like his top priority. That's what he's doing.
I feel like
He's listening to lawyers, and
before
probably
talking to you, I
got a massive
definitely
PR
would
team.
imagine that you would regret have not making a response early.
Oh,
right?
100%.
Like that, because that could have, you could have just immediately, if there is information to debunk Dogpack's his first video off the bat.
Yeah, which obviously had so
Could
much
have done
disinformation in it. If
Yeah.
anyone saw Sagi's video or any
Yeah.
of the newer videos now coming out, like, you would
we'll
see
get to
so
that
much.
too, yeah.
So much of it. So it's it's unfortunate that it happened on the back end of when I said I would not talk about or address drama and things. And I mean, there's obviously should have done this sooner. Whoops, but hey, better late than never.
Yeah. Did you think it would get this big?
No, I mean, truthfully, I thought, like, if you watch Sagi's video or any of these other videos,
I doubt he
coming
ever
out now
even
showing all
met
the
Dogpack.
discrepancies,
Otherwise,
I
he
honestly
would
thought a
know
lot
how
of people
malicious he
would
was.
Find like the information proving the dishonesty earlier.
The Google?
Because a lot of this could have been, just figure out Google. A lot of this could, and now I also have to be clear, like, I'm not perfect, and I'm not saying I've never done anything wrong, and you can't criticize me. Like, there are things I deserve criticism for, and I'm sure we'll get to some of those things in here, but there are a lot of things that are just not true. And on those things, like, I mean, we'll just get to it throughout this, because I'm sure you're gonna ask me the questions, but there's just a lot of disinformation that was easily proved wrong. Like the big one that, I mean, videos with tens of millions of views collectively, claiming I called a guy Delaware because he committed a
Because he
crime
was
in
a sex
Delaware.
offender, yeah.
Like, that is not true. His name was just Delaware. I didn't, call him Delaware to make fun of him or anything. And, I I mean, I'm sure you're gonna ask him about it later, but like, there's literally he was in a video before I hired him working at Best Buy wearing a name tag that said Delaware, and like that was public information, and like anyone could have saw that. And like even during
he
when
was
that
being
like,
very malicious
being
on
shared
purpose.
a lot a couple months ago. I even sent that to a couple of YouTubers. I was like, hey, just so you know, like I didn't call him Delaware because of this messed up thing. Like that was just his name, and here's proof. And I guess I probably shouldn't say the name of the creators, but like one of them literally just said to me like, well, it's not really cool to like you or defend you right now, so I don't really care whether or not it's true, or I don't want to take the video down.
Oh, that
People are gonna
sucks.
think I'm
I want to know
opposition.
who said
And I was like,
that.
whoa. And then also like that same photo. Are you gonna like?
I want to know
throw
what
some things
piece
on the
of shit
screen?
said that.
Yeah, so throw it on the screen. That same photo, right after that second dog pack video, started to get traction on Reddit. And
Yeah, he
saying, like,
literally
hey,
has it on his
this
shirt
is
in a
lie.
Best
Jimmy
Buy.
didn't call him Delaware to make fun of.
Yeah, like you had no reason, like he had no reason to believe that this guy would be a sex offender, and everyone's like, we should have background checked him. I'm like, well, he met the guy while he was working at Best Buy. Like, Mr. Beast literally hired a bunch of that Best Buy staff to be in his videos. Like he just hired them. They did a video at Best Buy, and he was like, how would you guys like to come work for us? And he brought in a bunch of the employees, not just Delaware. But he didn't background check any of them because he had no reason to. They were already employed at a Best Buy when he met them. That's how he recruited them. It would have been totally reasonable to assume that Best Buy had already background checked them, that they've already been cleared. They're already working a very public-facing normal job. Most times, if you have that kind of record, you don't get a job at a place like Best Buy. Like, it's just not a thing you get. So, yeah, I don't fault him at all for not background checking him. It's just one of the many ways Dogpack's video was malicious as fucking manipulated because he knew what he was doing.
Him, committing a crime in Delaware. That's just his name. And it got taken down by the mods on r/YouTube drama. And that's when I realized, like, oh, anytime there's a post proving like that I'm not evil, they were taking it down. So
Wow.
it was a little unfortunate too.
YouTube
because,
drama
I
subreddits
wasn't
against
saying
him. That place
anything.
is a fucking cesspool
and
to
then
begin with.
On Reddit, anytime something was proving that I wasn't evil or contrarian to what everyone was saying, they were suppressing it or censoring it. Not trying to sound extreme.
Of
So you're
course.
saying it's
I
like
mean, that is
like
what was
echo
happening.
chamber, which
though.
I mean, Reddit r/YouTube drama is.
Yeah, I know, but it's unfortunate when there's a post with 10,000 upvotes claiming something false about you, and then everyone, then a couple people are like, wait, that's not true. Here's proof. And then they delete it every time. So then everyone's like, okay, well then that must be true because they're also deleting the comments on that post that prove it's not. And so then then it's just like now, again, I'm not trying to sound extreme, but it's just like, oh, you're censoring information. And then that paired with other YouTubers, when I would call them and share it with them, they'd just be like, well, I don't want to be a Mr. Beast Glazer, so I don't really. They wouldn't say it this direct, but they would just essentially say like, I don't really care if it's true or not. I'm just gonna say what other people say. Like, sorry.
Do you have evidence of like people there being posts that existed and then didn't exist on Reddit that got?
Of course. Yeah, I can send you.
Yeah, if you send me anything,
you
of,
could throw
of
it up
that.
on screen. I mean, that's not like a conspiracy theory. That's
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just,
we can find quite a few.
I'm not that good at using Google. So
Yeah.
I'll need you to help me with that. Yeah. So to circle back to the Quinn Emanuel investigation, the big thing on the internet, on Twitter specifically, was that you found yourself to be innocent. Of course, you paid a law firm to
Found
find
yourself to be innocent.
I saw
that's
those
a bit
memes,
disingenuous.
It was the
but-
big meme. How would you
that's the
respond
meme.
to the allegation that the investigation was biased from the start?
Yeah. So, first off, to just set the foundation, I think a lot of people are saying, "Oh, of course, Jimmy did an internal investigation and found himself."
I mean, that's how you do those
they
things.
didn't find
The
any
police
wrongdoing,
isn't
which
going to
is also not
investigate
true,
you without a
which I
crime.
assume we'll go
So
into that more
companies
later.
do this
They
all
did
the time.
find
It's kind of
some
their only
wrongdoing, just not
option.
in regards to like the serious.
It's literally what
allegations.
these
So
companies
that's
exist
you know,
for.
false truth. And then on top of that, it wasn't an internal investigation. It was an external investigation, which was clearly laid out in the things we showed.
Yeah, a third-party investigation.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, it is a little bit of a like, a lot of
Forgot that
people
would
I saw
duplicate.
were saying like, well, you paid them, and it's like, well, yeah, top tier lawyers and federal prosecutors don't work for free, so I have to pay them.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how to debunk
Yeah,
that one.
like,
I mean, it just
that-
is what it is.
that's
but,
how that
Yeah, we
works.
hired Quinn Emanuel, which is one of the top
just
law firms
people
in the world.
being
like, I mean, it
disingenuous.
was very expensive, but I intentionally picked them because they have a reputation, and they're not just gonna destroy their entire business to be biased towards me. You know what I mean? And then
That's
it was
the
led
point,
by a
yeah.
former federal prosecutor who did the whole thing. I mean, it was pretty intense. I mean, they did tons of interviews. I mean, I mean, transparent. They even like scan my phone, dug through, like they have messages I sent to my girlfriend, and I'm like, why is this even relevant? And they're like, I mean, if you want to,
That's how investigations work.
Like, be confident in what we're saying. We need to see everything. Like they went pretty hardcore on it, which is why it ended up taking a couple of months. Because truthfully, when I started this process, I didn't realize like.
I mean, that's what you want them to do. That's what you hire them for.
I gave them the reins to everything, and yeah, it took longer than I thought. But I don't know. I mean, is there any like how else do I prove it besides? I mean, I think another thing that missing context people don't have is like if they found anything illegal, they are obligated to report it to the police. Like this like that's how these things work when they do these investigations. It's not like they could be like. Hey Jimmy, we found this illegal thing. We'll just sweep it under the rug.
But it's all right because you paid us.
Yeah, like so it's just in every way. I just don't think people understand. Like it's it was obviously Coin Emanuel. That's why we paid them, and it was pretty thorough. And
So I mean, those are two things that make sense, right? We just covered two back-to-back things that make sense. A, you waited a long time for the investigation, and B, you paid like a very reputable law firm, whatever, to investigate. Yep. Both of those things make sense logically from your perspective, but also optically from the outside looking in. For people who are just seeing the allegations, they're like, "Oh, this guy looks guilty."
Yeah,
you know, he's building this big sort of law team, and he's not responding, and he's like it. So it's kind of bizarre and unfortunate because like it does make sense. Like from a logical perspective.
I mean, because there's two things I could do. I could do an internal investigation.
Yeah,
but that's
great idea
because I don't want to audit myself.
Let your mom do it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, you don't want to do it internally.
Or I could do an external one. That's what we did. And again, it's like
it's the whole
because
point
I
in the
didn't
external.
have control over it. Obviously, if I did, I would have been like, bro, do this in 2 weeks so I can get this out there. Like, I didn't want it to take months, but I mean, that's part of an external investigation. You don't have control over it.
Now, would you consider? So you obviously regret the remaining silent. Would you consider that the third-party investigation as a whole, in looking back, would that have been? Would you say that's a mistake?
No,
I just think I would.
That's honestly like he did everything he was supposed to do.
Silent.
Okay.
Like, can
like
I just,
if
like,
he didn't do an
this
investigation,
thing,
like you have to do something.
Clap back on some of these
That's
things,
really all
but,
he could do.
You know, like some of these things, people were apparently talking to ex-employees or whatever, and so it just gets muddy because I really didn't want the integrity of the investigation to like be in question or anything. So I was like super paranoid where I was like, okay, this is what they said. I don't want to push back or anything, but yeah, obviously in hindsight, like. I mean, a lot of these things that were just blatantly lies. Like, if I just clap back instantly, people were just like, okay, cool, and moved on.
Would you consider making some details of the investigation that have yet to be seen public? Obviously, there's like a level of confidentiality that is required legally.
Exactly, yeah.
But like, is there anything?
Well, that's the thing. Like, what we put out as much as we could, but I mean, obviously, they did dozens of interviews, including alleged people who were victims, and I mean. Like I said, my message to my girlfriend, like they gathered a lot. So I don't really think I can. I mean, there's a lot of sensitive data and information in there.
What about like just to back up your claims to their
but things on like how like they did it independently and they weren't biased. Like that side, I mean, I don't really know what people would want to see, but yeah, I mean, we can figure it out.
Just from what I know about like retainer contracts with lawyers and working with third-party investigations, things like which I don't have any experience with anything that big, obviously.
Yeah.
But maintaining a level of compliance, like, I mean, if there's like a retainer contract, something showing that you shouldn't.
Now this is where I'm ignorant. Like I don't even know really what a retainer contract is. But
I mean, like,
if
again for information on this provided by Mr. Beast in the document
third party
description.
saying, Jimmy, don't.
So he's provided him with all this stuff, so you get to see all those legal documents now.
More evidence of what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean,
if he's got a contract saying what he will and won't do,
talk to the team on. But, I mean,
then you can understand why he responded the way he did.
Desperately want transparency. I mean, we can figure something out.
Yeah, I that would just help me. I'm not sure if people, honestly, I don't know if people would give a fuck.
Yeah, but, I don't know either.
I would,
because if people are like, we think.
No, I mean, the more you can show, the better.
Biased, like, no matter what I show them, if they think a top tier law
some people are biased.
The rep for me, like, I don't know if there's anything that's ever
it's
going to convince
foolish,
them.
right?
Yeah,
it is foolish, and it makes sense. But once again, it's like optically, there is a very easy, lowest common denominator way to look at stuff.
Yeah. But also, what I would say to those people is, I'm here, so it's not like I'm like maybe that argument would work if I just never did anything, but I'm here, so.
In the lion's den.
Yes. Controlled opposition towards me. Hey, also, I'd love to say, I don't know if he's posting this chronologically or whatnot, but I mean, he also did interview Dogpack multiple times, so it's like
multiple times.
because I could have done this with anyone, but I think this one makes sense because you've literally had the other side on here. So
Yeah, and also to be clear as well, I have not signed like an NDA or.
fuck.
I mean, there's genuinely nothing that's been signed. You haven't given me $1 million.
No. Hey, you should say I haven't given you a penny.
A penny. Okay, yeah.
You gave me 999.
Nothing. You've given me nothing, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually just, it's kind of interesting. It really is interesting. This is a bold move, I would consider. It's quite a bold move.
And it's even more bold because I'm never vulnerable on camera and like.
Yeah, it's from a lot of perspectives. It is quite bold, and it's not like I haven't been critical. I feel like I've been fairly critical. I feel, and it, like talking to you, I feel bad. You know, obviously because I'm a person. There's different levels to how much you care about shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it is. If there were a testament, it would be that would be a testament to this being being a meaningful source of information. This video, I feel like. I hope.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is definitely outside my comfort zone, but I think it's important.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so that's kind of past like the main initial allegations. We can move on to sort of corporate culture and HR practices. That's been a big sort of point that a lot of critics have hammered home.
Yep.
Yeah,
we're just getting right into the hard-hitting stuff.
hell yeah. So there have been a lot of questions about your workplace culture, such as a lack of diversity or also HR problems.
Yeah.
What, if anything, have you done to address these concerns? How have you handled it since information came out, and how do you plan on handling it in the future?
Okay, so we'll start with the diversity one. If I forget the HR one, just bring it up when I finish that one. Diversity, I have seen a lot of people mention that about our company, which, I mean, that one's just not even true. Like, I mean, Feastables, for example, a couple months old, but like almost 70% of our company is women. We actually, because we do dub studios around the world, now zooming out of Feastables over to content, I mean, we actually have pretty crazy amount of diversity in our company. So because we have 400 people that work for me. It's not just me and the boys on the camera, which is the 5 you see. So that one, the few people have claimed that like they don't have any data to back it up. So I guess I probably should have brought some data here. I don't want to just say percentages off the top of my head.
If you have, I'm sure you've got some kind of
but
pull something from HR.
I really, that one I just don't think is rooted in anything. And then what was the second part?
HR, yeah. How have you handled HR problems? What HR problems have popped up?
So that one, I mean, it's a little bit of a general question, but yeah, I mean, obviously, in general, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of things about, HR stuff in my company. And I think one thing people don't have is just the context. Like, I think they think my channel is just like 5 people or 10 people or 20, whatever. Like, they don't realize the size of it. Like, specifically, because our videos have gotten so big, I mean, I'm going to give a little range because depending on how many people we've hired in the last month, it's somewhere between like 250 or 300 people work at my production company. So this is a big company. There's a lot of people. And then on top of that, when we do like bigger videos where we need to build big sets or whatever, sometimes we bring in hundreds of contractors. So there's a lot of people that work here. And like, I just want to blanketly say, like, companies at this size, like, you can't ever guarantee that every interaction everyone's going to have is always going to be positive with each other. You know what I mean? That's just impossible. So
yeah, not with that many
people.
people.
Just saying that because
no company works like that. It's unrealistic to think that they would.
A year from now, like, hear some rumor and be like, oh, Jimmy didn't learn. Like, any company of this size, there's always going to be some problem someone has. Now, having said that, I'm not trying to use it as like a blanket of like, and shield myself. There are 2 things that are someone in my position who runs a company like this is in control of. One is, making sure we're not fostering anything inappropriate and, allowing it. And then 2, when it inevitably happens, because it just will in a company my size. And I'm trying to be transparent here. Like, it's, how do you respond to it? And then in the making sure you're not fostering it, part of Quinn Emanuel, when we had them do their investigation, is I had them look at every system in my company. I had them talk to my employees and see if there's anything they could bring to Quinn Emanuel's attention that they could make me aware of. And I think it was in the report, is like we established an anonymous hotline because Quinn Emanuel was showing me data that sometimes people don't feel comfortable talking to HR or their boss, and if you have an anonymous hotline that goes to someone outside the company that can hear a complaint and then beam it into you without disclosing who it was, you'll get more honest feedback, because there's so they showed us a lot of things like that. Also making sure we're not fostering it. Like I think it's also in there as well. We leveled up like our C-suite because I've had a lot of people that have grown with me, but like me, they've never ran a company that has hundreds of employees before. So I actually just hired a couple people who have worked
you
on
guys
Fortune
are to an
500
extent just
companies who have
learning as
actually
you go.
ran companies of this size before. And so, you know, they've shown me lots of things that bigger companies do that obviously I'm just ignorant on because I'm a YouTuber. You know what I mean? I spend my life staring at retention charts and CTR, not how to structure a business. So just that's phase one, is making sure you're not fostering, you know, a culture that supports that stuff. And then inevitably, like I said, you can't ever guarantee when you're working with hundreds of people full time, and then when you add part-time people, potentially over 1,000 sometimes, you just got to make sure if there are issues that, you know, actual real issues, like if someone complains because someone peed on a toilet seat, like I'm not, oh well. But if there's an actual serious issue, then, you know, we'll bring in professionals who experience and, you know, getting down to it, interview them, gather the information. I'll recuse
imagine
myself.
that.
I
He's
don't wanna
running
be the
his
arbiter of truth,
company
and
like a
then,
company.
You know, those experts who are experienced in handling
Wow.
those things, they'll tell me how to handle it. If they tell me to fire someone, I fire them. If they tell me to whatever, I'll do it. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the one who makes those decisions. So, and transparency, that's kind of, you know.
So so I think
Yeah.
this is one where a lot
almost
of
like it's a
people who have covered
proper
this type of
company.
thing don't really understand that HR is a real living and breathing organism in business,
Yeah.
and if you don't maintain it, it can become a problem for a normal business. But when your business is someone like you whose reputation is on the line, I also have like a bunch of businesses. I've got 60 employees, and we have an HR department. And like something happens once a month where someone gets an anonymous report, and then we have to solve that problem, and then we actually
You're
do it.
evil.
Yeah, and that's you know that's how it feels sometimes.
Yeah.
But I'm not involved obviously in that stuff, and my YouTube side is very compartmentalized. So the way that I do that, it makes sense to me. I want to be as detached as much as possible from
Exactly.
the day-to-day operations of like the actual business. You're saying you're running the company. Is there a world in which what is your job title? Is there a world in which you step back and you are just like not an actor necessarily, but you're the guy, you're Mr.Beast, and you let the business be operated by an entity to where you can stand beside it essentially instead of being at the head of it.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
it's kind of.
at the end of the day, it's my channel, it's my company. So
He's still
wouldn't
gonna
take it
have
that
final
far. I
say,
think,
yeah.
Like the big thing is just bringing in people who have actually ran a company at this size before, because eventually I will be more educated and knowledgeable. Like every day, I'm learning more on like how to properly run a company with hundreds of people and better do it. But I'm still very ignorant. Like I probably crossed 100 employees like 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago, but it's still just growing. So like, because across everything, you know, if you include Feastables and ViewStats, we have over 400 employees. So it's a learning thing. But that's the thing. While I'm learning, I need to bring in people who have been there and, you know, learn from them.
Yeah, because I mean, there's no replacement for just experience, right?
Exactly.
Like, you can be as smart as anybody, but if you haven't been able to go through the things you've gone through and like things just personally that I know that I've gone through and learned from business, it's not possible to know. It's not possible to know how to react to those things, or that's why I sort of try to do my best to compartmentalize my business. Obviously, different beast than what you're operating, but it just it's just it's difficult, and it does make sense. And you've used the word ignorant a couple times. You know, I'd be interested to see how you.
I think a lot of people are ignorant of the way businesses run.
Obviously, the anonymous reporting is the biggest one for HR.
Yeah.
That's like been a
And it's like, that's one of those things where, you know, like, it's not like I was like, oh, we don't need, I just didn't know. Like, I never seen the data they showed me. And like, if any other people have this kind of stuff, like, I'm always open to learning.
Of course, yeah. And I think the most important thing too is like, at the end of the day, you've got the most to gain from all this.
Exactly. I want my employees happy. I gain nothing out of them not being happy. Like, it hurts me. It's like I have a monetarily incentivization to do this kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I feel like the criticism of entities like yours and even mine, with truth, obviously, and like logic, and there's a real basis, a rationale that makes sense, that's centered in reality.
Yeah.
I feel like that's super important because once again, you have.
Okay, Mr.Beast, could you not bring this man some lapel mics? Just make sure he's got the equipment needed before he does this kind of a big interview. And why does it sound like he's 30 feet away from the microphone? It's bothering me. But it sounds like he was very, very, very corporate minded with his company, which makes sense. It's how Mr. Beast became Mr. Beast. And then when somebody comes out with a video that gets tens of millions of views making this many allegations against you, what do? You basically just prove them wrong. You do an investigation, you take their concern seriously, you take the allegation seriously, you look into it because, I mean, he's running the company, but like you said, he's got hundreds of employees, so things may have gone on that he didn't know about. So he just wanted transparency. I don't think he handled it poorly at all, and it became very clear as you gave Dogpack enough rope to. Yeah, he was malicious. That became obvious.
So much to gain, and like you spend less, you make a little bit less money, but your employees are substantially happier and they feel safer or just more confident in you as their leader or their boss. So it's like it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how all this kind of goes from here after this point, especially.
Yeah,
because this is a big moment.
I know the interview, the day of the interview.
But that makes sense though. I mean, and like I don't want to continuously interject my own business experience, but I think it does set me apart from other YouTubers who are involved in this, in that I do have business experience. From it's sort of the same thing. I just fell into running actual businesses and having to do payroll and HR, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
I had no idea any of this stuff existed, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get fucked. Your mom was previously head of your HR department. And some people have criticized that as a conflict of interest. Did you personally, at the time, even consider that? Mm-hmm. And do you now also acknowledge that that is a conflict of interest?
Oh, I agree. That's a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
I do think context
Yeah,
matters,
that was a
though,
dumb thing to
because,
do.
Like, this is where a lot of these things that I assume we're going to talk about is like people conflate current Mr. Beast with 400 employees and spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year with Mr. Beast when he's a teenager and starting. I mean,
making your mom your HR,
like,
the head of your HR department.
We went to high school together. You want to help me make videos?
Like, you've got to
And
understand
so,
that's a
and I hired
bad look,
my
though,
friends
right?
from high school. So, and then I was
you
like,
got to know that.
How do I do taxes and this kind of stuff? And I was like, Mom, help. And so, I wouldn't say she's head of HR. I mean, she was, I guess, but she's also running finance, and it's not like a real company. We just get in this like little $700 no, actually that one was $1,080 a month office I was renting, and I'd just be like to this one guy that I knew from high school, all right, today you're gonna go paint this thing. Today, you, friend number 2, you're gonna like help me edit this, and you, friend number 3, you're gonna go to the store and buy 1,000 chickens that like scream when you press down on them. And Mom, I don't know, just make sure the IRS doesn't sue me. Like that's the time frame we're talking about here. But yes, I agree. Like, it's stupid. Like, you definitely shouldn't have your mom as an HR person. You should just hire someone who was educated.
Obviously.
In HR, which is obviously what we have. We have an HR team now.
Yeah.
I would hope so.
I agree.
Yeah, I think, and that's sort of like one of the weird things from just a business perspective. Once again, it's like someone becomes HR by default. Yeah. Even if you don't say, well, this is the HR person, this is our contact.
I mean, because like back then, it's like, I mean, if you had a problem, just tell me. There's like 5 of us. So,
that's true. Yeah,
but yes, but still, I'm like, in this, I'm not trying to like deflect everything. Like, I mean, yes, obviously you should hire an actual HR person. Agreed.
That's good advice.
Yes.
That's sound advice. I do agree with that.
Shocker.
Yeah, crazy. The no doesn't mean no policy that was criticized. That was crazy. I mean, when I first saw that, I was like, what the
That
fuck?
was worded very poorly. And it was ironically also written by a woman.
I was criticized, especially by Soggy recently, of having been taken out of context. Can you explain what the no doesn't mean no policy was and why it was in the...
Yes. So, yeah. So... It's funny, even the word like policy. It's like so when we started hiring more people, I wrote this little I almost like advice book just for a lot of employees because I wasn't able to talk with people as much as I was early on. And one part of it that people, when this thing got leaked, and I wrote it with some other people in my company. It wasn't just me, but when this got leaked, there's a section that said no does not mean no, and then they just like cropped that out, and they're like, look, this is proof.
Yeah, he
Jimmy's
was being
immoral and
malicious.
evil. When obviously, like you were saying, if you read the context.
So if you read the context on it, no does not mean no. When dealing with people outside Mr. Beast Productions, never take a no at face value. If we need a store to buy everything inside of, and you call the local Dollar Tree and the person that answers says, no, can't film here, that literally doesn't mean shit. talk to other employees and see if any are fans, or if any have kids that are fans. Try talking to their boss, their boss's bosses. Have me DM them on Twitter, something, etc. Yeah, so it was basically a sales pitch. That's literally how they train like car salesmen and shit. It's like, hey, that person might not say they're interested in that car the first time you ask them, but you're supposed to probe a little bit and try to build interest in the car. Try to feel it. Are they really not interested, or are they on the fence? Yeah, just filling out the situation. There's no sexual context behind this whatsoever, but they cropped out just the top here, the part that's highlighted that says no means no, and they left out all that context because he's malicious as fuck. That's what happened.
Text below, it makes sense. The gist of why we had a section that said no does not mean no is because we do, I don't know if anyone's ever seen our videos, crazy things that have never been done before, right? No one's ever, on YouTube at least, buried themselves alive for 7 days. No one like tries to dangle an obstacle course from cranes. And it's like, the problem I kept running into early on when I was hiring people is I'd be like, hey, I want to do this. And then they would go call someone. So like, let's say the obstacle course in the sky, where we had like this obstacle courses that Mac did, held up by these cranes, weighed like 100,000 pounds or whatever. Like they would call crane companies and they'd be like, no. And then they'd be like, okay, hang up. And they'd come to me and they'd go, Jimmy, they said, no, we can't do it. The video's not possible. And it's like, okay, well, of course they're going to say no, because everything we do has never been done before. But like,
ask questions. It's a sales pitch thing.
If they don't be rude, but if they say no, just try to understand why, right? And
yeah,
a lot
why
of times
are you saying
you'll
that?
have an instance where like, well, we can't get all the cranes at one time because we're renting them out. And it's like, okay, perfect. That we respect that, but can I offer something before you actually hard say no? What if we went to the 2 or 3 other clients that day that were renting the cranes, we paid them 5 times the amount of money they paid to rent those cranes to just, rent them a week later, and let's just see. And then the company would usually be like, oh, you would do that? It's like, yeah, like we want to work with you to find a solution to make your problem our problem and solve it. And then then a hard no will 50% of the time turn into, oh, well, yeah, actually we can do it if you're willing to spend a little extra money or whatever. So that was me trying to educate my employees on that. And somehow, well, I don't know, I'm not even going to say somehow, I know how. I mean, people who didn't care about the truth and just, wanted to spread disinformation and manipulate and lie to millions of people, which it worked, spun that into, I'm not even going to state the obvious, but which made no sense because the context for it was literally written right below it. But that just shows the ill will intent of certain people.
Yeah, because no doesn't mean no. That is like, there's just a massive, heavy negative connotation with that, obviously, in the zeitgeist. So, yeah, that makes perfect sense in a vacuum, or with this context, it does make perfect sense. But you got to see.
I'm surprised he didn't use it's a sales pitch line, because that is like one of the oldest things they teach you in sales.
Anyways,
that's why I hate doing sales. It's an uncomfortable job to do because that's the
just show it
approach
on
you have
screen
to
so
take.
your viewers can
so they can actually see the
so you
full
can see
thing,
the context because it clearly lays it out. So no one actually saw that and thought what these channels were implying.
Yeah.
They just willfully were ignorant so they could get 1 out of 10s and make some money. That's the truth. Like, I'm sorry, but
now on to sort of content production and the question of authenticity behind the content that you make. There have been claims that you use some CGI in your videos, that is computer-generated imagery. Do you think the use of CGI can undermine the credibility or authenticity of the content that you're making? And if so, why do you choose to use it?
Good question. And yes, I do think
Production
rampant
value?
CGI can undermine it, and I try to do my best to be transparent. Did you ever see So Crispy's video where they showed the behind the scenes of our Squid Game video?
I did, yes.
Yeah, so we've done that. We've done lots of BTS videos on them, and we've done other BTS videos. So I try to show it transparently, but let me think about it. Honestly, the truth is, like, obviously there are channels like Corridor Digital and stuff like that, but can you really think of any, like, entertainment channels like mine that really do this, like even have the budgets to kind of do this kind of stuff? It's something I've always thought a lot about because like we're really pushing boundaries and like I want to like keep leveling things up, and I think that's a cool way to do it. But it's not like there's some like playbook on how to like incorporate it, right? Because no one else really does it. Like something I was thinking about is like also we rarely use it. Like maybe like 0.1% of my shots. Like if we have like a background that like doesn't look too cool, like it's just like black, but it looks a little off. We'll just like darken it out in post. Like that's like majority of what we do, or sometimes we'll extend a set. But I was thinking like when we do, because we pour millions of dollars into these videos. We build massive sets. Like we go through so much links to make these huge videos. And the last thing I want is people to be like questioning whether or not things are CGI. I mean, like the sets we build are
I don't think it's
crazy,
disingenuous.
man. Like it's wild. Like you should come see the like behind the scenes of it. I mean, sometimes we spend 100 days just literally building one room for one shot of one video.
That's insane.
So yeah, I was thinking like maybe just potentially, I don't know, this is the first time I'm saying it publicly, like time stamping in the description when we do.
That's interesting.
Yeah, or like having some like gimmicky thing where like whenever we do, we like put like a little Beast logo on it, so it's like a thing that if people wanted to identify, they could. I mean, I'm down to figure something out. I mean, we just don't really use it that much. It's just like a thing few and far between. But what I really don't want is people to not be able to trust my videos just because occasionally I want to make a wall blacker, or like I want to extend a set a little bit just to make it look cooler and like you feel in tune with it. Because what we do on its own is insane. You know what I mean? Like we don't need it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to be fair too, you know, I totally get what you're saying, and like the logic for the CGI call doesn't really make a lot of sense to me personally. You know, to me,
It was just-
maybe it would undermine the credibility if you were
He was
like,
just
changing
stockpiling
things
as much stuff
genuinely,
as he
or, like,
can to make
you
it
have
sound
an
like this
outcome,
guy
that's the
is,
thumbnail,
you
and
know,
you're only getting
corporate-minded
it
and
by
fake.
manipulating.
That was
But,
the
like,
whole point.
There are times in my videos where my head is bigger than my head in real life because my editors make it bigger. That's CGI, right?
Yeah.
The words, the subtitles in your video, they're not real. That's CGI technically.
True. Yeah.
So it's like there's just so it's just that one's like a really sort of slippery slope. But I think that's a good idea. If you were to put timestamps, or you know, if you sort of are transparent about AI generative content, that's something that you could do as the biggest content creator in the world to be even more ethical than is really necessary.
Yeah. The only thing is then, which I'm down. Like I want to keep brainstorming these things out. It's just like you said, like I in my head I didn't even think of text on the bottom as CGI, and like everyone might have a little different definition of it. So I just want to make sure like, you know, what I would classify as it, like, and so, but agreed. There's some solution here, or just stop using it. Like it doesn't even matter. Like I mean, we build crazy sets. It's usually just to make them look 1% cooler.
You can figure it out.
Yeah. So there is some answer here. Like that's not a thing that scares me. You know what I mean?
Definitely, yeah. I think people would appreciate the transparency on that as well. Like because it's, I mean reality television.
He's doing the
it's
behind the
all
scenes stuff.
extremely
That is
manipulative, and I think that's,
kind
like,
of
the basis
transparent.
of
It's
it.
kind of the point to that.
So if you were to
It's to
sort of
show
go
you how
above
the
and beyond
sausage is
even the
made.
worst, you know, whatever.
As,
competitors
it's not like
don't
he's
even
claiming
really
he
have
never
one to
uses
put, like, a
CGI.
Beast logo or timestamps. I personally think that would be kind of cool.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think that'd be sort of epic. There was an allegation that you used CGI to create the impression that you guys built a hospital, part of a hospital, in order to deceive viewers or, you know, manipulate them into believing that you did more than you actually did.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah. No, that's
That's
a great
not
one.
that's not real.
honestly,
what you're gonna say?
Truthful, dumb mistake. At
Oh,
the
he
start of
did
one
do
of our
it.
Beast Philanthropy videos, they were trying to show what this like building looked like in the past, and in the past that hospital wasn't there, so they removed it in the editing. Which and this is just like a small part of this isn't even like the point of the video was that we built this hospital or whatever. There was just a shot at the beginning, but some people saw that and like thought we did build it, which is not the intention, and so it's just a dumb mistake. Like trust me, when I saw that, I talked to the editors. I was like, "Come on!"
So it
like,
was just editing
you know,
something
I have
out that
100
led
editors,
people to
and
believe.
obviously we
Okay,
have
so he
bunch
didn't
of
actually
channels
build
and
a
things like
hospital.
that. So it's hard for me to like speak.
I mean,
with
didn't
all of
build
them,
a
but
fake one.
It was just truthfully a silly mistake. But we never said we built that hospital or anything. But I could see how some people might perceive that we
Yeah,
were
of course.
trying to like give off that we were. And it's a little unfortunate because Beast Philanthropy, my YouTube channel, how do I say this where it's like I'm not trying to like is literally owned by a 501c3. Like it's a YouTube channel that is a nonprofit.
Beast Philanthropy disclosure statement. Yeah, so they've got a whole disclosure statement on North Carolina nonprofit organization whose principal business. You know, okay, I'm not reading all the legal jargon, but yeah, that'll all be in the document that we'll go over later, and I'll link in the description. But yes, it does look like it's a registered business, and it's all on the up and up.
Which is crazy. Like as far as I know, that's the only one. And Beast Philanthropy does so much good, and like that. You know what's the only reason people this is what's funny, because like to the people like trying to call me evil and say we fake philanthropy, the only reason anyone even knows any of this is because we actually did a behind the scenes video on that video. So like clearly I wasn't aware of this because we did BTS and we were the ones
Yeah,
who
it was an
revealed this
oversight.
information. You know
Honest
what I mean?
mistake.
So like if we were trying to hide things, like we wouldn't have done BTS on that video. That's how people got this information. So it's just like a little mistake, but it's sad because now people are using that to point at our Beast Philanthropy channel, which does a lot. I mean, it will just scroll through the videos. I mean, whether we're building schools in Africa or, I mean, and giving electricity to remote villages, or we're giving clothes to people who don't have it, or we're feeding people. I mean, it does a lot of really good projects. Now, truthfully, that channel is struggling to get brand deals because of all the slander on it, because everyone, you know, has convinced advertisers that the videos are fake and that it doesn't actually do philanthropy. And it's like, it does. And just like one little editing mistake on one of dozens of videos like,
doesn't
I mean,
undo everything
it's
else.
unfortunate because it's actually having a pretty severe impact on the charity and its image. And like, I don't know, just unfortunate.
You think the impact is not obviously just the CGI hospital edit, but just the entire situation in general?
No, I mean, of course, the entire general situation, but no, after that hospital thing, a lot of people made videos saying Beast Philanthropy is fake and saying we fake our philanthropy, and it's specifically attacking it. And then, you know, like that whole 100% of the revenue on the charity, on the channel is what we use to fund the charity. And that like spooked off a lot of people because they're like, oh, so this charity is not authentic. Because like, obviously people don't want to work with a charity that's not legit, which Beast Philanthropy is as legit as it gets. Just one little editing mistake, which I get now. I'm sounding like I'm downplaying. I mean, it was just a mistake in editing. Doesn't discredit all the projects Beast Philanthropy has done around the world, and the tens of thousands of lives it's changed. And I mean, yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair admission too, because it's like, you know, and once again, optically, you're the guy who's talking about, you know, spending 26 hours a day looking at data. And, you know, every decision, every single frame that's in a video is like combed over, and then that is a mistake, obviously, that you're capable of making, your team is capable of making, and like the whole thing is capable of making. And people, you know, they'll compare and contrast whether they know or not. Like they think everything you're doing is 110% deliberate.
Yeah, well, and that's the unfortunate part, because like if someone, again, just to be clear, the only reason anyone even knows is because we did BTS. So I mean,
yeah, like you literally
happened,
gave them the information.
You know, 8 months ago, I would have just responded to a tweet saying my bad and just like re-edited it in YouTube editor and just like added a voiceover, and it would have been fine.
Because they blow
It's just
everything
now
it is out
that,
of proportion.
You know, due to the circumstances, everyone's like, we finally got the proof. The philanthropy's fake. He's fake, and like, let's tear down his charity. And yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's just a silly editing mistake. Like, the VO we should just had VO over that clip just saying we didn't build this hospital. But it was also not even the whole point of the video. It's just like, if you watch it, it's just a clip at the start. It's literally not even what the video's about. So
you've mentioned the behind the scenes footage of that, specifically the hospital video in regard to your philanthropy channel. Would you be willing to or consider releasing like more detailed behind the scenes footage or a breakdown of that?
I think that's probably what
with
he's
the
going
video
to
you're
do
talking
going
about,
forward.
Or
just
you know,
to try to avoid
the
nonsense like
editors who
this.
worked on it and sort of their thoughts and opinions or whatever, because they're the ones working on it, right? Like what
on
was
that
their
video
intention?
specifically?
Yeah, or just in general.
Yeah, well, that one in specifically, I mean, we're owning up to it. I mean, I don't want to put them on blast publicly. Like, it was a silly little mistake. Obviously, we talked about how we could prevent it in the future, but I'm sure, shocker, at some point we're gonna have some other editing mishap over.
Yeah.
So,
Shit's gonna happen.
That's not something I can't guarantee will ever happen again, but like we're doing our best to make sure it doesn't. But in general, I would love to do more behind the scenes. Like, I think throughout all this, I think what is causing some of this is like confusion is because there is so much mystery around how we do our videos, because people don't know how we do it. It's like it's almost easier to believe there is this like they're fake or they're rigged, and he didn't actually build a bunker and put it underground and have 2 people live in it for 100 days and record the entire time and do all this. It's almost getting to the point where it's easier to believe it's not real. And I think like just having more transparency and doing behind the scenes would help. I've been wanting to do that for a little bit. It's just, truthfully, I just got to build the team. I was, we're looking into getting some editors and like a person dedicated for doing it. Like, cause you know, we have to like intentionally film those shots.
Right.
A lot of it is like, so we're like building out the team. It's just like, it just takes time. Like, you even need someone who will make the thumbnails for it. And, you know, like, I also don't want there to be editing mistakes in this. So I need someone who's doing QC. And that's like a really important thing, because I don't want them to post it and make a claim in the BTS that's not true and say, hey, we spent $500,000 in this bunker, and it was actually $480,000, right?
Yeah.
Which is these are the little kinds of things that, you know, because I have such a large company, people will do, and they think it's innocent, but it's like, no, like, but at the end of the day, it's my name on it, and so it's like, in theory, it seems simple, like, oh, you're already filming, just throw up BTS, but there's a whole big process in it to make sure that's also true and authentic and good and actually edited well, and so. I mean, I don't know when I'll be able to build out the team and get it right, but I think that will help a lot. If people knew like the effort and work that went into the videos and like just how we do it, I think they would look at it differently and be like, oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, and I think to circle back a little bit, I don't think even showing the, you know, in behind the scenes, like if that were to have existed specifically with like the philanthropy stuff or another time where you're adding CGI or whatever, if you had the intention of the people who are doing it, in that behind-the-scenes footage, it wouldn't be necessarily even putting them on blast or you know, showing any mistake you would have from the very beginning, transparency.
Yeah.
So I think that would be, I mean, that would
I'm
be
on
awesome.
the same page here. Hey, if anyone watching this wants to help work on my BTS channel, I'm actually serious. We're actively hiring and trying to figure it out. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I really think that would help a bunch. Like, just
Yeah.
Like, plus, I just want to show people how we do this stuff. Like, it's pretty crazy the stuff we're doing now.
I mean, realistically, it sounds like some of these problems, if like there was just sort of, you have the opportunity now to just be like super ethical and hire a couple more teams for transparency and do something that not only the 300 million subscriber YouTuber, but like you are leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else in terms of like transparency.
Yeah.
Which people really like that type of stuff. Even if they don't
agree.
like search out for it, they just like to see someone who's honest and you know, relatable.
I agree.
And like, you know, you guys are really good at this insane Mr.Beast thing, but like you said, even with sort of talking about the allegations in the beginning, you didn't want to make a video where you're just sitting there, it just feels cringe and awkward.
oh, no.
Like but you know, it makes sense, right? Like I get your perspective and the outsider's perspective. It's cool to see, you know, how it's not cool to see how angry people can get, but it is cool to see that there is a possible answer to those situations, like being super ethical and transparent in a way that nobody else has ever been before.
Seriously, I'd hate
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like you could probably do that. So there's evidence
Yeah,
that you
just
put your
keep being as
previous
transparent
employees,
as possible.
friends,
It's really all
whatever,
you can do.
controlled opposition
Yes.
in your challenge videos, such as the 100 boys versus 100 girls video.
Yeah.
Did you put them in that video or videos like that specifically to rig the outcome?
No, it was
of the
because of
challenge?
COVID.
And if
That
so,
much should have been
do you think
obvious.
That's acceptable, Mr. Beast.
I know. That one was a big one. Videos talking about my 100 boys versus 100 girls video in the last couple months. That one, people really talked about that one. So, yes, Sagi's video, he, you know, talked about this and uncovered it. I'm surprised more people didn't. Like, my girlfriend.
It should
half
have
of
been
them literally
obvious to
went on a
me. I mean, it
podcast
was
and
during
described this, so
COVID.
it's not even like this was hidden information. This has been.
Yeah,
out there.
and it was out
Put
there.
in the video 100 girls versus 100 boys for $500,000.
Yes. On the day, everybody had to go for COVID tests, and a lot of people got their COVID tests, and they tested positive. And the girls somehow ended up with way too little contestants. So I got a call randomly
Somehow?
from the studio,
'Cause
and they're like,
COVID.
"We need a female." I'm like, "Well, I am a female."
how did y'all
I
not give
guess
her the
I could do
information
this
needed to answer
100-hour
these questions?
challenge."
Were
Yeah.
you dating at the time?
Yes.
And did the others know you were dating Mr. Beast at the time?
They pretended that they didn't, but I think some of them caught on.
Did
Yeah,
you,
of course
move
they
to
do.
the side of the circle and just check
No,
up on
he
you?
avoided eye contact at all costs.
But I mean, literally, like she said on the podcast, we had 100 boys, 100 girls. They're competing in a video. Leading up to the video, they're supposed to quarantine. This was years ago when, you know, at the height of COVID. A lot of questions people have about my videos, like that in these recent things I've noticed, usually the answer is like COVID, like why things aren't as like we would normally do it. But
it's
in this
COVID.
instance, they quarantined. When they showed up to the studio, a couple people on both sides tested positive for COVID. We didn't have them all in a group. We, you know, isolated and tested. And so now I'm stuck with a tough decision because we have all these people who just took off work for a week and took even more days off work to film this video. You know, a couple people on each side of the 100 girls, 100 boys tested positive for COVID. I can't go grab random people off the street because they haven't quarantined, right? And back then,
Yeah,
I think COVID
you have
tests were
to
better
you
now,
have
but
to
back
work
then,
with what you got.
You know, it took like 2
Given
days
the-
for the
given
COVID
the
test to be able to
circumstances.
pick up whether or not you had COVID, something like that. Not a doctor. This isn't Joe Rogan. So
a little jab at Joe
obviously-
Rogan.
Bro, no one knows that though, right? I could have just gone and grabbed random people off the street and it would have been fine. But I was trying to like be protective of the contestants. So my employees were routinely quarantining back then because, you know, in the studio and things like that, we didn't want an outbreak. So I just went to the employees who weren't working on the 100 Girls versus 100 Boys video and was like, hey, I don't want to cancel this video. Who wants to be in it? And so a couple of them volunteered, filled in the empty gaps. My girlfriend quarantined with me, so I threw her in there. And then we got the numbers up. I was good. Like, good. The video's on. And yeah, they were competing for money like everyone else. Transparency. I'll look at the camera. No, they were not there to rig it. I did not tell them what to get out. I did not tell them what to do. They had their own free will. And yeah, I really didn't think too much of it. And, you know, here we are a couple years later, and that's turning into proof that I put employees in videos to rig them and script them, and they're just filling in for some people who got COVID.
Yeah, I think it's another situation in which it's like, sure, there's evidence or whatever of both or whatever. It's like a trust me bro versus a trust me bro.
But this one's not even a trust me bro. Like, I mean, my girlfriend literally years ago said on a podcast,
pretty well
so
documented.
it's not even like I'm retroactively making this up. I mean,
right.
I could probably go pull up COVID tests and show you. I mean, it's
just in terms of like the interpretation of what people have for that specific event. Like when someone like you or someone with this big thing, people just see who they don't care. They see, oh, he's using his friends. Like, obviously it's fucking rigged, you know, but they're not going to look into it. It's just optically, you know, like there's so many things that it's really easy. Like there's like such a crazy slippery slope for a lot of this stuff.
And it's like, the thing is, I mean, I could have been like, oh, people got COVID and canceled it. And then we'd be sitting here talking about how I had these people quarantined for...
Most people don't think, like, especially running especially when people are running a company, you don't think about the decisions you make being like, most companies don't have to deal with, okay, well, we made a simple decision that probably like 90% of the decisions that he makes and the things that people freak out about are things that most companies make on the daily and you just never hear about. Like most companies don't have to function the way he does, or they have to constantly think about, okay, if I do this, then people are going to conceive it this way, and it's going to mean, and they're going to think it means this when really it means it, you know, like that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen for most companies. It just doesn't.
...7 days, and then I just rug pulled them. You know what I mean? And so, like, it's a little bit of damned if you, damned if you don't. Like, either way, I'd be sitting here talking to you about it. You know, so I just tried to take the most ethical, moral stance and, you know, prioritize health. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you hopefully now that people hear the truth, they agree as well. But yeah, I mean, it's been brutal hearing that misinformation be spread.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine that, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of people who really do not like you at all.
I don't.
Yeah.
How does it feel in real life? Do you feel it in real life?
It's got to be
at all, or is
envy
it
for
just
most of those people.
No, it's just the
I
internet.
don't know.
We talked a little bit before this. I mean,
People
also,
hate
it's
everything.
late at night. I just flew here to do this. This is a very impromptu thing.
Yeah.
But for like the 10 minutes we were talking before we started recording, I was telling him, like, no one in real life has any idea of any of this. Like, I meet hundreds of people and they're all just like, yo, what's up, Mr.Beast? They never bring it up.
Yeah.
But then you would
most
open up
people
Reddit.
won't.
I mean, it doesn't help that they're censoring positive posts, but and you would think, well, actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, that does make sense. You would think everyone hates me because anyone who does it, their post gets deleted. So actually, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's like, and even some of the YouTubers that I know, like you mentioned sending a clip to YouTubers and they're like, well, it's just not cool. I don't want to be seen as a Mr.Beast glazer. I mean, even the sort of feelings amongst YouTubers, the people who their responsibility is to, well, responsibility, very loose use of the term, to talk about anything online or whatever, you know, even they're afraid or they just don't want, like, so it's just the internet. There's this really weird, you know,
I mean, it's
sort of echo chamber. Not that obviously everything that you've done is can just be swept under the rug. I mean, you've admitted to mistakes. I think that everything that you that is a genuine mistake, you once again have the most to gain from all this. So it's not going to fucking hurt you to just admit where you're wrong or whatever. Yeah, I think that's a very interesting one, the 100 Boys versus 100 Girls video, because to me, without looking into it at all, it's like, that does seem weird, right? Like, it just seems like once again a conflict of interest. But at the same time, you're making YouTube videos. You're not making, like, I don't know. You can endlessly make excuses for it and against it. It seems like that's why I'm saying it's kind of.
I mean, I think between like the contestants and people we've given stuff to in videos, like pretty confidently say like less than 1% of its employees. So, if you were to take everyone who's ever been in the video, so like we're
less than 1%.
we're, like,
I mean, I'd believe that.
And a lot of it was, like I said, during the COVID time. Where
Otherwise, you
like,
would frequently see the same faces over and over and over again, and there's been no evidence of that.
Yeah, I think when you look at it through those lenses, I feel like any rational person would be like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah. Okay, so now on to the response to critics. So the first person really to respond to critics was Chucky. But the second person, it seemed like, was...
I quickly want to debunk some of the info in this video since the guy who made it was on my team. It was my decision to fire him for erratic behavior. He worked at the company for less than a month and wasn't an employee for most of the videos he mentions to have knowledge on. There's so much in this video, and I want to specifically address him saying our videos are fake or staged, because this is not true, and I was on the set for many of these videos. Yeah, he's he's malicious. He's a disgruntled ex-employee. Like, that much should have been obvious.
Soggy Cereal YouTuber, commentary YouTuber, he made a video, and he's been, that video is sort of blowing up a little bit. It's not quite to the level of Dogpack's video when it first came out, but it's it's coming up, and he did his best to disprove a lot of Dogpack's claims, and even held you accountable for a lot of stuff in his video, which I thought was good. I thought his video was pretty good. I like this video a lot, and I like him a lot. I've talked to him since that came out. I've talked to him a couple times. Yeah, he has criticized you today and last night, I think, to sort of timestamp when this video is being recorded so people know. He said, Soggy has criticized you sharing his video with other YouTubers as a way to shield yourself from criticism, like deeming the video to people. He also expressed feeling used by you, given that you used his video as a strategy to gather favor from the public, which, that's pretty wordy. It's like it just happened today. It's got to be something like, how do you feel about him feeling that way? Because he's not really defending you. He's more so trying to hold light to truth, which I appreciate that massively.
Yeah.
And I do, talking to him, I do believe that he is an honest guy. How do you interpret his responses on Twitter if you've seen them? Have you seen them?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Okay.
I interpret as him just trying to be honest with his audience and just expressing how he feels. And I think, obviously he probably, in his head, if he was even being more honest, he'd probably be like, Jimmy, why don't you just say these things? Why am I saying it? And I think, obviously, now that I'm here and doing this, that will alleviate it. But I could see how it feels. Like, obviously, I saw that video and it, disproved. I mean, there are some things in there I don't agree with, and he does go pretty hard on me, so which people seem to forget. But there are a lot of things in there that he disproved, and yeah, I mean, I got excited and shot it over to a bunch of creators who covered the false information, and it was just like, look, I could see how, that looks like I'm hiding behind it. Luckily, I'm here talking to you, so
yeah.
I don't think that will be a problem anymore. But obviously, he's not, when he tweeted that, he, doesn't know we were doing this, doesn't know this is coming out. I mean, he might now. I don't, you talk to him, but yeah. So like, I don't blame him.
Well, he got his wish.
Reasonable thing. Like, I think if I were to read a little between lines, he's just saying like, I don't want to be a shield. Jimmy, say something. You know what I mean? Like, actually go address things and like.
Yeah, because he's really not defending you. He's just disproving Dogpack. Like that.
Exactly.
That's the primary kind of driver, or that's how I interpreted his video. I was like, oh, this is pretty balanced. I like him. He's a cool dude. So
yeah, he didn't go with the grain and disproved a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
He actually did his research.
Yeah, also went kind of hard.
Amazing what happens when you do that.
He's not a big fan of Lunchley.
He's not. That's one thing for sure. He does not like Lunchley.
By commenting on his video, you left a comment on Soggy's video after it was posted. You said, "This is finally a video that doesn't spread baseless slander about me."
Yeah, I mean,
lol.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously that was a stupid comment. Yes.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, dude, how do you think that looks?
You can be human. It's fine.
Agreed.
Okay.
Especially the
You can have human moments, dude. It's fine.
Next question. Like, dumb.
Yeah.
The answer, dumb. Yes.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, it's like it kind of gives weight to you sort of taking the situation lightly. Like if anybody should be taking the situation lightly, it should be like me or Soggy or people like people who aren't actively involved in the situation. how would you put that worry, that concern at ease for someone who's like, willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, which I think is super important. And you say something like that, and then it seems like you are taking the situation in general lightly.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, honestly, there's just a lot of disinformation that was correct in that video. And I just wrote that comment and then right afterwards sent it to a couple of YouTubers, which, because just like, finally, this thing is here. But I agree. Like, dumb comment.
Legal and ethical issues. I feel like this is probably going to be a little bit more sort of, we're going to need some facts on screen to back up like whatever's being said here, just to
I wonder what he's going to ask about here.
Yeah.
So, and Soggy
Sounds like
did a
he's
good
getting
job
into the legal side of things.
sort of disproving a lot of these claims just in general, or giving weight to ones that deserve to have weight given to them.
Yeah.
So watch his video. Obviously, he did a lot of work on this stuff. So Dawson claimed that you ran multiple illegal lotteries, and in Soggy's video, he sort of, I think, disproved 2,
Yes.
and then 1 he still believes was an illegal lottery.
Yes.
Do you believe that you ran an illegal lottery? Did you believe at the time? What was your mindset? Did you check with the FCC? Was there any compliance, any steps taken to prevent this? What is your just perspective on that?
Yes. So I don't think we did. I have people looking into it and like trying to pull the footage and figure it out. He disproved the 2, which I mean, those were crazy. I don't want to just like speculate. I have a team looking into it. I don't think we did though. But regardless, just to be truthful, if people want a refund or think for whatever reason like we did something wrong, like I'll send you a link that you can just put in the description where they can get a refund. Maybe just throw it on the screen here.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, at the moment, that's all I really have to say. Maybe I could do a follow up in the future. I'm trying to, dig up all the footage from that live stream. This was like many years ago. Like this isn't like something I did 3 months ago.
Yeah. COVID. It was 2020, right?
I don't remember.
I think the first one, the questionable one that Soggy had in his video was in 2020. I think it was in August 2020.
And I just don't have the footage from him, so I'm looking them up.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Wayback Machine, baby.
I mean, I think at the very least, if people felt misled or whatever, or if it
100% request a refund. I mean,
definitely.
we do that anyways. Like on our site, if people want refunds, we give it to them. But for this specifically, we can give you a URL, throw it right here. I mean, I have no idea what it'll be, and just send us your order code. Really, no big deal.
Cool. The investigation confirmed. So the third-party investigation confirmed isolated incidents of harassment. How were these incidents addressed?
Oh, what did it say? The investigation produced the following significant findings: allegations of sexual misconduct between company employees and minors are without basis. The allegations were soundly rejected, including by alleged victims. Allegations of the company knowingly employing individuals with proclivities or histories towards illegal or questionable conduct are similarly without basis. Here, too, are allegations fully rejected. Several isolated instances of workplace harassment and misconduct were identified during the investigation. The company was informed of such conduct and took swift and appropriate action to address the incident, including, where necessary, disciplining or letting go of implicated individuals. So, I mean, it depends on what they mean by misconduct, but I mean, it sounds like they found some people doing some stuff. Like some people, looks like they kind of got caught doing stuff unrelated, I would guess, to the thing they were doing the investigation on, and then they ended up getting fired. But it sounds like anything as far as like sexual misconduct goes, looks like they didn't find any evidence of that whatsoever. So, and he wasn't able to produce any evidence either, other than like people's testimony. Like there was no actual physical evidence, to the best of my knowledge.
Addressed, and what systemic changes did you implement from after the investigation to prevent things like this from ever happening again? I'm assuming it's going to piggyback directly off the
what we talked about before.
Yeah,
100%. I mean, agreed. Like we talked about before, I have hundreds of employees, and when we brought the outside third party in, and I was like, hey, talk to whoever you need to, get an honest pulse of how some people are feeling. There were some things that people hadn't made us aware of that they felt more comfortable talking to Quinn and Manuel on, which is obviously ultimately why we ended up doing the anonymous hotline and that kind of stuff. And what you asked, what did we do? How did we handle it? like I said before, it's just whatever they told me. If they told me like I need to fire someone, we fired them. Like I mean, it's not like
you did what you had to
I don't want
do.
to be the arbiter of truth. I want people who are professional in these things to get the information, make sure they have all the facts, and I want them to tell me what to do. Right? Because obviously I work with these people, and so I could have some form of bias or whatever, or maybe I like this person better, and so I like to stay away from that kind of stuff. And so I just did whatever they told me to do. Yeah, to be honest.
How did you feel when you found out that a third-party investigation concluded that there were incidents of harassment in your business?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I was like, well, how can we, like we
This
talked
is
about
news to
before.
me.
And so I
What do
started
we do
educating
about it?
myself,
Yeah.
and
I
I've
mean, that's
been
what you
bringing in
would
new
have to do
leaders
as a
and people
boss,
who have
right?
worked in bigger companies, and I was just like, help me make sure like this kind of stuff doesn't happen, and educate me on these kinds of things. Like, again, like this company is growing so fast. Like I keep saying the number 400 just so people realize this isn't just 10 employees making YouTube videos like it was for me 5 years ago. And so my first instinct was just like, educate me. Who do I bring in? How do we solve these things? And like I said before, it dials down to two things: making sure you're not fostering it, and then when it does happen, making sure you respond appropriately, and just like trying to learn everything I can in those.
I mean,
two
it all
areas,
sounds
and
like very
just find the best people in the
mundane,
world in those two areas to just review everything.
run a
and
company
make sure
kind
we're
of
doing it
decisions.
correctly.
Dude, people were fired. How many people?
This all sounds like how any company would act, honestly.
Like,
It all
how
sounds
did that
very
feel,
routine.
knowing that there was like an amount of people that had to be disciplined, terminated, whatever, as a result of an investigation. It's kind of things just happening basically under your nose, due to a lack of, business acumen or care or whatever word you would want to use.
Yeah.
How did it feel?
Well, I mean, like, I haven't even met all the people that work for me, because it's so big and we have people all around the world and things like that, just for context. I don't want people to think like, oh, these are people I'm just working with every single day and are just oblivious. But, I mean, it just felt like I need to improve. I need to learn more, and just, I want to fix these things, So, I mean, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah. There you go. That's what I was looking for.
I'm a problem solver. When there's problems, like my default reaction, like instinct, is how do we solve it? And that's what we've been obsessing over, and I feel like we've made a lot of progress, to be honest.
Yeah, just standard business decisions is
Are you
all I'm
gonna
hearing
sue
out of him
Dogpack?
right now. Oh, that's a good question. And not an immediate no.
There's tons of examples of him intentionally manipulating things to not be true
Ooh.
and posting it online. Tons and tons and tons of that. Soggy has basically an hour and 27-minute video, and an hour of it is just flat out proving manipulation and lies.
Yeah,
and
it's just...
caused a lot of harm to my businesses. I mean, I've literally had people pull out millions of dollars.
You've got a strong
and then
case
tell
for
me it was
defamation,
directly because of
honestly.
this video. And don't worry, I instantly was like, can you send that in writing? So, if I win a case. or
Oh,
anything, I can
that's a
directly put
yes.
images.
He's going to
You know
sue
the reason why.
Dogpack. And he's got a
so-
good case, and the money to pay for the lawyer. Dogpack is cooked.
It's just unfortunate. Like, I don't want to be in this
I don't want to
situation,
have to
but
do this, but...
probably going to have to. I mean, it's just, I mean, what do you do if someone's just spreading
Yeah, someone's
misinformation
slandering
about
you.
and,
And it is slander,
causing
'cause it
harm
was
to your
malicious
business
and
like, getting into
provably
trouble. You might have to
malicious.
potentially fire people because it's costing so much revenue. It's like,
Yeah,
it's
you
not fair
costed
to the
people their
that
jobs,
make
you cost them revenue.
companies,
God,
you
he's
know what I
got...
mean? It's
Dogpack's
sad,
fucking cooked, dude.
It's not a thing I take joy in, but
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, so
I won't enjoy
Okay,
doing it, but
so-
I will do it. Yeah, he didn't say no.
They're
Fuck,
not
he's
done
going to sue him.
drafting it up, but once they're done, more than likely, yeah.
okay.
Yep, okay, he said yes. Yep,
I mean,
he's...
every law firm I've talked to, they're like, this would be the easiest win.
Dogpack is probably
But
shitting
it's
his
like,
pants at this
I won't
interview
tell you,
right
like,
now.
You could chop up
You're
all the
fucking
evidence
cooked,
into,
kid.
sue 3 separate
Working
times
for
and win all
Mr.
3
Beast was the
cases,
worst
you
thing to
have
ever
enough
happen
for
to
each.
you.
Like, one person I was talking to, he's won like 67 out of his last 70 cases, and he's like, this would be literally the easiest case I've ever done.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
'cause
it's
there's
very
just
cut and dry.
So much blatant, misinformation and lies spread. Like, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, just go watch Soggy's video. Go look at his Twitter.
Oh,
page.
it sucks to
Redacted
be you,
multiple
kid.
ones
It
of
really
I mean,
does.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to be in this position.
He's going to be
Now,
living
what
on the
do you
streets.
think, do you think that
Hey,
there
maybe he'll
is
move in
any
with that chick that
regret
does
in
the,
and
cooking
optically, once
videos.
again, there's
Maybe
a lot
that's
of
what
things
will
working against you on a constant basis because you're the biggest person in the world on YouTube and social media, and you're just crammed down people's throats algorithmically. Like if you decide to sue this man, even if he deserves it or not, which is like obviously up to you.
Well, I just want the slander and disinformation to stop. It would be
Right.
the bigger reason. But you're saying, when am I worried about how that would affect me PR-wise?
Yeah, just what do you think?
I mean, I'm right now, I'm getting canceled because I'm
course.
not suing him, because they're saying, well, Jimmy's not suing him, therefore there was truth, or Jimmy would be suing him. So at this point, I'm so big, it's kind of, most scenarios are like, either way, like, there's a vast negative for me. People are like, well, he's not going to sue him because he's worried about discovery. No, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Why do I care? I'm here. This is discovery. You know what I mean? And that they just... no matter what I do at this point, like, there's just a large group of people that are just gonna be unhappy, and that's just like a reality I have to be okay with, to be honest. As long as I agree with what I'm doing and I believe in what I'm doing, I mean, that's all I really can do at this point.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people, it's probably a minority. Well, it's definitely a minority of people just in general who actually care about this type of shit. But like, the silencing critics, for example, something very similar. Is
Yeah,
happening.
this
Well,
isn't
not
that. He's not
similar,
suing
but
to silence a
something
critic.
is happening
He's
to
suing to
coffee
silence
shop.
someone who
We'll
lied
talk about
on
it in a
him
minute as well.
and fucking
He's being sued.
caused monetary damage to
And
his
that
business.
just,
It's completely
to someone
understandable.
like me, I care about like rationality and understanding and people being big and communicating.
100%. And I would just say, go watch the Sagi video.
Yeah.
Look at all the blatant
Of course,
manipulation and lies. And this isn't me trying to silence them. This is me trying to, like,
Yeah, and-
this is like borderline.
Yeah.
I owe it to my employees, because
It's-
like,
yeah.
I can't look at someone in the eyes and
Yeah,
go, sorry.
especially those you had
laid
to
off
fire.
because he decided to keep spreading misinformation about
Yeah,
us.
like,
Go complain to
Yeah,
Dogpack,
I understand.
No.
There's a
This is bigger than
No, he
me. I have
deserves
a lot
to
of
be
people,
sued.
A lot of families, a lot of kids.
He
that,
deserves to be sued.
Work, or
He
under,
definitely did wrong here.
The people I employ that work for me, like, it's not just me. Like, I can't. Of
course.
So.
And it's also, just to finish what I was going to say, it is not silencing a critic. It is preventing the spread of misinformation, proven misinformation.
Exactly.
So I think being able to make that distinction, though, is very important. And that's something to consider. It's
Math was one off.
like, how do you stop the misinformation, the slander, but also don't prevent people from caring about things ethically going forward and feeling willing to criticize someone like you, even though obviously this situation, it appears quite clear cut that this is misinformation, and truth is obviously the most important thing, but also there's like a
Yeah, they have all the
slippery
evidence
slope
they
of
need,
silencing
man.
critics and censorship and all this crazy stuff, and freedom of speech is so important, but obviously lies and slander are not protected by the freedom of speech. So it's just a,
Yeah, it's what these laws
big,
exist for.
giant optical pill to swallow and consider.
No,
I feel
sue
like.
him. Sue him. Do what you
And
got
I
to
would
do.
be really
Don't
interested to
cave.
see your thoughts going forward.
Fuck this
and,
nice guy
in your
image.
Decisions that you decide to make. I would love to stay in the loop on that because, in the very beginning, I thought Soggy had good intentions.
Or dog.
Sorry, yeah,
Dog
Pack.
yeah, get it right, get it right.
Soggy does have good intentions.
Yeah, I think everybody thought that at
in the very
first.
beginning, and now things obviously are. He's turned this into sort of his thing.
Yeah, he's trying to springboard it into a career.
Video literally was what, 90%
seemed,
lies.
It seemed.
Oh, you
right?
got manipulated.
Yeah,
but
of
yeah.
course.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point of the
That doesn't
video,
make it good
which
intentions.
Yeah. I'm just
being
saying it
purposefully
seemed a lot of
manipulative
people-
and
Was it
malicious
good intentions when he
is why the
photoshopped a fake
defamation
live
law
stream
exists.
and
No,
falsely
no.
He's gonna
accused me
lose.
of not saying something I did
gonna
say.
suck
and
to be that
falsely
kid.
accused something. It was a good intentions when he put a king size Feastables bar beside a regular size Hershey's bar and didn't disclose that and
Yeah.
then lied about us
Yeah.
having more
He's
sugar
being
than them.
malicious.
I mean, I could sit here and do this for
No,
the next
no,
30
I
minutes.
understand. I
think that's just
Do
a
it!
Conception
Yeah.
that
Do
everyone
it!
has. Like, there's never good intentions.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just.
I watched
Bring
that
the
video
smoke,
and I was like,
son.
"This is lies," and everyone's like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "Whoa."
We're just talking about optics, though. is
Okay,
my point.
optically.
Right. Optically.
People who fell for
Right.
the optics. Yeah.
But that's the lowest common denominator. That's what makes this entire world that we're in go round. Is how people are reacting to things. You can't expect people to be to go out of their way to give you the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
So
yeah.
it's super important to consider all that.
Yes.
But yeah, and obviously it's been proven now that he is Mr. and misinformation combined, right? It's for someone like me who actually cares about, like, I like to pretend that I care about the truth of things, and I don't want someone like you who has worked very hard objectively to get where you're at. I don't want you to be slandered or for people to lie about you, etc. But at the same time, like, you are the one who's going to win. You are the one who will always win. You're the top, right? Like, you got this big thing, so you have the most responsibility, and you've got to be the best guy.
Cognizant of the implications it would have.
Yeah.
But it's
So-
also on the reverse side. It potentially caused people to not want to spread misinformation and not
course.
slander people. So there's also the positive side of that where people
Yeah.
realize like
yeah.
disinformation has
It- it-
repercussions.
it's just something to consider.
Agreed.
Right?
I don't
Yeah.
take the decision lightly. Trust me.
Yeah. Okay. I believe that as well. But yeah, I think that's a yeah. You're the guy. I mean, if anybody could go and be as ethical as possible and do everything as perfectly as possible and actually take the moral high ground and not just pretend, it is you. You've got all the resources. You've got you are the guy who can do all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest. So, yeah, I think you will. I think you'll do all this stuff cool and right, and stop slander, misinformation, etc.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Disinformation.
Disinformation.
Misinformation.
They're cousins.
It could be an accident. Disinformation.
Disinformation is. Oh, he's already talked to lawyers. He's already like making sure he gets the verbiage right.
My favorite.
Ooh, Dogpack's fucking cooked,
There
bro.
was a comprehensive report published that painted
It's
a
fucking
negative
cooked.
light on crypto dealings allegedly associated with you. To what extent were you involved in these crypto transactions?
He's got
and
that
how do you
smile on his
respond-
face, too. He
respond to
smirked at it.
Coffee's video on you detailing these allegations. I thought he gave.
Yeah, I
you
want to
the
hear
benefit
the
of
stuff
doubt
about
in
the
that
crypto
video.
stuff.
I think he's a very reasonable guy, to be honest. I think he's a very smart, reasonable guy who cares about like doing the right thing, which is pretty rare on YouTube. You know, how do you how would you respond to Coffee's video?
Yeah. Coffee's video and the report. Well, so I'll start off with the report. I mean, most people probably haven't even read it, but that's what kind of spawned that whole thing was this. Did you see it? Like that? Yeah. So the gist of this crypto report that was, 1 second. Sorry. It's not my, the gist
That's
of
what
this
all the
report
smiles
was,
are about.
Jimmy is too stupid to like make this kind of money. Therefore, it must be insider trading. This is his wallet. You know, clearly there was insider trading because he never would have been able to make this kind of money. When in reality, which is what I told Coffee in that statement we gave him, it was managed by a fund. So I wasn't the one managing the wallet. You know, I've never.
it sounds like
had
there's some
access
stuff
to
you
that
might not
wallet.
know
I've never
about.
done the buying and selling on that wallet. There's a actual professional who's written books on crypto and lived and breathes crypto every second of the day managing it. So most of the allegations there like are just answered by like, I am too stupid to do that. That's why a fund was managing it. You know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, like Coffee said, like if he literally said this in a video. If you like Jimmy, then you're like, yeah, he has answers for everything and just checks out. And if you don't like Jimmy, then you're gonna go, you know, there's obviously wrongdoing here. But yeah, I mean, the honest truth is like, I make videos. I'm running 7 businesses. I got a lot going on, and yeah, I'm invested in a crypto fund. They invested on my behalf, and I've never like had access to that wallet. They're the one doing the buying and selling. I mean, there are thousands of transactions on there. Like, I don't even have that kind of time. I'm sure you could probably even look at it and see like days where I was like maybe in solitary confinement or like doing a video where I didn't even have access to a computer and there's trading.
True.
So for the conspiracy theorists that think I'm lying and using the fund as a cover up, like, I mean, there's got to be some way where you could just figure that out, like, or I was on a plane ride or something. But yeah, that's like the honest transparency is, you know, I was in a crypto fund and people thought I owned the wallet and it's called Wu-Tang Clan. Do you listen to Wu-Tang Clan?
I have, yes.
I don't.
Yeah.
That's another indicator.
Really?
I wouldn't have named it Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah.
There are additional
I had to educate
investigations
myself
that
on what
were like
Wu-Tang
linked
Clan
at the end of the
was.
video. We'll look into those
so-
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty interesting. Because yeah, I mean, like the whole like just YouTubers in any way being involved with crypto in any sense now is just like
Well, agreed, and that's why I literally put it in a fund because I was like, I don't want to like fuck with this stuff and like be you know, I just like I want someone who knows what they're doing.
You
to
never
do
should
it
have
to
gotten
make
involved
sure
with
things
crypto
are
to
above
begin
board.
with.
So
You
that's
have no
literally why I
reason
did
to.
that, right? It's because I was
It's
like,
always a bad
if
look,
I'm
but-
buying and selling it, maybe I'm messed things up or do
Probably
something dumb.
pressured by
So
Jake.
I was like, oh, this fun.
You know, by KSI and
Here you go.
Logan
You know?
Paul.
So that was literally the whole logic behind it.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. On
That
to
part
some
was
philanthropy
stupid on you.
And charitable work stuff. Soggy revealed delays in philanthropic projects such as the walking assistance video due to lost partnerships. He talked about that in his sort of disproving video. Yeah, how do you intend on regaining trust between that brand that is literally a vehicle for philanthropy?
Yeah.
and how do you intend on regaining trust with the brands to put money to that to generate revenue to use for?
Yeah. I mean, I hope step one is literally this video. I mean, I hope I just need people to, just stop making videos titled "Mr.Beast fakes his philanthropy with devil horns" on in the thumbnail of my head.
Yeah,
And,
well, you're never gonna stop that.
You know,
I don't know what to tell you.
Stating facts that aren't facts, because
some
as long as
people just
are
want
spreading that disinformation.
Some people just hate
pretty
rich
hard
people
to
in general, and
convince
they're
people,
just no matter what you do, they're just gonna hate you.
hopefully
You just
once
have to ignore
dies
that
down,
shit.
I
Nothing
think
you
it's
can do
just
about
more
it.
of a time thing, because it'd be nice, because the charity definitely needs that whole disinformation thing to kind of just stop. I spend $150,000 a month, so I pay for the employee's salary, so all the revenue from the videos goes straight towards doing our project. So I cover all this employees, a little bit of overhead, that kind of stuff. So that way, if we get a $400,000 brand deal plus the ad revenue from the video, we can spend all that money on buying shirts for homeless people or whatever it is. So I put that money in, but this this past week when we also put the $150,000 in the account, I had to put another $1 million in to make up for 2 lost brand deals. So I'm now having to plow money in on top of the $150,000 a month I'm already plowing in, on top of filming the videos and doing all that. And it's just it's just brutal, to be honest, because I can't do that forever. So because I'm already putting a lot of money into it, and so hopefully I don't know the answer. I don't have a crystal ball, but hopefully people just kind of stop slandering you. You can attack me, just don't attack.
I mean, they're probably going to be more careful with their wording after you sue Dogpack, because they're going to be like, oh shit, there might be actual real world consequences to the things we're doing. But they're never going to stop.
Unironically,
They'll just find legal
crazy
ways
sentence,
to do it.
but
I mean, that's just,
unironically,
I don't know what to tell
if
you.
instead of starting a YouTube channel, giving it to a 501c3 and filming videos and donating millions upon millions of dollars, all the revenue to a charity, and then using that to help people, if I had just started any other channel, I don't know, a channel where I just sit down and talk and kept all the money and just bought a $10 million mansion after 2 years, I think that universe where I just sit down and talk and buy a $10 million mansion and make a video on the mansion, that version of me would get maybe 1% of the shit that the version. Yeah. And so it's but that's not why I do it, because I actually would get less hate if I just stopped the philanthropy channel, but I just want to help people, and it's cool projects and I believe in what it's doing. But it's a little funny when you think about it.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's absolutely the devil horns thing. Dogpack actually cut a part out of his first video about you being the Antichrist. Did you see that?
I did.
What'd you think of that? I mean, you did get here a little fast, to be honest. You teleported
The sad
in.
part is he was being serious in it. And,
Yeah, he cut that part out.
And that he showed that.
He's so
publicly,
malicious.
And people still were like, okay, well, Kim's
What's
saying
up, Ghost?
Jimmy's the Antichrist because one of his studios was a church, because there's not many warehouses in North Carolina, so I just bought a church and converted it into a warehouse.
Yeah, we got a church
And,
on every street corner here.
Unironically was claiming I was the Antichrist in the same video as all these other accusations, but everyone's like, oh, that's the only crazy accusation. Everything else is true. When I saw that, I was like, okay, now people are gonna be like,
That's
okay,
not
maybe
the
he's just,
only one.
you know,
that was the canary in the coal mine. That should have been your.
change anything.
Oh
I
shit!
mean, yeah,
something.
does it,
Yeah,
bother
that
you?
should have
Did that
been
bother you
reason to look into
specifically,
everything
or is it
else.
just- I mean, because how do you even?
Which Soggy did
I'm
look
not
into
the
everything else, so that's
Antichrist.
probably what led to it.
Where's the Bible? I'm not the Antichrist. There you go.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I kind of thought you might be. It is a weird one, because I've heard people say that in my real life. They're like, his name is. We live out here in the sticks.
Yeah, people say
They're
wild
like,
shit, man.
His name is Beast. It's got the 6,000. That's a 6. Like
Yeah,
it's
people do that shit.
I think
because
that's very funny.
I think it's because they're bored.
To be honest, and in like an ironic way, I don't actually obviously believe that you are the Antichrist.
I'll be honest. I don't even know what that means.
Everybody
see
knows
those,
Obama's the
conspiracy
Antichrist. It can't be
theories,
Mr.
and
Beast.
I don't even.
It's
if I was just
Obama.
I tweeted, yes, I'm the Antichrist. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you ever speak in Babylonian curses?
Only occasionally. Not in the past year. I've kind of moved away from it.
Yeah, you've stopped speaking in tongues.
I mean, we need to stop joking like this, because that's gonna be the
People
next.
are gonna.
It's gonna be the next more Pegasus video.
Mr. Beast Antichrist confirmed.
Yeah, they're gonna take the clip of me talking about the thumbnail with the horns
Yeah.
and put that there.
Yeah, I'll show him a picture of my circle with a pentagram in it that you spawned out of.
Yeah.
Anyways, Do you plan, so back to philanthropy, to things that actually matter and are actually important, because
Yes.
that's what the whole point of this video is, to try to be
Oompa,
honest.
we're being serious.
Yeah, it's serious.
Hey, lock in.
Yeah, it's a serious video, and we're trying to be honest.
It actually is serious.
It really is very
Yeah.
serious.
Oh.
Do you plan to provide more transparency in how funds are used for your philanthropic efforts for Beast
Yeah.
Philanthropy, your 501?
I've seen a lot of people ask about that too. So for the Beast Philanthropy, anyone can audit our books. We pass audit every year, and we make those things public. Also, I actually called CoffeeZilla like 9 months ago, and I asked him to do a video where he like broke down. Maybe it was 9 months ago. I don't know the exact month, but like break down Beast Philanthropy and try to find anything fraudulent in there, because we're super anal about every
Right.
penny spent on the charity. So I would, if anyone wants to do a deep dive on our charity, I would love that, because it would be awesome, so people could see the links we go to.
Oh, he's
main
gonna get hit
channel,
up by so many YouTubers
I
now.
mean, we don't have much transparency, but I mean, it would just be depressing if I showed people, because a lot of our newer philanthropic videos we do on the main channel, like building 100 houses, wells, blind people, we don't do brand deals on them, so those videos lose a ton of money because we definitely don't make enough money off the ad revenue to pay for them. So every single time we do one of those videos on the main channel, it's usually -$1 or -$2 million. So, I mean, that's basically the transparency. When I do it on the main channel, they typically lose a fuckload of money. The charity, if anyone wants to like deep dive the books, that'd be awesome. I've been wanting some YouTuber to do that so we could show like how impressive what we do is.
Do you I've heard you repeatedly talk about how much money is lost or whatever. What makes like money? Like how do you?
Yeah,
how does-
Feastables. Sell food. So obviously, it is profitable. But yeah, I mean, the content is just we lose a lot of money on our content. I don't want to say it because it's a disgusting amount. But so we offset it through things like Feastables and things like that. As a whole, we're gonna lose money this year, especially because everything going on didn't really help.
Yep, that's just why dog packs get sued. I don't think he's going to recoup
I
most of the
think
money of it. I think
transparency,
it's more to just make an example of
obviously
him.
You can, like you mentioned, you can audit
The Beast
charities.
Philanthropy books,
They're
yeah.
totally public. So
Yeah, I would love to fly someone out. We've unironically been wanting to do this. We asked a couple YouTubers. They just were like, "Well, if you're asking us, then there's probably nothing there. So why would I do a video on it?"
Yeah.
So like, people only care when there's a smoking gun.
Yeah, of course.
But I've been trying to get someone to do a video like deep diving the Beast Philanthropy financials, because people have so many like theories exactly. And I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to hide anything. Like,
There's probably a
they
ton
just
of channels
literally
that would
say
do
no
that. I
when
can't believe he
ask.
hasn't found anyone to do it yet.
Anyways, yeah.
Some fans feel like there is a fine line between philanthropy and using vulnerable people for content. How do you feel about people who think that your videos unintentionally exploit vulnerable people for entertainment? So,
Yeah.
I think that's a very valid concern that people have, and I think this is one that's going to be hard to kind of explain, because people are going to just be like, well, just be rich guy and donate all your money, and
Yeah.
you have more money than me, therefore you have to donate it, or I can criticize you. Like that.
Yeah.
It's a really hard argument to win, I guess. But if you had to explain that, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Honestly, that would be an easier one to take video by video, because obviously that is something I'm very cognizant of, and I don't want to take advantage of people or use people, and so. But I mean, one video I'm burying myself alive. The next video we're flying, like comparing it, the world's cheapest plane ticket, the most expensive. The other we're helping 1,000 people see. The other we're putting 100 people in a circle. They're just so different, right? The answer to that for helping 1,000 people see again would be completely different than the answer for when I put 100 people in a circle or whatever. So. As a blanket one, I'm not 100% sure how to like just blanketly answer it. Besides, like, that is something I'm very aware of, and like we try to pick people who don't really fit that bill, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It seems like a difficult line to walk, to be honest. I don't think. Yeah, it's a tough.
Like
tough
when we were doing the helping 1,000 people see again, like if someone's like, I don't want to be on camera, which this happened lots of times.
Yeah, I'm sure it has.
We just be like, that's fine. You can still have the surgery. Like, so a lot of times we do that, especially in the ones where people are more, less fortunate. We're very hyper cognizant of it. And we cut people out all the time, or we just don't even film. Like sometimes people, we make them aware beforehand, but they'll just show up and then they'll get a little camera shy. And like, anytime I pick up on that, I'm always like, hey, like, if you don't want to be on camera, we will still do this. Like, it's perfectly fine. And they're always like, oh, then yeah, I'd prefer not to. And it's like, cool. And then we just step out and let them do their thing.
That's cool. Yeah, I think because that's one thing that's like a running joke is like you have to be on camera, you have to be a part of it.
That's a part of why I like doing so many, because like if I do 1,000 surgeries, it's like I don't need all of them. You know what I mean? Like
that would be a long video.
Exactly. I mean, we show like rapid fire so people can see proof that we did that many, but it's like if 100 of them or 200 of them don't want to be on camera, it's not a big deal.
Now, to the 1,000 video, 1,000 people with blindness video, there was a nonprofit that alleged it was.
Oh, that's a good segue.
Yeah, it was alleged that it was not paid.
Yeah.
And you eventually paid them 8 months later. What was the cause of the delay?
Yeah, 100%. And that you said alleged. I mean, we didn't. Well, so they weren't paid. Let me zoom out. Basically, we did a video where we helped 1,000 people see again. We off camera actually did 800 other surgeries. So we did 1,800 surgeries. I just only put 1,000 in the video. And we, for a lot of them, we worked through with the charity just to make sure things were, because they had a lot of experience with this. And then that charity worked with a lot of doctors on the ground and other little charities. And one of the charities that they worked with did a couple dozen surgeries. I don't know the exact number. I'm going to say around 30. And then the charity we were working with was supposed to release the funds to him afterwards to pay for it. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding. They didn't get it, so we ended up paying for like 970, and like I didn't know of this, but like that little misunderstanding never got taken care of.
Yeah, it sounds like he was working with another
charity that
company,
did
and
the
some
30
people got lost in the
surgeries
shuffle.
Made a video saying, "Hey, we didn't get paid."
This
Somehow,
idea that he was
that never ended up
maliciously
on my radar
offering
for 8
people
months, which
surgeries
is
and then not
honestly
paying for them
crazy.
and
I
leaving
don't
them
know
with a
how no
bill
one
is
sent that to me.
ridiculous.
We obviously had no knowledge of it. And then I saw it a couple weeks ago, and I was like, "Whoa, I instantly called the team we were working with, and I was like, what's going on here?" And then we looked through it all, blah, blah. And then I was just like, I just paid them. So I actually double paid for those surgeries and just paid them separately. Obviously, just a little misunderstanding. 1,000 surgeries. Even if here's a couple ways you could look at this rationally. If we did 970 surgeries, why would I intentionally not pay the last 30 to save 3%? Just nuke the entire rep of the video just to save 3% of money.
That would be
just
dumb,
doesn't even seem logical.
even from a business
B,
standpoint,
what
because people
makes it
don't
even
think
less
like a
logical
businessman, which
we
is what
did
he's
800
doing.
more eye surgeries off camera, and obviously, now I'm over explaining things, but I have to, because there are literal videos using this as proof that I'm evil, and using this as proof that I don't care, and using this as proof that I fake things, the horns, yeah. So like, but when you think about it, we did 800 off camera. So if I was aware that of the paperwork trail, the mishap, and that we didn't pay those 30, why would I not just take 30 of the 800 we did off camera and swap it out for those, and just put the 30 that people are claiming we intentionally didn't pay for off camera? It's almost like I didn't know, because if I was trying to be manipulative, I wouldn't have put them in the video because I had 800 other ones. You see what I'm saying? So everything about it just makes no sense. And then even the person, after we reached out, he deleted his video and he uploaded a video saying, "Oh, it's just a misunderstanding." But everyone just conveniently ignores that.
Which is probably what most of this
doesn't
stuff
help their narrative.
is.
So,
Well, I mean, is definitely what most of this stuff is.
I don't really know what else to say. Like, these are huge projects. Like, I'd love to see any of the people making videos on this, like, try to just help 10 people see again. Now picture 1,000. Like 1,000. That is, well, actually we did 1,800. So 1,800. It was just a lot of stuff. Like, it's not like I can individually call all 1,800 afterwards and things like that. Like, some of these were in poor places. They don't even have phones. So yeah, a little bit of a whoopsie, but we fixed it when we found out about the whoopsie. I mean, that's the honest truth.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect to not make mistakes with an operation that's big.
Yeah.
It's just gonna happen. It's just gonna happen.
When I do, we fix them.
Yeah.
He fixes the mistakes and corrects them.
There. Yeah, I mean that's definitely
All this stuff from Dogpack was very clearly malicious.
I mean, you would think that.
I'm
but
glad he's suing him.
thumbnails.
Dogpack's fucking cooked,
Team
man.
3 years to remove the equivalent of 10 hours worth of trash being dumped into the ocean every day.
Oh, the trash claim. Like, they're going through each one of his claims one by one, too. And he's got, like,
and that you should have been doing
legalese
something else
statements for him
instead of
already
feces.
prepared. Like, he's already got this lawsuit
Yeah,
in
like,
the
how do you
works.
even how do you respond to that?
Yeah. So, first off, because I get this a ton with Team C's. Like, this isn't even like a new thing. Ever since we did it, people constantly bring this up. So I just also, to the people who allege that criticism, because obviously you're just trying to be the mouthpiece for the internet. I assume you don't believe this, and you can probably already guess what I'm going to say. But to the people who I see this every single day on Twitter and Reddit, first off, let's just contextualize what we're talking about. We're saying only 34 million pounds of trash was removed out of the ocean. We're talking like multiple Empire State Buildings worth of just trash, if you piled it up, is out of the ocean. And we're acting like that's not a crazy thing. If you just look at it in absolute terms, like 34 million, not 34,000 million pounds. You know how crazy that is? And there's a couple things I want to say on this, because I find it funny. It's like when I don't even know where I got this analogy from. When a firefighter, stops a building from burning down, you don't go, well, 100,000 buildings burned down today. You only stop one. What are you doing?
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. So A, that's I don't even know where that's a good analogy. That just popped in my head.
That's good.
B, what was I actually gonna say? Oh, the whole point though of Team C's, which we've said this multiple times publicly, same thing with Mark Rober, was
Come back, you stupid bitch, and get in the shelter.
What's up, Wolf?
Not much.
Okay.
I get why you have it set up like this, because you're inviting a lot of people and stuff. But man, is it annoying, because if I could actually join, I could turn off my entrance sound. It wouldn't play during your reaction video.
No, yeah, no, it's fine. I'll probably give you perms. I'm gonna have to start like passing out perms and doing it a different way, doing it by individual instead of by group, because the crypto guy we had in here was. I had some trolls and stuff pop in, so it became a problem.
You can just make a hidden VIP role.
Yeah, I need to redo the Discord in general. But we're watching the Mr.Beast response to the allegations and why it took him so long to respond to all those Dogpack 404 allegations. Because that guy got basically springboarded an entire career off of those videos. He worked at Mr.Beast for 2 fucking weeks and then gets fired, makes videos claiming MrBeast, as a company, has all basically claiming to know the inner workings of MrBeast as a company, and that there's all this bad shit going on. He fakes his videos. He's doing illegal lotteries. He's manipulating children. He hired a PDF file. And he knew he hired it. Like, they're going through all this stuff, and this guy got to make a ton of money off those videos. He got tens of millions of views on a YouTube channel with no videos on it. Like, that was his first ever YouTube video, got 10 million views. And then he makes 2 more, and the allegations just keep coming. So he's basically building a career off of these allegations from MrBeast, and people started looking into the allegations, and they're not as credible as he hoped they would be. So everyone was waiting for MrBeast to respond, and it went on for months with no response, and now he's doing an interview responding, and it's very clear from this interview the reason he hasn't responded is because he has been building a defamation case and letting this guy make video after video after video slandering him while he waits for the defamation case to go through, while he just builds a case on him, and it's gonna work. It is most definitely going to work. God, this kid's fucking cooked, man. All right, we'll get back to it.
Inspire millions of people around the world to be more conscious of these things and to just care and be more aware, right? Like, over 1,000 creators made videos on Team C's talking about the environment. I made a video that I believe has 100 million views. Mark Rober, all these other big creators, and all these people that look up to these creators saw a video of these creators talking positively about the environment. And my thing I would say to them is when people are like, oh, it only removed half a day's worth of trash that's put into the ocean. How do you quantify the impact of those millions of people who got inspired to be more cognizant of these things and extrapolate that over the next decade? You know what I mean? No one seems to factor that in because it doesn't fit the agenda. I stand by Team C's. I think it was a phenomenal project. I think it did a lot of good. And I would challenge anyone else to try to remove 34. I mean, it wasn't me. It was the whole YouTube community. But if you have a better solution, go do it. But to me, 34 million pounds of trash out of the ocean plus, inspiring millions of people to be more cognizant of it, I think it's a win. So I'm actually glad I got to say this here, because that is just something that I just feel like is absurd, to be honest.
Yeah.
He sounds understandably irritated at some of these allegations, man, because they're ridiculous.
The 100 Wells in Africa project.
Yeah.
In that video, part of the criticism for that video is that a few of the wells that you built were showed in different shots, or the same wells were showed in different shots.
Yeah.
That would imply to some people that you may not have built all 100.
Yeah.
Did you build 100 wells in Africa?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty
So,
sure he
you
did.
already
It sounds
know
like he
what it is.
just
I mean, I
like his
looked
editor
this in
just
with
got
the same thing as the
lazy. Oh,
hospital
he's got
thing.
he's
Seems
got a
like I need
Google
to,
Doc with
I
that
need to
in the
have
description
someone who,
too. So I'll look at
QCs
that when I'm
things
done.
before we upload
I want
it,
to look at all
or
this stuff
I need
that
someone
he
who
like.
literally goes frame
Looks
by
like he
frame,
brought the
like,
fucking
finishes the
receipts for
video,
this
and
thing
it's
too,
been,
man.
like,
I'm gonna go over
3 days
those.
just going frame by frame, making sure there's no mess up.
Yeah, it sounds
I
like his
think,
editor
like,
just
1 or 2 of the
reused a
wells
shot
basically
for
showed
editing's
this,
sake,
like,
and people
same well as
misinterpreted
different
that as
numbers.
him cheating.
But once again, like,
People are just looking
with
for
the blind
reasons for you to
thing,
be malicious,
like,
man.
why
You
would I
can't take
spend
every
98% of the
allegation
money and then
seriously.
just fake 2 wells, like, and destroy the entire integrity.
Yeah,
to
when
save,
you
like,
sit back and think
2%.
about them, none of the allegations ever make
I'm glad we're
sense.
hitting these though, so I can. Anyone who made those videos, like saying the philanthropy's fake, like that's the one that bothers me the most because we go so above and beyond.
Dude,
Like
he is so fucking.
honestly, if you just delete them, like that'd be great.
Yeah, this
So-
kid's done, man.
It's so bad, man. Like because it makes charities not want to work with us, and it
Because the majority of his like claims are that he faked something because you found 1 or 2 things on him that don't make any sense, or like, you know, where it's like, oh, see, he faked this shot, so that proved he faked this. Like there was one time where he edited out a hospital from one of his videos, and he was trying to use as proof that he didn't really build hospitals in Africa. He edited out the hospital because the hospital that they were using, he edited out the before picture because he was remodeling a hospital, and then they found out that the hospital that he thought they were remodeling was a different one. It was just a misunderstanding. Like he thought that they were rebuilding a hospital where one used to exist, and they put a picture up of what the old hospital looked like, and there was no old hospital. Somebody lied, or you know, they got some bad information, so they removed the picture of that before picture because it was not accurate. And he was like, see, but he found the original video in the Wayback Machine before he removed it, and was like, see, he's not actually building hospitals in Africa, he's faking it. Then the one with the you know, like most of them boil down to either an editing mistake or something like, okay, well, he didn't pay for 30 people's surgeries in the video where he, you know, cured people of blindness. And he's like, I did 1,000 surgeries. We didn't do them all by myself. We had multiple companies that we were working with, and one of those companies forgot to pay. Why would I pay? When you stop and think about it for a second, it all makes sense. Why would I pay for, you know, 970 surgeries and then not pay for the last 30? That's a PR nightmare that makes no sense. Why would I do that? So yeah, like most of them boil down to, well, when you think about it, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Why would someone do that? Like, why would he do that? What do you mean? That's what most of this is. And he's got the receipts to prove all this stuff, and he can prove that this kid is doing this stuff with malicious intent. Yeah, this kid's fucking cooked, man.
makes like it just really like has made doing the projects we want to do like a lot more difficult, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're hitting these.
Aside from it being just difficult, does it make like how? I'd ask you how it makes you feel. You said it doesn't feel good with regard to that. Like this charity thing, it's got to feel good to do this.
Yeah.
And you're surrounded by people who I'm assuming are enjoying the work that they're doing. I know a fellow Darren is involved in the philanthropy, or at least was. I'm not sure if he's still around, but you know, there's some good people obviously involved in this. Like, how does it make you feel after all these allegations that are coming out that you can't really do this anymore?
Well, we can still do it. It's just infinitely harder. I mean, we're never gonna stop. But yeah, it's
there's a time limit on it. It's finite.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping like that's why I'm here. Like one of the reasons why I'm here. I'm hoping this like puts this stuff out there. These things kind of die down, and we can go back to the status quo where I can actually do brand deals and help people.
I mean, the sad part is even after putting this stuff out there, there's still going to be people that aren't going to believe you, because there's people that just hate rich people in general, and they're just, they think they're all evil. So no matter how much good you do, there's people that are just going to think you're evil, period.
What bothers me is that they're employees, even for the charity. Like,
I mean, all you can do is put the information out there and then just walk away.
Projects we do. I also just have a lot of people who work for my charity.
Unless you get someone as malicious and
people,
actually causing damage to your company, like Dog Pack, then yeah, sue the fuck out of them.
My mind is like, it's just not fair to them. You know what I mean? Like, think of like the Wells.
Yeah, because he's got to think about his employees.
Year, you know what I mean? Like, think of my employees who
to do layoffs because of that.
Poured everything they had into that project over the course of a year, and then like some small editing slip up, and now everything they did that they put their stamp of approval, they put their name on, they showed their families that they made, is now being discredited. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of like, it's very depressing for them too. And
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
like,
shitty thing to do.
You know, what do I say? I'm like, you know, it's brutal, to be honest. For them, you know, even more than me, because they're like, obviously I have a lot going on, multiple business, and I'm always filming videos, like, but you know, we have certain teams dedicated to certain videos, and like when those videos get like deliberate disinformation, it's like I could tell like it really impacts the people that worked on them, because it sucks. Like that was your life, and then people are just like, oh, this small little mistake, it's fake. Yeah, it's brutal.
How much charity do you do off camera, if you don't mind me asking? Also, you know, some people say that filming these types of things sort of calls the authenticity or the intentions into question. If you're filming charity, like, is it real? If a bear shits in the woods, you know, it's one of those old adages. What do you do off camera? What do you feel about that? Because that's a big criticism that a lot of people have had on YouTubers for a very long time.
It's a big criticism I get, which is funny because if I do something off camera, how do you know about it? So all the people who tweet all the time or whatever go, you wouldn't do anything unless it's on camera. He only does it because it's on camera. How do you know?
Yeah.
Literally, how do you know? I mean, and does it defeat the purpose if I tell you right now? I mean, I will, just because now everyone assumes the worst. So, but it's just that one's always been a crazy one to me every time I've seen those go viral. But I mean, now it sounds like weird to just list them off because it's like feels like I'm bragging. But I mean, the first one that pops to my head is like the Mark person that we gave $1 million that actually got slandered in a lot of this controversy. I knew that a lot of people who come into that kind of money typically go bankrupt. So I gave him a couple $1,000s a month every month for like 4 or 5 years after that video. Never mentioned it publicly, just to help us transition to his new lifestyle.
Right.
That was an easy one. I mean, we did 800 surgeries off camera for blind. Never mentioned that. I'm bringing it up now because the controversy is making me. It's funny because like even things like Feastables, we do a lot to ethically source it, and you know, and I spent an entire week in Ghana, you know, earlier this year, just going like working on the farms for Feastables, on the cocoa farms, and then cutting the cacao and fermenting it, the QC, working alongside the farmers, the entire supply chain to make sure it's ethically sourced. I never posted that anywhere. I don't think I did. I don't remember posting anything. I didn't make a video out of it. I just went there to, you know, inspect our supply chain, do that ethically. I mean, I could go on and on, but it just feels like a little weird to like brag about these things. But yeah, I mean, it's just not true. I do tons of stuff. I mean, even me and my mom, that's part of how we bond, is we do things and projects and things she's passionate about and stuff like that off camera. So, I mean, that's something I'm never gonna get away from till the day I die. People are always gonna say, "Oh, you only do it because it's on camera," and I mean, there's technically no good real response. It's like,
yeah,
it's like,
you can't prove that.
You know,
all you can do is tell them what you're doing and why, and
that's,
they can choose to believe you or not. But
yeah, if it
in my opinion, your actions speak louder than your words. Like, you didn't get where you were by lying and you know, by screwing people over. Like, you don't make that many.
Even me saying it here, did that just defeat the purpose?
Yeah, you don't make that many philanthropy videos helping people and get as far as he got if you're leaving like
I'm sure that like
this like
r/YouTube
trail of people you've screwed over in your wake. Like, there's no way he would have got as far as he did.
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't make sense.
The internet alleges, some people on the internet allege that you use philanthropy as a shield against criticism.
Yeah.
And like they say that about a lot of people, not just you, a lot of YouTubers. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're always going to say that. So it is a little ironic in my case, especially, I feel like towards this, it was different years ago, but these last 2 years, do you remember when I uploaded like the Wells video, the blind video? Do you remember like how people like lost their minds and got really mad? Do you remember that? Like, I think I was trending on Twitter for like 3 days straight after the blind video, and it was not positive. It was like super negative. It was like, it's actually interesting because I talked about this earlier. Like, I actually think I would get less hate if I didn't do philanthropy. So I actually think it's having the inverse effect, at least in the last 2 years. Like, people hate me more because I do good. I mean, I don't know.
It's because you're rich.
That's like too crazy. But I'm not trying to sound like a victim here. Or anything.
There's a large
So
number of people who just hate rich
just,
people and think they're all evil, no matter
like,
what they do.
I'll do a video.
And the more good you do, the more evil they think you are, because they think you're only doing the good to counteract the evil you do. Yeah, like, it's just the mental gymnastics that they do
homeless people and
is crazy.
Twitter erupts, and so
those people are crazy. You just have to ignore the crazy people.
I actually think it paints a negative spotlight on me, to be frank.
Yeah, I mean, you've definitely been a target of a lot of negative things
If I took $5 million and built wells, it would trend on Twitter. If I took $5 million and made the world's largest firework, I would not trend on Twitter and get hate. I mean, that's the honest truth. So that's my answer. Like I do the videos because they're just fun. And like I've always said in podcasts, like I could make up some sob story of whatever. Like the truth is I just find videos where I help people more fun than videos where I don't. And so I just like to occasionally mix them in because it's just,
I would genuinely believe that.
But yeah, I mean, if I was actually
even just talking about it, he's smiling. He looks like a guy who just enjoys what he does.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, that's how he got where he is.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like your philanthropy videos, they really are a huge point of contention on Twitter. And people, you said that if you spent $5 million building a firework, people wouldn't really even get mad. When you did the fucking Squid Games thing, they still were mad at that. They're like, why didn't you give that to? Like, you're always going to be making a lot of people upset, no matter what.
Especially at my size, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And it's like if I get 200 million views on a video, if only 1% of people are mad, that's still 2 million, which is more people mad than like might even watch this video. You know what I mean? So it's just like because of the size, like it just that's the world I live in. Yeah,
and that's sort of like the grander point that I've tried to sort of clarify is like you are the guy. You're the guy, right? You're the guy. You have the highest expectations from everybody, and like people expect you to have extremely high expectations of yourself.
And I don't take that lightly.
Yeah.
I agree. Yep.
Yeah, of course. So on to Feastables, my favorite chocolate.
It's just a simple bar of chocolate that happens to not be very good.
When you
I mean, you live in America. There's not much competition here.
Yeah, with all the allegations that have come into people's view over the last few months, people noticed that on the Feastables website, it originally said that the chocolate was child labor and slave labor free. A lot of people probably don't know that the production of chocolate is, it's difficult for it to be ethical, especially at scale.
Yep.
And it no longer says that on the Feastables website, and people have interpreted this to mean that your chocolate
that
is
you
no longer
now
ethically
use
sourced.
slave labor.
It implies that it is using child labor or slave labor. Yep. How would you respond?
It's probably just taken down for legal
that
reasons,
one
but I'm
was a
curious to see
crazy
his
one.
response.
I woke up and saw those videos claiming I used slave labor. Which
Mr. Beast uses slaves. Yeah,
any
Jesus
of those creators,
Christ.
I'm just gonna say it. You could have just literally messaged me, and I could have given you the facts, but you know, they didn't. And so
because people don't do their research,
like
they're
a
out
crazy
to
few days, like
just get views. Yeah.
I actually, before I go into how we do ethically source our cocoa, and these are just flat out lies. I even when there's so many arcs of like allegations. That allegation arc, I even put out an Instagram story about how we ethically.
Oh,
source
he's
our
already
cocoa,
responded to this one, and
we
people just
did a
ignored
press
it.
Release and like I've like literally.
Yeah, I think this is the one that was in the Soggy video, but Feastables partners with Tony's Open Chain, the leader in transforming cocoa supply chains, to help set new standards in the cocoa industry. Yeah, so he partnered with them, and I think that the partnership was taking too long or something, or there was like some mix. I can't remember the reason. It was in Soggy's video as to why he took that down. I think it was just like a PR move because he couldn't guarantee with 100% certainty that no slave labor is used in the sourcing of his cocoa. But they're working to transform cocoa supply chains. They're not saying that they don't use any, but they use the least amount possible. There's always going to be some just because of how that industry works. But they're using the least amount of any other company, and that's the point. But yeah, I think he took it down for PR reasons to be like, well, we can't promise we don't use any, so I think they were in the process of rewording it, or yeah, some legal reason he took it down, but I'm sure he'll explain it here.
Shared these things, and people still were claiming we use slave labor and just ignored it and everything. But is it fine if I just give a little bit of a longer answer on this, so people truly, because I want to make sure
give the
people
full
actually
explanation.
understand how ridiculous this claim is.
Yeah, I think it's also very important as well.
No, this is actually probably one of the most serious allegations of all of them. Like saying we use slave labor is like
it's pretty big.
Crazy.
And also, we preface this by saying that Feastables is one of the reasons that you are capable of making money on what you're doing.
Yes.
So the ethics of that are even more important, arguably, than
and it's also hypocritical with everything I do. If I, just turn around and use slave labor, then it's like, okay, it's just So, anyways, to get into it. Yes, there's a lot of unethical stuff in the sourcing of cocoa because big chocolate just wants to buy cocoa as cheap as possible. Majority of the world's cocoa comes from, again, I'm going to really lay this out. I have lived and breathed this. I've visited the farms. I personally put over 1,000 hours of my own time into this. And like, yeah, so majority of the world's cocoa comes from West Africa. Feastables early on, we sourced from Peru, which Peru doesn't have ethical problems. But after we started getting bigger, all roads lead to you have to source from West Africa because that's just where most of the world's cocoa is grown. And that's where things are the worst and the most unethical. So when we were switching our supply chain to West Africa as we were getting bigger, the company that is the gold standard that has been living and breathing this for the last 15 years is Tony's Open Chain, or Tony's Chocolonely. Have you heard of them? Yes. Yeah, I mean, phenomenal. They are nuts about this stuff. Like they've done all the research. They live and breathe it, like on how to eliminate child labor, how to best support the farmers, how to everything you can think of, which I'm about to go in depth on. And so I was like, hey, I need to talk to these guys. These guys know what they're doing. And so I spent a lot of time with them, and we actually formed a joint partnership with where we sourced through Tony's Open Chain with Feastables and Tony's Open Chain when we were moving over there. And this has been a thing well before the controversy. Before anyone says, oh, it's only because of controversy, it was a thing before the controversy. And basically, 100% of Feastables cocoa is fair trade certified, which is expensive. It's basically the most expensive certification you can have on it, which for most chocolate companies would be enough. You'd get your cocoa fair trade certified, and then like, do you even know what fair trade certified is?
And there's the logo
okay.
for fair
Do you
trade
think your viewers
certified.
know?
Okay.
No. So if someone was like, you're unethical, and I just said, my beans are fair trade certified, my chocolate, 99% of people would be like, okay, good enough. That makes sense. So like, I could have just hid behind that, but I didn't think fair trade, I don't think that's enough. And so not only are 100% of Feastables beans fair trade certified, but 100% of them, we also pay a living income reference price. Have I mentioned any of this to you before? No. Okay, so 100 living income reference price, this is why it's hilarious how people are like claiming we unethically source our cocoa. And I'm ready to lay this out because everyone who said I use slave labor and I don't care, I hope you delete your videos because you were literally spreading severe disinformation. So
and he's already suing one guy for that. That was your warning. He just gave you the warning. Let's see how many people actually delete their videos now.
Like they don't make enough money. So you can't just go to a farmer and say don't use child labor because if they can't afford to pay a grown up, then you're telling them, hey, go starve. They have to make money. So one of the ways you can eliminate child labor is you have to pay a living income. So there's a thing called living income reference price where they look at, and tell me if I need to dumb it down or whatever, I don't know. But they look at inflation, the cost of bread, basically the cost of living in these areas in West Africa. And they say, hey, if a farmer sells you a metric ton of cocoa, they need to get paid blank to actually be able to live. If you're paying under that, it's just not reasonable for them to live, which then will mean for them to live, they're gonna have to use child labor. So 100% of our beans we pay a living income reference price. So if a farmer theoretically sold us a metric ton of cocoa for, I'll make up a number, $800, and the living income reference price is $1,000, we'll go, hey, we actually want to pay you $1,000 for that, a $200 premium on top of it to make sure you make enough money to live off of. And that's what we do for all our beans, which is like crazy. You know what I mean?
He's paying them extra to ensure that they don't have a reason to use child labor. He's even going above and beyond what that company already does.
There's child labor mediation system. And
I'm sure he's got receipts for that.
Tony's has been great to work with. We have people who check in on the farms and interview the families, interview the kids if there are cases, remediate it, follow up, make sure the case was remediated. And it's about part of solving child labor is making sure the farmers make more money. So we also have coaches that will work with farms to, on their theoretical hectare, see if there's any way they can educate them so they can get 10% more yield. So for the same farm, they can make 10% more money. Therefore, they're not as in poverty. So it's easier for them to pay, actual labor that's not children. And even
you make sure that they can pay adults to do it.
How in depth you want to go, but the gist of it is Feastables. We are super cognizant of our supply chain, and I've been over there. I've worked on these farms, literally. I mean, I could probably.
Yep, he provided. This was provided by Mr.Beast, and it's linked in the description. Yep, he bought the receipts.
This stuff for this. I just did it because I really wanted to know, and I mean, this is something I was working on.
So that was the warning shot. After he'd already said earlier in the interview, he's suing Dogpack. Like he just flat out said it. He did say no, he's not suing him, and then eventually, like, yeah, we're already got that in the works. So he's suing him for spreading misinformation, for manipulating stuff to make it sound like things aren't happening that are happening, and it's actually having a monetary effect on his business. And then he now issues a warning to all those other content creators. He's like, I hope you take your videos down, because if not, you're spreading misinformation and you could be doing harm. That is exactly what he's suing Dogpack for. He's basically saying he's going to sue you too. Take your videos down. You didn't do your research. He even said no one reached out to me for questions. Like all you guys had to do was ask. I could have provided you all of this stuff. You guys didn't care to know the truth. And part of defamation isn't just lying, but it is a reckless disregard for the truth, meaning you knew the truth was out there and you chose not to seek it out, which is exactly what he just outlined. He has definitely talked to a lawyer before doing this interview, and he is laying everything out. Oh, well, we'll see how many YouTubers take their videos down and how many end up getting sued by Mr. Beast, because he's got the money to sue every fucking one of you. Holy shit.
I mean, sometimes 4 or 5 hours a day for like months straight, like 4 or 5 months, like, because I really wanted to make sure we are ethically sourced, and we have the best people in the world working on it. So I mean,
being associated with Tony Chocolonely as well as that's like they're huge in that world, and there's like some unaccredited sources that claim that they're not slave free. But they're
unaccredited sources. Yeah.
Like Tony Chocolonely.
No,
he's
Tony
highlighting
Chocolonely
that.
is super transparent. So
Yeah.
you can see every year they drop a transparency report. And in their last transparency
Oh, they've been
report,
dropping transparency
I'm pretty sure. I mean, you
Jesus
can
Christ.
look at them and throw it up on screen. They said there's no evidence or any traces of slave labor found in their supply chain. So that's not a thing.
Yeah.
But the thing is, to answer actually the original question, and it's even Soggy showed it in his video, but I'll just restate it for anyone who hasn't seen it. They're big on saying exploitation free instead of slave free, which is why we switched.
Oh, that's why did
And on
he
top of
switch
that,
the
we
wording
just,
from slave free to
we
exploitation
have new
free?
information there instead of just this blanket thing. We're now.
Oh, so that's
or
all it
maybe
was.
it's being populated or updated. I don't know if I'm quoting like a demo site that we're about
Which
to
actually
whatever, but
encompasses
I
more than
wanted to,
just
like,
slaves. It
everything I'm telling you
encompasses
here,
people
I want all
who-
that up
yeah.
there, you know what I mean? And
Who've
which we
been
know work, and
manipulated or
just-
exploited.
Honestly,
Holy
with all this stuff going on, I've had a
He
lot
just
going
changed the
on,
wording
but,
to make it better.
I want to,
Jesus
like,
Christ.
these are the kinds of things I want to talk about in videos and start like telling everyone. It's just these are a little bit more complicated things, like explaining a living income reference price and the premiums and fair trade certification and child labor remediation systems and stuff like that. It's stuff I'm very passionate about, but a lot of these things like viewers might not understand. So, and my videos aren't as like this setting, so it's easy for me to say here, but these are anyways, before someone's like, why did you talk about that publicly? It's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. Oh, I spent a year plus
That's
of my
exactly
life and
what
all
it is.
millions of
You're damned
dollars
if
and
you
all
do,
this
damned if you
time
don't.
ethically sourcing my cocoa, and because I didn't show up publicly, it's like, oh, now everyone's criticizing me and they're assuming I'm not, and I don't care. And it's like, so this is why I have to do things on camera. Next time someone asks, why does he do things on camera? This is what happens when I don't. I get accused of using slave labor.
That's a crazy accusation.
Basically,
I think he's doing a pretty good job of
Yeah, it
debunking
truly-
all of
yeah,
these
I mean, once again, being
allegations. He
associated
brought
with
all the
Chocolonely
receipts. He's
is
talked to a
like-
lawyer to make sure he says the right
of course.
things.
I mean, those were the first
Yeah.
people I hit up.
He
when
came
we switched our
prepared.
Supply chain over, like,
Very prepared.
It's cool. Now on to lunch.
oh gosh.
There are, so, friend of the show, Rosanna Pansino, happened to get a moldy lunchly, and a couple other creators got
Yes.
moldy lunchlies, and then that began the claims
Yes.
sprouted out of that.
Yep.
That lunchly had been recalled due to those problems, due to the mold problems.
Yes.
Moldy cheese. How do you plead?
Yes. How do I?
How do you plead?
What am I on trial? Well, there was no recall. I mean, that's been
Right.
said. Which again, it's like it's so annoying. It's the disinformation, man. Because
Well,
it
that
makes it
one,
seem like there's
that the
actually some problem
disinformation
over
on the mold one is a little understandable. They did try to do their research on that one. I don't think you have a defamation case there, because they contacted a store and a store employee told them that there was a recall and was pulling them off the shelf. I think they visited a store, but that employee was mistaken. He misunderstood an email he got, and he was pulling them when he shouldn't have been. So that's what led to that. That one probably isn't a defamation case, as there's some basis to the misunderstanding. Effort was taken there to find the truth, and they were just given bad information. Like, you can't sue a journalist because they did their research and, their sources lied to them or they got bad information. Like, that's just not how that works. So, okay. But we'll see what, like, if there wasn't a recall, like, I want to see, was the mold real or was she faking that entirely?
calling lunchlies, and there's a sign that
Because if she faked that, okay, there's the sign of where the guy pulled it from a store, and he even put up a sign, but he was a manager that misread an email. But if that email was sent out because of her video, so if she did the video first claiming there was mold, And she faked that video and there was no fucking mold. And then stores actually started pulling it off the shelf because they believed that there was mold, and they preemptively, like before a recall, decided to pull it off the shelf just to be safe. Now she's affected businesses. She's affected his bottom line. You now have monetary damage. And she did it maliciously. There's another defamation case. Oh. I wouldn't be surprised if he sues her too, if that's what happened.
Logan even did a video, if you want to throw up, where he like went to the store and that just wasn't real. That like someone put on like a door that said Lunchly has been recalled when the shelves are empty by the FDA, which was just a made up thing. Yeah, on the mold thing, here's the thing. We every single Lunchly with cheese meat is USDA inspected. There is no mold when it leaves our factory. Like, we have the highest QC standards imaginable. Like, what do we have? Why would we ship that out? Like, that doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? And we obviously have the best experts in the world. I mean, even once these things come out, I mean, we brought even more. They're pouring up and down the lines, making sure everything's good. It's just, the thing is, here's a context a lot of people leave out.
Did she fake it?
I don't want to name specific brands but take a specific brand that comes into your mind when you think of something like Lunchly. Something that's very similar, specific brands, brands, competitors.
Lunchables.
And
he's referencing
put the word mold behind it. You'll see thousands upon thousands of examples, and that, I think, is a key context a lot of people leave out in this, because they're acting like this is just a thing with us. Once it leaves your
So could the mold be? Yeah, I think that's what he's about to say here. I was going to say, could the mold have been manipulated, because she did open it from a sealed container, but he's absolutely right. Like in a grocery store, that happens all the time. A customer will pick up something refrigerated, like a Lunchable, like a Lunchly, like a whatever, and they'll shop around the store with it, and then they'll decide they don't want it. And because they're too fucking lazy to either A, take it back to the cooler to put it back on the shelf where they got it so it doesn't go bad, or they're just too embarrassed to say that they changed their mind, so they don't take it up to the counter to say, hey, I don't want this. Can you have an employee take it back? Because that's what you should do. Like, if you're too lazy to walk back to the cooler, just go up to the counter, and when you're at checkout, be like, actually, I don't want that one. And they'll put it off to the side, and they'll have someone else take it back. But what they do is they put the item, they hide it somewhere on a shelf, or they put it somewhere in the store, and then it sits there. And most stores have a rule that if it's off the shelf for longer than, like, I think it's like 20 minutes, then if they can't, like, if they feel it and it doesn't at least feel somewhat cold, then they don't put it back in there, and they just write it off as, oh, this is bad, you know. But sometimes that they make a mistake and they put one in there. So if the mold grew on the cheese while it was off the shelf, either in the store or in her house, and then she opened it, I'm not saying, maybe it's not malicious. Maybe she did buy one that someone pulled off the shelf, left sitting out for too long, and then an employee who was lazy about their job didn't check it and just put it back. Yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah, then it's possible it legit had mold in it, but doesn't mean it was malicious.
your factory, you know, a truck that's delivering it could technically take a sharp turn in a box fall and puncture the seal.
Yeah, it could happen in transit. Yeah, there's a ton of ways it could happen.
Like when it's put on the shelves at the store, like, I can't stop someone from walking to Walmart and grabbing a Lunchly, going to the potato chip aisle, putting it there, and then like a day later, an employee going, "That doesn't belong there," and put it back.
Yep, that's exactly
like, I mean,
probably what
they
happened.
Do that.
That happens all the time.
But like, so there's no mold when it leaves our factories, because that's just stupid. Why would we ever let that happen? But after that point, you know, there are variables that we just can't control, and that's why every
happens with all refrigerated items.
Section,
How you don't
Google
know that?
mold behind it.
People
it
know that.
Occasionally
They're just being
happens.
malicious.
I mean, but we're talking like, I mean, it's moving over 1 million units a week right now, and I'm seeing like maybe a couple examples here and there. So it's like, it's really, they would have you convinced this is like, it probably
comes with mold.
Yeah, exactly. When you're talking about very rare, and it's like, I bet you if you trace most of those cases, it'd be things like, oh, someone just like, I mean, it could even be like someone's refrigerator cut out, or they like, when they put it in their car, they like threw it in their car, and then
left it sitting in their car because they were grocery shopping and stopped for somewhere else for too long, and it got hot in the car. They went in the store afterward. Yeah, there's a ton of ways that could happen.
You have to. There's a process.
But it
doesn't mean that he's putting bad cheese in it.
Everything with cheese and meat that we use is USDA inspected and held to such a concern, like you wouldn't even understand. It's like, so it's not a thing until after it leaves.
No merit behind that one either.
The product, like
I mean, I never thought there was.
There are just variables that we can't control.
I understand. Yeah, definitely. And like, you know, you're using the logic of, you can look up the other brand and then mold. Logan Paul had a moment on Twitter where he basically did that exact same thing, but the reverse logic, and said that other brand led, and then compared that with Lunchly. But I think it's important to state the same thing you're saying about mold. It's possible that someone could toss something there's a hole in the package. It's important to also note that food products do contain trace amounts of like cadmium, lead, arsenic, and it's really important QA, like you're talking about. Across the board, that sort of transparency is important.
Yes. And if there's anyone who, I mean, I have people who have done this their entire lives running this stuff, but if there's anyone who thinks like anything they can educate me on or we're missing, like I'm down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
DM me.
Yeah, I think it was actually really funny. I'm not sure if you saw, because like the food stuff I find very important, and because I have educated myself in it a lot since having my own food company. Like we manufacture here in this town.
Can I see it before I leave?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So like that's super important to me. And there was a video that like the actual misinformation stuff that bothers me outside of YouTube drama nonsense, because it's hard to like feel like it's, I don't know, it's a strange world being in YouTube just in general. I know you're very well aware of that, but
that's an understatement.
Yeah, but like seeing somebody like Logan Paul with so much influence, and like you guys promoting Lunchly, and like somebody like Logan Paul acting as if you can find lead, like traceable amounts of lead in a metal detector, with like that. That's just there's misinformation from like both sides. You know what I mean? And for someone like me, I find that to be very important. I did make a video about that.
Yeah.
And the same thing you're saying about the mold, giving Lunchly the benefit of the doubt. It's important to do that across the board. I feel like so. Which you didn't make the claim that there's no lead.
I honestly, I know what video you're talking about. This is what I'm too ignorant on what that machine does, so I don't. Yeah, I'd have to.
We've got the same one. It detects metal. Every product, like Feastables, has lead in it. All cacao has lead in it. Anything that comes from the earth has lead in it.
Yeah, there's an acceptable amount of lead that can be in something.
And like the lead that they measure for is parts per billion. So like you can't detect it. You're not going to find like a little chunk of lead.
This is where you're in a different league than me. I'm so ignorant on this.
It's important though. I mean, it's really important to note that, because it's like, it's just like you said, use the word ignorant. It is really ignorant to, it's just as ignorant for people to say Lunchly's got mold in it that it is for people to say that Lunchables or the other brand has lead in it. You know what I mean? And that's like one of the reasons, because there will be recalls no matter what. Like eventually there's going to be a recall if you have a food product. So yeah, I think it's important to like hold the candle to it all the time. And like, just like you're doing with Feastables. I mean, like if there is a good example of approaching things ethically, I feel like you guys have done an excellent job with Feastables, and your PR with Feastables is, in my opinion, leaps and bounds better than the PR with Lunchly. I think you're doing a really good job with that, to be honest.
Well, Lunchly though, the next SKU, or how would I say? Because not everyone listening. What's a different word for SKU? They might not know what that means. Next
iteration.
Next one.
Flavor.
Flavor. I guess if that's what you'd call me. The next one we're dropping.
Yeah,
I think people would be very surprised. Like we're obviously, this business is like 2 months old. Like Lunchly, like we're just getting started. We obviously saw the feedback, and we're incorporating that into the next one. And I'm excited. I should have checked with the team beforehand if I could just say what it is, but I'll tell you off camera. But it's I think all the criticism and things we obviously are seeing it, and like think everything can be improved, and I think people are gonna be very happy with
something healthy is gonna come out.
We're thinking, I don't think they would care if I said like maybe like grilled chicken nuggets with maybe it's like some barbecue sauce, like high quality meat, good source, and like trying to figure out what the side is, but like taking the criticism and applying it. And it's like like something like that. I'm very excited about, because
that's huge.
Yeah,
that's good. That's awesome, because it's like I mean, it was funny. The day that I filmed that video, I got a box of Lunchly sent to my house, as if it was like some kind of sign, or like I don't know why or how or who sent me it or what. I don't know how the fuck.
Yeah.
But it was good. It was good. It's like it's just the quick snack food. And that's what it is. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing. It's like, sure, less bad, whatever. But who the fuck cares? If you're doing something like that, what you're saying there, that's leaps and bounds better.
I know. I'm very excited.
Leaps and bounds better.
I want it out so badly, but it's probably going to be early next year. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah. People allege that you hired a registered sex offender named Delaware. There's a big whole conspiracy with it. Why did you hire Delaware? And were you aware that he was a sex offender before you hired him? By the way, to preface this question, this is something that I think a lot of people probably feel like is really important. It is. You know, so you know that in mind. That this is one of the most important things to me. I would love to hear the full truth response from you in regard to this.
Yeah, and I'm excited to put it out there because I think what people are envisioning is completely different than what actually happened. Yes, I did hire him, but for the context around it, I hired him when I was 19, so I was a teenager, and this is
this is when he hired the guy.
Leans a little bit into what we were talking before.
Delaware. Yeah, he goes into a Best Buy. Just for quick context, he goes into a Best Buy to film a video when he's 19 years old. It's a really old video. He goes in there, so it was before his company became the big company it was, and he probably had less resources than he does now. He goes in there to film a video. And the video goes really well. Everybody there likes him, blah, blah, blah. And then he decides that, you know what? You guys are awesome. Why don't I hire you to come do more of my videos? I want to work with you guys again. They're all in uniform at a Best Buy when he does this. So he just basically hires a bunch of the Best Buy staff. One of those guys was a PDF file, registered offender on a list, and he didn't know it. And the guy had the name Delaware on his shirt, so it's not like they gave him the nickname. It was literally on his Best Buy shirt. It was a safe assumption for him to make that because I'm hiring all these people from a Best Buy, that Best Buy's already done background checks on them. They've already been cleared to work. They fucking have jobs. So he didn't do background checks on them. He didn't feel he had to. And that's completely understandable. It just is. I don't know how else to say that. Like, it just makes sense. So I don't fault him for not doing background checks on a bunch of employees he got from a place that had already gone through the trouble of, vetting employees. The work should have already been done for him.
This is back when it was just a couple of my friends from high school and my mom. My videos were getting bigger. I needed more help.
Yeah, he was still in high school at the time.
Because I'm dumb. Like, I probably should have gone on some site and hired people who had production experience, but instead I walked into my local Best Buy and I just hired multiple people. Obviously, when I was a teenager, I didn't know what a background check was. And I just hired a couple people there that wanted to help me make videos. One of them was the person named Delaware.
Probably wasn't good to say you didn't know what a background check was.
Sex offender. There's a rumor that's gone around that said that he sat me and my mom down and told us. Obviously, I don't remember that happening. And when I read that tweet, the first thing I did was I called my mom and I was like, hey.
Did that happen?
This is like 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah, he shouldn't have said he didn't know what a background check was, but that he thought they'd already been done by Best Buy.
Not indicative of my company today, but I was like, did this happen? Because someone's claiming this happened. My mom said, I would have literally quit or honestly probably shut the business down before I ever let my teenage son hire a registered sex offender knowingly, which I have a very protective mom. So, I mean, even if you don't believe me,
I'm inclined to
believe that. I feel like it's not absurd to believe that my mom wouldn't have knowingly let her teenage son hire a registered sex offender. Like, that just doesn't even, like, in what world does that even make sense? It's like that just, I mean, that's just not even rooted in reality. So, but yeah, it's just an unfortunate thing that happened. Not that this, I take accountability. Yes, if I could go back in time, I would tell teenage me, hey, you're supposed to do background checks. 19-year-old me, he stared at retention charts all day. He obsessed over YouTube videos. He didn't know anything about running a business. Like, I can't fully put myself in the mind of me 7 years ago, but I'm sure teenage me also thought, like, hey, Best Buy is worth tens of billions of dollars in a big corporation. Like, they also didn't do background checks.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, I probably thought,
okay, he does that.
Yeah,
they also didn't do background checks.
Probably fine. You know what I mean?
Maybe
I didn't put much thought into it.
Maybe he got
videos,
on the list after he was hired. I don't know. Maybe Best Buy did just drop the ball. That's weird.
And we do these things. I've been doing it for a long time, and it's just an unfortunate thing. But I just for context though, just to give to a lot of people listening, like, or watching, I called after that stuff came out too, because I was just curious. I called like, I don't know the exact number, maybe like 24 YouTubers, and I asked them, like, do you guys do background checks? And I think like a dozen of those YouTubers have like more than 10 employees, and literally only 2 of the like 24 YouTubers I called do them. Like 6 of them were like, I don't even know how to do a background check. You know what I mean? And they all had employees. So like, I do not that. I'm not
And
trying
throwing
to
other
deflect
YouTubers
anything or
under the
whatever.
bus
I'm
here.
just trying to give context.
Basically saying YouTubers don't do
it's
background
like,
checks either. Some of them
it
didn't
is
even know what they
a
were.
little much to just think that 19-year-old me was just supposed to know that and have this knowledge, and it's unfortunate. And like I said,
Yeah. And to be fair, I keep saying that you're the guy. Back then, you weren't the guy.
I was not the guy.
So that's.
I was
that's an
it was like
excuse. Yeah, it's a
calling
valid
what I
excuse.
had back then a company was would be generous.
That was the boy. You were the boy.
that was the that was the boy. And but yeah, now I have hundreds of employees. We obviously have rigorous standards for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and to speak on that as well, we do background checks for everyone who works at our we have a video game development company and a candy company. Obviously, both those background checks. But my YouTube channel, I think I've hired 2 people from Indeed. Both of them have been given background checks, and everybody else.
Did you
has been my
background check
friends.
this guy?
Nope, I've known him for 7 years.
Okay.
Now on to Jake Weddle.
Yes.
All right. Another
Oh
guy.
God, Jake Weddle.
Yeah.
He's the guy who sang the BB Eldridge. BB Eldridge. BB Eldridge. He's a fucking moron. Oh, I'm curious to see what he's got to say about that. That's such a fucking weirdo, man. What is up with Mr. Beast hiring all these fucking weird people? Stop it. Get better company, man. Keep better company. You hang out with weirdos. I don't know. Like, they're attracted to you like a magnet. Ava Chris Tyson, Jake Weddle, Dog Pack. Jesus.
Dude, he also has a mustache as well. I'm not sure if, There's an interview with a former employee and contestant named Jake Weddle in which he alleges inhumane treatment on set, even war crimes. Use the turn of phrase, war crimes. How do you respond to these allegations, and do you plan on putting procedures in place to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Yeah. Glad I can talk about this one. So I think I should set the floor because maybe not everyone here fully even knows what the challenge was or anything. So yeah, I think it would make sense to. So for the Weddle video, Jake Weddle was the person who competed in one of my videos. The video was we built a room in our studio, and then the challenge was every day you live in this room, you win $10,000. And then it was like kind of like a white padded room. There's like a pool table, a bed in there.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Hey, I thought he was just like solitary confinement, like a prison cell with just like a bed and nothing to do, and the boredom drove him insane. But he had a pool table and stuff to do, and you get $10,000 a day for staying in a white padded room that had some form of entertainment. Motherfucker, I'd be in there all year. This dude lasted like 6 days. What the fuck? This is a ton of money. Like, this challenge sounds ridiculously easy. They called it solitary confinement. I didn't realize he was given stuff to do. I thought the boredom would have really drove him insane. But no, it sounds like he was just locked in a bedroom. That's pretty much how anyone who's terminally online exists now. Unbelievable.
Blah. And let me just gather my thoughts on this one.
Beta.
Tell me about it.
How do I want to say? I think the best way to talk about this is to also talk about how we did similar videos with other people, because one of the things is like multiple people can do the same thing and experience it differently. That's what's a little tricky about these like contestant-based videos. I can never know 100% how something's going to affect someone, right? So similar to the Weddle video, I just want to lay the foundation before we go in specifically to that. Similar to that, we also did a video where we put did you see the video where we put 2 people in a room, Bailey and Susie, 100 days trapped together? So one thing that Weddle struggled with was the lights being on, and he mentioned that in the video. But Bailey and Susie, on day 20 of 100 days trapped together, I offered to turn the lights off for part of their prize pool, and they said no. And like the lights wasn't, I mean, I'm sure it was difficult, but it wasn't like that big of a difficulty for them. And so it's like something for them that's not that big of a difficulty for other people can be, challenging and hard. And like what I'm trying to say is you never know how someone's going to react to something, right? It's impossible to fully predict. And so that's one of these variables of these challenges, which is why we give people the ability to quit, you know what I mean? Or to leave at any point. And so in his video, he went 11 days, won $110,000. Right. I believe it was 11 days. Yeah. Yes. And then he decided to quit on that day. And, he mentions this in his video, like around day 11 or 12. I don't know what the day is off the top of my head, but he was struggling. And so we did turn off the lights. We sent a psychiatrist in there to check in on him. And we were like, yeah, he's not doing too well. And we ended the challenge and we paid him. Didn't go long enough where we got a video, so we didn't end up uploading it. But I think the big thing is just that's why we allow people to leave these challenges. Like my goal when doing these obviously isn't to like, you know, break people mentally or push them past their limits. It's just to like create an environment where they can challenge themselves and do something interesting or cool. And then when they've had it, like leave, you know what I mean? So I guess that's kind of how I would describe it. Does that, I mean, what are your thoughts on what I'm saying?
I think that makes sense. It's important to note that it's also voluntary.
It's a voluntary challenge. You can leave
people
at any point.
Paid exponential amounts of money.
Yeah.
And you know, after all that stuff came out, and he sort of made the claims of how he was mistreated, etc. You reached out to him after the fact as well.
Yeah. I mean, now that you bring, I didn't want to bring that kind of stuff up, but yeah, also off camera after he made that video, I reached out and was like, hey man, like obviously we weren't trying to cause you any, you know, mental stress with that video or anything, and is there any way I can help? And I ended up, you know, he seemed like he really needed some financial help, so I ended up sending him $50,000 completely off camera or anything. I mean, he talked about it publicly so people know, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure he was good.
Oh, wow. You took money from Mr. Beast after all that stuff you said? Yeah, this money, is this $50,000? Well, first of all, you're going to tax it, so let's say it's more like $30,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's good.
Yep, and then he took your money anyway.
Cool.
Still got paid even for failing the challenge.
That one's interesting because it's just
an easy
sort of a voluntary challenge. And
I can't with this dude.
It's difficult to
pencil stashed weirdo.
It's a very YouTube thing, right? It's a very YouTube thing. And the comparison of that to like war crimes, fairly tone deaf.
Yeah.
Right? To compare it, like
yeah.
that's
compared
that's
it to a
ridiculous thing
war
say.
crime.
So yeah, we can move on from that.
What fucking Filipino prison, Indonesian prison is going to give you a fucking pool table?
Amazon, in regard to unsafe workplace conditions and a bunch of talk.
Oh, the unsafe workplace conditions for Beast games?
Files and videos and images and.
This one might actually have some merit to it. I do want to hear his explanation for this one.
Shit coming out in regard
he had
to the
Amazon
Beast Game show
oversight there, and they're
the
going to sue him.
litigation
And Amazon has more money than you do, buddy.
Yeah.
Not many do, but Amazon
You know
does.
how litigation is. Obviously, I'm not allowed to talk about it, which is a little. There's a lot of things I want to say here, so this is good.
Fuck you.
Trying to think specifically on the lawsuit that. So for context that people have, 5 anonymous Beast Game employees, or not employees, 5 anonymous Beast Game contestants submitted a lawsuit, and they sent it to the press, but conveniently all the actual claims are redacted, blacked out, so you can't actually see it. And I'm not allowed to disclose what's behind those black lines, but Beast Games, we had 1,000
so he
people.
is,
We were doing
yeah,
big
he is
stuff.
being
It's
sued,
just
and he's
with
limited on what he
minorities.
can say.
I'm not trying to say everything went great.
Probably not going to get anything new here.
Like one thing that happened when we were filming one part of Beast Games is, you remember CrowdStrike? That was pretty brutal. We had the most contestants of any game show in history together. That was weirdly, God hates me, during the CrowdStrike accident. And so as we're eliminating hundreds of people and trying to get them home, airports all across America are down, hotel room keys aren't working, and that created a lot of confusion, and that caused a lot of problems in our systems, and that was pretty brutal. And they're I'm not trying to just disavow everything, you know what I mean? There was one woman who we had, when we were filming, we had
what about
obviously
the
tons of
medication
feminine care
and
products
stuff?
and stuff like that, but there was one woman who was allergic to the feminine care products, and we didn't have allergen-free ones like tampons and pads, and she told someone, I don't know who she told, I haven't been able to find it, but I mean, I believe that she did, that she was allergic, and they didn't obviously do the logical thing, which is tell us or just drive to the local Walmart and buy some and give it to her. And so she wasn't able to get, feminine care products in a reasonable amount of time, which is unacceptable.
Oh, that's why
so
she wasn't able to get her feminine care products, because she's allergic to normal ones. She needed organic ones, and they didn't have them on hand. Yeah, that's a part he conveniently left out of his video.
Fair money when that was just a flat out lie.
Reasonable explanation, and he provided documentation for it.
Which is crazy to think that I'd be like, oh, 10 people broke their bones, let's keep filming, you know what I mean? That doesn't even make sense. After that claim came out, we literally called 1,950 contestants of the 2,000. We couldn't get a hold of all 2,000. I couldn't find a single broken bone. Yeah, online it's being claimed there's dozens. I mean, there's so much or even disinformation like that being spread. So which makes it hard for me to just come out and talk about things like the pad thing and other things where, we did mess up on little things, and there are definitely things we could have done better. but then there's just like it's mixed in with like all these crazy outrageous claims, and it's like just so.
What about you not paying people?
Same strategy as me.
I mean, we did, but yeah, that's something people like to leave out. We gave everyone who showed up. You could literally show up, and then a second later leave and receive $2,000, which with 2,000 contestants, that's $4 million.
Yeah.
And we told everyone they were going to get $0. This is something like, this is the damned if you do, damned if you don't. So we told everyone, no guaranteed money if you show up. I'm glad you asked this. No guaranteed money if you show up. Like, you could walk away with $0. But then I wanted to surprise everyone. Gave them each $2,000, $4 million, which it's a lot of money. I could have gone and just bought a mansion instead of doing that. But what's even crazier is then people tried to, not like the contestants, but the internet and their theories, tried to frame that as hush money. Like I gave them all $2,000 to like make them happy because we didn't tell them beforehand, like to surprise them as they got eliminated. And then people are like, you just did that because of hush money. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, I also didn't give them like legal paperwork tied with it. Like that says it was just like completely baseless. It just shows like how crazy people go with the conspiracy theories and everything like that. But no, we did pay everyone $2,000. And on top of that, we gave away more money than any competition show in history. I mean, we had the largest cash prize in history, and top of millions upon millions upon. Like throughout the show, we literally give away like 8 figures, tens of millions of dollars. So it's like, I do all this, and normal competition shows don't even pay anyone except for the grand prize.
Since I revealed
so it's like
first it didn't
it's just
work.
once again, it's like funny because people actually compared it to reality. It's just not even in the same stratosphere.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of wild shit. Wild shit. How do you feel after all this stuff? This is the first time you've been able to really speak.
It seems like there's a reasonable
broad,
explanation for every single
sweeping
claim
way about all the allegations
that just went ignored.
In the last couple months. What do you think your biggest mistakes were over the last 4 months?
You already know what I'm about to say. We've hit it a couple of times. I wish right after we dropped the results of that investigation, I could talk a couple weeks ago. I wish I just instantly did this. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cold. The thing is, I've just never been in a controversy like this before. So I just, this isn't even a controversy.
Somehow you've made it this far
Yeah,
without
so
getting into a controversy. And then you got
truthfully,
hit with all the controversies at
I was
once.
ignorant on how to
All the
do
allegations
things,
that
so
most
it's been a
YouTubers
good
go
learning
through in their
experience for me.
career, you're going through it one time.
I definitely realized like me just sitting on a couch addressing a camera on serious things, like just not my style. I put a lot of time into like trying to figure out how to not just be weird. I like this more like conversational where you can also ask follow-up questions and it feels a little more real, you know what I mean? And like,
Yeah,
it's just
the interview way
so
to
in the
handle
future,
it is
I'll
better
probably,
than a
like,
PR
if there's stuff
statement.
like this,
I'll
probably
give
just
it
do
that
something like
because
this,
you can
know what I
actually be
mean?
questioned and pushed on
or
things.
not. I don't know. If people throw out much more baseless claims, I also don't want to set the precedent where every time I have to come on here. So, give or take. But honestly, I just kind of wish I did this sooner.
Yeah, and I think it's something that's really important to note as well. People are gonna be like, "Well, he's media trained. He's got a PR team. He's a genius. He's gonna walk circles
does.
around you. He's gonna manipulate you. He's the Antichrist. He's the fucking devil horns guy." I'm asking questions that my team and I wrote based on information that's publicly available. And the assumption is after this, you're going to send receipts to back up any additional questions we have in the post process. So that's what's huge. Like, I'm not trying to debate necessarily.
I mean, there were definitely a couple things you asked me that I'm a little uncomfortable with. Like,
I can tell. Yeah.
I was. But yeah, I mean, if that's what the internet wants to know, then I just want to give them what they have, so I can just wake up and obsess over making the best videos possible and that kind of stuff, like I used to in the good old days, aka 4 months ago.
aka 4 months ago. Good
What I
old
want
days.
people to, because I get a sense you're winding things down. I just want to make very clear though, like, I'm not perfect, and I don't want people to think I'm trying to give off this impression you can't criticize me. There are things I've done in my life you can criticize me for. It's just this whole last couple months is a little unfortunate because they're like these things where sure, I do deserve criticism, but then it's shrouded by these other disinformation, all these things that are just being stretched and blown out of proportion and things like that. So I just want to say I'm not perfect. I'm going to make mistakes, even though I've done this thing here and we're addressing a lot of things. Like, I'm sure in the future I'll make more mistakes as well. That's just the nature of, you really have to just put yourself in the position of we're doing things that have never been done before. I'm like, who's even built a company this large on YouTube? Like everything I'm doing, from the videos to the spectacles to the building of the company, it's really never been done before. And your boy is going to make mistakes, and
yeah, he's not a production company. He is still, at the end of the day, a dude who's just kind of winging it, learning as he goes.
How do I do everything in my power to try to fix them. You know what I mean? And I hope that's what my track record shows, and that's what I hope people take away from it. Not that I'm like perfect or I never did anything wrong. That just like, yeah, I mess up, and when I do, I try to fix it. You know.
And if you had like a final message for critics and fans, what would the final message for critics be?
I think honestly what I just said there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's kind of covered everything at this point.
And then your people who still, I guess there's not really a reason, they don't know about any of this stuff. So your fans, they don't really care.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they think of this.
Yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, the majority of his fans are going to be children like mine who don't even know any of this is happening. They just watch the videos.
I feel pretty good about it. There's nothing where I'm like.
That's how he's been able to go for so long.
Give people the answers they're looking for, and
that's how he's been able to go for so long without getting into controversies or like having to address anything. Because there've been allegations and stuff in the past, and like up until now, he's just mostly ignored everything and been able to grow and grow and grow and become the biggest YouTuber on the planet. Because the majority of the people who watch his videos are children or children's parents, like families, and they're not getting on Reddit. They're not reading that shit. They're not doing any of that. Like they're just watching the videos like it's a TV channel and then turning it off when they're done. They're just fun things. So he can just, most problems he's been able to just ignore, then they go away. And Dogpacks was the first one that hit like in the millions of views and became like news stories covered on like the media, like big. It was just one hit after another, after another, after another. Now it's on CNN. Now it's on Fox News. Now it's on, so now it's, all those parents who didn't know about it before because they're not terminally online, well, now it's entered their world. So that's why you're seeing a response from him now, where before you didn't.
Better doing it.
Even the soggy stuff today, I mean, that's about as fresh as it gets in terms of.
Yeah, I mean, just throw it up. Just upload this thing raw. Just throw it up there. Get this turned around before something else drops. It's like, oh, why did they talk about that?
Good point. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
That sounds good.
I'm going to show him episode 1 of Beast Games.
Okay.
December 19th. I'm kidding. Is that an appropriate way to end it?
I feel like that's pretty Mr.Beast. Build.
He does still seem a little nervous.
The last part was completely wrong. We did miss a few questions, and I called Jimmy the next morning to get clarification on a few more things, specifically Ava Shadman and
you never brought up Ava and the other stuff.
Allegations. Here is that footage. We'll talk a little bit about Ava Tyson and specifically the Shadman stuff. I know we talked about the third-party investigation, which found no wrongdoing in like a legal sense from that perspective. A thing that a lot of people care about is Shadman's a fucking freak and is a disgusting person. Did you know about the painting in? Did you know about that? Have you ever interacted with Shadman before? Like, what is your relation to that, and specifically that relationship between Shadman and Ava Tyson and you?
Yeah, with the painting on the wall.
That's actually a good follow-up question. So this is what it was like. I don't remember 7, 8 years ago. Back then, I used to have like a bunch of anime posters up on the wall. I'm just like set a foundation for context. We used to have a bunch of anime posters and things like that on our wall in the house. And one day Ava put up this poster that was like an animated character holding a fidget spinner and a gun. Admittedly, it was a weird image. I didn't know who made it. I just kind of assumed it was a meme. I obviously did not know who Shadman was. I've never spoken with Shadman. I did not buy the poster or commission it or anything. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, I didn't really think too much of it because we just had like a lot of anime posters and things up, and it was an animated character that was clothed, obviously. And yeah, knowing what I know about Shadman now, it was a very weird thing to buy. I'm not really sure why she bought it, to be frank. And yeah, I mean, I wish I could give more details. I mean, this was so long ago. Obviously, I don't know the like exact thoughts going through my head, but I just remember, like, I agree, it is a little bit of a weird poster, but I also think like, I had like Naruto posters up, or I had like Code Geass posters, like random animes I used to watch, and like, I never like reversed image search and Googled, oh, who made this Code Geass anime poster that's sitting on the wall or whatever. I don't.
Well, so he's going
you know,
to say that he just didn't know
I
the
don't-
context of it.
Your first instincts when you just see a poster.
Yeah, it was a
is not
poster
to
that
know
Ava
who
Chris
made that
Tyson wanted to
detail.
hang in a house that they were sharing, and he let him hang it, and
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
a fully.
So,
It just looked like an anime
but
poster
yeah, I
to him.
agree.
He did.
Her buying it is very.
It's not like
weird,
it was
and
nude,
obviously,
you know.
if I
It's just,
had known what I know now, I would have been like, "What the actual fuck."
Yeah, that's fair. Because I also, after all this stuff, I didn't know who Shadman was. I've heard of him a little bit on Twitter and shit, but I didn't know. Total ignorance there. So okay, and that's just one that's important. You know, people, because that's fucked up. That guy is disgusting. And you know, people do care.
yeah, I don't know how he's not in jail
You've
yet.
got pedo art, and you were saying you didn't know. That's
I think art's one of those gray areas that's
disgusting.
legally
Fucking
okay,
Shadman
but
is a
you're
freak,
still
so. Okay.
drawing
you said that I
underage
was
people
manipulated
and
by Dogpack.
sexually explicit
But before
material.
that, you said,
but they're
that
not
you
real children,
DM'd
so
some
no real
commentary
child was
guys
hurt.
or
Yeah, I
some
don't know. It's
YouTubers,
weird.
like evidence of like the Delaware stuff. Basically,
It's like
context.
the-
And I just
it's like
wanted
the
to know, so
PDF
you
files
did
found
reach
a
out to me.
loophole.
We talked a little bit in the very beginning. You know, it wasn't like we were friends or anything like that. But it was very short, and like I just wanted to know why you didn't give me that stuff or provide me with any information when I was the biggest channel platforming Dogpack. I think that, you know, I
Yeah,
would have taken
he
it
was the
under-
guy
as
who
my
platformed him.
responsibility
He's the reason this blew up, and
I hope
it looks like he
people,
feels
you know,
guilty
would
about it.
believe that I want to do what's truthful, and I want to show the actual facts of a situation. I don't just want to like shit on Mr. Beast for the sake of shitting on Mr. Beast. I just wanted to know why early on you didn't provide me I guess specifically, why wasn't that? Did you think I was a controlled op? You know, I would have gladly seen whatever you would have shown.
That's actually a great question. I mean, we did have a call. I called you after the videos, and I told you and explained to you a lot of things that weren't true. You're right. I didn't send you that Delaware photo. I guess I might not have even had that photo at the time, because I think I literally called you right after you posted.
Yeah.
But I did tell you a lot of things weren't true, and you know, explain a lot of things. I mean, but yeah, agreed. I'm not throwing you under the bus. I didn't send you any cold hard evidence. Maybe I guess I was a little hesitant because, you know, you did speak with him, and it did seem like, you know, you were going a little easy on him. So I guess I didn't fully know. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I did send it to people. Why I didn't send that to you? Honestly, I don't really know, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fair, and it's just, you know, because I would have appreciated is all I'm saying, because like you know, in the very beginning, I did genuinely believe that, you know, I like the idea of whistleblowers. I think people should be able to criticize the guy. You're the guy. We've said that a lot yesterday, and you did refute a lot of stuff, but there was just I didn't get any sort of evidence or anything like that. It's just I think it's a lot of you know, a lot of this mistake.
Yeah, I think in my head is I just called you, was like, hey, off the top of my dome, here's a bunch of things that aren't true. And then you just said, hey, you probably did say something along the lines of I need evidence. And then, you know, at the time, that's where it's just like, this is all a blur. I don't even remember what days it was.
Yeah.
Maybe back then was like when I was working on my response video or whatever. But agreed. Like, I don't think you did anything wrong. Like I didn't send you like, oh, here's a doc of everything. You know what I mean? And then you just ignored it.
Right.
Yeah. So
because I mean,
I probably should have.
No, you know, and I'm not trying to like guilt you or whatever. It's just you know, this whole thing is really crazy, and it seems like it's gone so far just because you know, you tried to do what was right, which is have a third party investigation, and like a lot of this stuff is just because like the information wasn't conveniently accessible to YouTube, which is like a really big problem in a weird way. It's like it was like we're suffering from trying to do it right, but also suffering from people not having convenient access to like just a doc or something, like a doc of information. Just so, I mean, I guess in the future, hopefully this, you know, anything that's disproven or that is not true, obviously is no longer propagated. And like everything else that is important is credible. But yeah, dude, I feel like in the future, if you've got evidence, show me or somebody.
He
or
wants
just like
the
a Google
content.
Doc. I mean, because you didn't make me sign an NDA or anything like that. I've consistently mentioned that because I think it's really important. And I feel like there is a level of transparency you're operating with, which I respect. And, you know, yeah, it would have been. I feel like this wouldn't have been as bad earlier on if like that. You know, that's sort of the approach, which is tough. You've obviously never been through this, and this is not. You know, there's only one Mr. Beast. So, but yeah, it's just something I wanted to clarify because, you know, you feel like I was manipulated, and I genuinely, and a lot of other YouTubers as well, I'm sure, commentary guys probably don't feel like they're manipulated. It's just
you were sold a bill of goods.
Different perspective. You know, you are Mr. Beast, so it's tough to say, not to, you know, say I deserve the benefit of the doubt or whatever. I absolutely should have researched more. But once again, it's a bigger problem, I feel like, that I think hopefully will be mitigated more in the future by this all coming out. And hopefully how transparent this video that I'm making right now with you is.
Yep, all fair points.
Cool. Okay, so now a little bit more on the crypto stuff. I know I talked about CoffeeZilla a little bit yesterday.
Checking
he's
up on
awesome.
the crypto stuff
I think
now.
he does really good work on YouTube, and he
Shadman was
holds
about
people
the excuse I thought it would be, which is I just thought it was an anime picture. I didn't know where it came from.
He does actual real.
My roommate wanted to put him up,
work.
so I let him put it up.
He's not the guy who makes videos out of convenience like most of other, like me and a bunch of other commentary YouTubers. So, you know, I feel like it's my responsibility to ask some more questions about the crypto stuff, because we sort of glossed over it a little bit yesterday. And it's one of those things where it's note heavy, receipt heavy. So, you know, if you don't know something, you just let me know. And if you have to go find information or whatever to back up what you're saying, you know, I don't expect you're like a politician and have all your fucking, you know, we're not debating philosophy or politics. Like, I don't expect you to have everything at your left hand. I understand you're busy. So, you know, if there's information you can provide so we can put it in post, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, so first one is Wu-Tang. You have said that you do not control the Wu-Tang wallet. You said that last night. You said that a friend did it. You said you didn't know what Wu-Tang was.
A fund did it, yes, not a friend.
Right. Okay, a fund.
A fund, yeah. A hedge fund kind
on
of
a podcast,
crypto
with
equivalent
Logan
of a hedge
Paul,
fund.
about CryptoPunks. You talk about a call you had with Mr. Gary, where you claim to have bought and or sold CryptoPunks, but then later decided to roll the money into VFriends. And this is all like video, obviously. And this trading activity all happened within the Wu-Tang wallet, which we talked about last night.
Yes.
So if it was your decision, you know, if semantically, if what you're talking about on the podcast, if it was your decision, your trading decision to buy and sell the punks or VFriends, even though you didn't press the buttons, was it actually your decision? Did you press the button? Did you not press the button? Was it your decision? And if it was your decision, and even if you didn't press the button, it still, to me, would mean that you had control of those trading decisions.
Yeah, these are good questions. Actually, I'm glad we're doing this follow-up thing so we can also just put all this stuff out there. So, yeah, I did say that in the podcast, and I obviously did not press the buttons like I've been saying. I didn't pick what punks to buy or anything. Gary Vee, like I said on that podcast, called me and a bunch of other people, said CryptoPunks are the next big thing. I thought it was pretty crazy, but, you know, the first thing I did right after that is just called the guy in charge of the fund who invested my money and it's other people's money as well, and just said, hey, Gary Vee seemed very passionate about these punks. You should look into it. If it makes sense, buy it. And so, you know, he did the research, picked what punks to buy, bought them. I don't even truthfully know how to buy punks. I've never bought one, like me personally.
Okay.
Like I've said, I don't have access to that wallet. So, I mean, in other transparency, like that's kind of high level how it went. But, you know, if he was like, oh, this is a shit investment, then he wouldn't have bought them. So he was the one who was doing the buying and selling and managing things.
Okay. But you did make some decisions to buy or sell in the Wu-Tang fund.
Well, I mean, yeah, I just told him like, hey, Gary, like in transparency, Gary called me about CryptoPunks and said they were cool. Look into it. I mean, so at the end of the day, bro, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know which punks to buy or which ones we should buy if it's a good investment. Like, that's why I, put the money in a fund and had professionals managing it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, they're stupid as shit. I don't like any of the NFT stuff. I'm glad that's all kind of come and gone now. I like the newer era we're in. Okay, so next is the super tweet, the super coin tweet. For context, on May 12th, 2021, you, Mr. Beast, tweeted in response to a It was an Elio Trades tweet. There's a gym sitting there on the market at an eye-watering price set to explode during Defy Summer 2.0. And then you responded by saying,
yeah, it
super
seems like
question mark with
like
a
you're
crazy
pumping up
emoji.
the. Seems like you're
so
pumping up the coin, but being very
why
cryptic about
why
it.
did you not disclose that you had a vested interest in the coin that you were tweeting about? Super question mark.
Which is a huge red flag in the crypto market. That's pretty much how it all
yeah,
works.
we'll start there.
That's why people call it a scam.
Well, I replied to a tweet, so I didn't tweet it out. And I think a lot of people, that are just getting second hands of the story think I literally tweeted out, go buy super, go buy super. Yeah, the fund did hold some super, and I just saw that was the owner of super, the guy who made the coin. And I just went scrolling through Twitter, just replied super to his tweet. I did not tell people to buy super or anything. I just replied super. And I know the next thing where people are going to go, but this was a planned, coordinated thing. It wasn't. It's not like I'm on the phone with the people managing the crypto fund going, hey, I'm about to reply super to this tweet. Like, I just was scrolling Twitter and I replied super. And, I highly doubt anyone bought it because they saw me reply super to a tweet.
I don't know.
just to
Some
be
people
honest.
might have.
So I didn't think too much of it.
Some
Obviously,
people
though,
might have. I
hindsight,
think you misunderstood.
I could see how people might
I
think
don't think
that
you
is a weird
realize
look
how the
optically,
crypto
and so,
market works.
I wouldn't do it, but I really don't think it's that malicious. Like, if I just flat out tweeted, I think super is the next big thing. Go buy it. Super, super, super. Like, I think this is a different conversation. That's the kind of stuff actual people do. You know what I mean? And
you should have tweeted more than just the word super, because then people would have thought that. Like, are you being sarcastic or are you telling us to buy it? Yeah, people. You left it open to interpretation. What's the problem?
A lot of people just want to drive, whatever. People who don't like me, like he said in the video, are not going to like me, and they're, going to run with it. People who do like me are going to be like, oh, it was managed by a fund, and Jimmy has answers for everything, which, it's not excuses. I literally was just a fund. I was not the one buying or selling or anything. You know what I mean? I had other people managing it.
Right.
So that's the honest answer. I just replied super, and, I guess if I could go back in time, I'd just not reply. I didn't think it was a big deal when I did it.
Yeah, but now, obviously, because crypto is changed massively in the last couple of years, so you could consider that a mistake at this point. Like, that's definitely
And another little context point I think a lot of people are missing. A lot of people who do this kind of stuff do it on low volume coins that sell $100,000 a day, so it actually dramatically pumps it and blah blah. Super is like the 100th biggest crypto coin out there. Super is like a legit coin. It's a legit project that's massive. Like, that tweet didn't move the needle for shit or anything, right? So that's another context piece people are missing. Like, if anything, buying super. Actually, I'm not even going to say that. I was just would probably be a good investment because it's one of the biggest coins out there and it seems to be doing really well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now I have to say, disclosure, we still hold super to this day. Yeah, that's honest. That's the honest truth. Nothing malicious there.
It's not malicious. It was just stupid.
Yeah.
You left it open to interpretation. He just clearly tweeted without thinking about it.
A lot of evidence of people genuinely
I don't think he was
scamming,
being
and
malicious.
it doesn't seem along the same vein to be real. But it is important.
He just didn't know enough about crypto to
get
realize the
total clarity,
consequences of his actions.
Because you do have a lot of influence, and regardless of what you say, whether or not you say, oh, I'm sure nobody bought it, like maybe somebody did, who knows? There's no way to really prove or disprove.
But even if they did buy it, the coin, it's a 100th biggest coin, and it seems to be doing really well. So.
Yeah, I think the problem would be that the obviously that you have it, that you would benefit off.
I got you. I see what you're saying. Yes.
So now, I'm assuming your answer to this will be that you just didn't think it was important. But why would you not mention that your fund Wu-Tang had been selling and continued to sell super on the day and after you tweeted about it or responded to a tweet for clarity?
Yeah. So. Again, I wasn't involved in the day-to-day of the fund. If you look at the sell charts in that report, they were selling, I believe off the top of my head, like months prior or then months after. It looks like the fund was just dollar cost averaging it. So there's really no correlation to my just little response to a tweet and what the fund was doing.
It's questionable.
It's kind of the same answer as before. I just replied to
Could have been a delayed
Clearly
response,
it
but
wasn't
okay.
a coordinated thing.
Gotcha. And then
No, but
the
I'll believe
final
it wasn't
one,
coordinated.
this one's a lot more complicated and involves a lot of stuff. So maybe you would want to reconvene with like receipts or evidence or whatever. But it's the crypto charity stuff. Team C's Eternity.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean that one.
Easy, LOL.
Eternity gave us NFTs to auction off for Team C's. Only one sold after like whatever a day, I believe, and that was it. And then yeah, it looks like the fund sold like 27 days later. A little bit of Eternity. It was not combined or planned or premeditated in any way. I mean, honestly, the charity auction was a bomb. It only raised $7,000. No one cared, so it didn't really do anything. And yeah, I mean that's kind of the full story. Not again. I mean, there's nothing nefarious there.
Yeah, it sold $2 million of the earn tokens.
Yes, the fund did 27 days later. Yes, after the NFT sold.
Okay. Yeah, that seems. I mean, it seems like a lot. I don't know what the market cap was, but yeah. I mean, I just for this one, I feel like this is a valid criticism, and this doesn't make you like an evil scammer or anything. I don't believe, but you know,
yeah, it sounds like he just didn't understand crypto. To be fair, neither do I. Not fully.
It's just super.
But I think I know a little bit more about it than him because he just
too. I mean, like if anybody
looked like it was just a thing he was doing for fun because Logan and KSI talked him into it. Probably
how CGI has gotten you in trouble and had a net negative in your charitable doings. I feel like this is one where the criticism is valid in regard to charity, and like it is a good example of philanthropy stuff that probably should have just been done differently, but at the same time, 2021 is like a huge area of gray for influencers with crypto access, and like it's just I don't know. It seems like a game that if you're a big influencer in 2021 or 2020 and you got into crypto at some point, you probably made some kind of mistake at some point. Yeah, I mean it seems like a big problem to me. You being the charity guy, and this is once again to give you the benefit of the doubt with all the philanthropy stuff that we spoke about last night. I think all that stuff is huge and massive. But as the charity guy, if your fund is privately making like millions of dollars during a charity drop that your name is attached to, like even if
so again, that I would say is not fully correct. So the charity drop happened. One sold, the other ones weren't selling. No one cared. So there was no selling of NFTs to raise money for charity anywhere near where the fund was selling before or after. People could technically still have bought those NFTs, but no one did because it just basically no one cared. So I just don't feel like that's a fair criticism. Like they gave Team C some NFTs to raise money. One sold, no one cared, and then it just basically died.
Yeah, people are kind of catching on to the fact that NFTs are not real; they're a scam.
Completely unrelated.
Crypto is still doing okay.
So it's not like this.
Yeah, you did an NFT charity and it didn't do well.
Hundreds of NFTs a day, and in the middle of all of it, they sold some earn tokens. It's like one NFT sold, raised money.
One sold.
Charity, sell just basically died. It's not going. No one's buying it. No one ever buying it anymore. And almost a month later, it sold. So, I mean, if anything, it looks like the people in the fund were being cognizant of it and paused selling and waited till long after it ended to do it. You know what I mean? So I actually disagree. I don't think anything nefarious was done there, to be honest.
I don't know if a month is enough time, basically, but is what it boils down to.
You're downplaying it. It's $2 million of earn tokens. That's quite a bit. That's like a lot of money.
Of course.
Okay, good. He did call him on that.
Not all of it is mine. It's the fund. But it was also known that my fund was invested in it, and I was a part of the fund. So it's also not like it was hidden that we were invested in Earn. Like that was public information.
Right. Cool. Yeah. You just, maximum transparency there. It's like if there's any other information you want to send in regard to that, I've got the DMs of from Nick Rose, the CEO of Eternity Chain, talking about that there will be a 2-month auction for charity, and that quote unquote Mr.Beast is supporting both drops. Which obviously that's not you saying that is this guy, but yeah, it's just something to be super transparent about.
100%, and I'm glad I could give color on these things, to be honest. So I'm glad like people now can see what I have to say on both those things, and I actually appreciate this follow-up call. And this is good. Like I actually feel like I mean, unless you have any other questions, everything's been hit.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I can't. Can you think of anything?
I'm actually never doing that again.
Yeah, definitely sounds like he finally covered everything. Okay. The crypto part's definitely the dumbest part, but that's usually the way it goes with influencers, anytime they get into crypto, even if they do it with the best of intentions, like, it's such a messy environment to be in. It's hard to do it without it looking like a scam, because so much of it does feel like a scam. That's just the nature of crypto. I mean, you're buying and selling fucking monopoly money in an unregulated market. There's so many ways to manipulate it, so many ways that, like, so many shady things you can do. It's just having your name attached to it at all would have been a bad look. I don't think he should have done it. I believe it's probably something that, like, KSI and Logan Paul probably talked him into, because they're both pumping up a crypto coin again. Logan Paul's doing it again, even though we all know that he scammed his audience and CoffeeZilla approved it. He's literally just can't keep his, like, it's free money for rich people. It's how the rich get richer. If you're an influencer, you can talk a bunch of idiots into buying a coin, and then you can pull the rug out from under. And I want to believe Mr. Beast was ignorant on that. Almost called him Mr. Ignorant. Mr. Beast was ignorant on that. I want to believe that. But
Mr. Ignorant.
But I mean, he had a fund. Like, it sounded like he just, like, wanted to be as hands off as possible. But I find it hard to believe that he didn't know that, like, crypto would be a bad look in general. Like, I would have loved to hear those conversations where they talk him into it. I don't believe it was just a, hey, you want to buy the crypto? And he's like, okay. Like, I don't want to believe he's that ignorant. Like, that's the way he's kind of downplaying it into, is though, I didn't know, you know, I just hired a fund. I didn't want to have to worry about it. You know, I thought it'd be a good idea. I was just trying to, yeah, like, I don't believe it was that innocent. I believe he was probably like, isn't crypto a scam? I'm sure he had questions. I would have just loved to know, like, what lies he may have been told and why he's not, like, well, I guess he's not throwing them under the bus because they're his business partners. But yeah, I think he may have been manipulated a little bit because they're making money off his name. Every single thing else in this video, though, all of the other allegations, easily fucking explainable with rational explanations. And the fact that he's suing Dogpack is a good thing, because you see this time and time again on YouTube, is that allegations suddenly get treated as if they're true. People start, like, manipulating the evidence and trying to, like, paint a narrative. And it does have real effects on people's lives. I mean, even celebrities, where we know the answers to this stuff, it's happened. Like, Justin Roiland lost his TV show. I think he lost his gaming company. Like, he lost a bunch of stuff. Had his day in court, and was found innocent. Thrown out. There was no evidence to back up any of the allegations. Did he get back any of the stuff he lost, though? No. He didn't get his spot back on Rick and Morty. He didn't get Squanch Games back. Like, he didn't get any of his stuff back. Same thing with Johnny Depp. He had his day in court. We all watched it happen. And even though turned out he was the victim, while he was in court, he was being canceled when everyone was on Amber Heard's side. Disney took him out of the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Like he lost movies. It had a monetary impact on him. Did he get any of that back after turns out he wasn't just innocent, he was the victim? Did he get anything back? Did he get an apology? No, they just got to do it. Justin Roiland should have sued. I said it when that happened. He should have sued for wrongful termination. He should have sued them for something. Like, he should have sued them for punishing him for a crime he didn't commit. I said the same thing about Johnny Depp over Disney, but they don't want to sue these massive corporations. It does feel good to finally see, like, one time where someone's doing all of that stuff. And yeah, it sucks that it's just an individual, just some, I don't even want to call him a YouTuber, because he didn't make videos before this. He literally worked at Mr.Beast for 2 weeks and then, like, springboarded that into a career slandering him. He does deserve to be sued, but so did Disney. So did Adult Swim. Like, so did Comedy Central. Like, so did all of these companies who cancel people before they've actually had the chance to prove their innocence. Like, I don't know if this lawsuit's going to be big enough to maybe start a wave of lawsuits of people going anti-cancel culture and going, you canceled me and I was innocent. I'm going to, like, it should. That's what should happen to get this shit in check. But recently it seems like cancel culture has kind of been dying out anyway, so maybe it's a problem that'll correct itself. in any case, that's the follow-up on the Mr. Beast drama. I'm gonna go over the full document in another video. It's already getting late. That was a 2.5 hour long interview. I didn't realize how late it was. I want to thank all you guys for watching. If you're new to the channel, sub so you can see me go over, because we are going to do a nice boring stream where we read all of those documents. We go over everything and we see exactly how bad the slander was and just how cooked Dogpack is in this lawsuit. I mean, I feel like he's going to be proper cooked just because of the lawyers Jimmy can avoid, but how, like, we're even going to look up like potential damages and maybe even jail time, assuming he doesn't have the money to pay for all the damages he did. It'll be interesting to go over that. So sub to the channel so you can see that video when it comes out. We do these live streams every single night, so you can be here at 11 p.m. to be part of those videos and maybe even participate in chat. For now, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, what's up, Waffle? Done with the YouTube segment there.
I put a fucking thing in your reaction section.
All right, I don't know if I'll do a second one tonight, but maybe. All right, reaction clips. Oh, Valve just put game publishers on notice. I will refund your game. Okay, that's a video in and of itself. Yeah.
Yeah,
good find.
It's not. I'm gonna let you know it's not as big, but it's big.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's gonna affect fighting games hard.
Now that we're off, that's a good thing, because after how badly I got burned with fucking Mortal Kombat 1 and just put that shit in check. Thank you. I am curious to watch this one. We may watch it right now in a minute, and I'll just make 2 YouTube videos tonight. But I mean, there's going to be 2 kinds of things. While I'm not in content creation mode, we can just talk for a second. Look, there's going to be 2 kinds of things that I'm going to have to just do here. When it comes to the YouTube segment of the live stream. Like, I do still want to play games and then intercut those games with, hey, we'll either play the game in the background or we'll take a break entirely and watch a video, depending on, whether my wife's with me or how I'm setting up the content. But there's going to be content I do because I have to do. You ever heard the phrase, one for them, one for you?
Yeah.
Because that's a common phrase with movies, where a director will do a movie that he's not necessarily interested in doing, and he's just doing it for a paycheck. So some lesser known director will get a big break and he'll be put onto a Marvel movie. And he has no interest in Marvel movies, but this will put him on the map, or some other big movie like that. He's like, okay, well, I'll do the studio movie where the studio just tells me what to do and I'm just a guy that holds the camera. Because that's what directors in all these Marvel movies are. So it doesn't matter who the director is. That's why they can get cheap directors that just did 1 or 2 small movies. They want a director that'll do what they tell them, because they already have a formula. So you do that, you get your big paycheck. I did 1 for them, and the money from that will fund the 1 for me. Now I can do my passion project and tell my story. That's how Quentin Tarantino got his start. That's how a lot of movie directors go. So my YouTube channel is going to have to kind of function the same way, because I'm going to have to do some content that's the 1 for them, which is obviously what this Mr. Beast video was. I don't really give 2 shits about the Mr. Beast drama. Absolutely none of the drama. Anytime there's Mr. Beast stuff, none of the allegations in the past and none of the stuff here. My kids watch his videos, so I'll come downstairs, they'll be watching it on the TV. None of this stuff is ever reflected in any of the videos. And even if they were fake, I don't give a shit, because the kids still enjoy them. They serve their purpose. None of this has ever affected his end product. So this is all behind the scenes stuff that really doesn't affect anything. I just don't care. But doing a Mr. Beast video is obviously going to get some views. Especially this one, if I can get it out fast enough. So if I can edit this, and have it out tomorrow, which I'm off work tomorrow, so I'll probably, as soon as I end the stream tonight, just stay up all night and edit it and try to get it out first thing in the morning. So the day after the interview drops, when everybody's searching to look for it, maybe that'll garner some views. get people to my channel. So the one for them brings eyes to my channel. So then they see the other stuff, and maybe some people like the other reaction stuff I do. So I try to do stuff that's at least on theme with the, oh, he reacts to stuff while he's playing video games themed. It's more about my personality than it is about the content, because I'll react to whatever. Try to keep a somewhat gaming theme to it. So I'm playing video games in the background. That's obviously the one for me. When I'm covering gaming stuff, when I'm watching body cam stuff, when I'm doing stuff that I want to do, that's obviously the one for me. But that stuff typically doesn't, it's never going to be as mainstream as something like a Mr.Beast video. It's just never going to be that mainstream. Body cam footage is only going to attract a certain crowd of people. That's more like rage bait. And then video game stuff is, that's already a niche crowd. That's just, gamers are just a niche crowd. They don't make up but a fraction of YouTube's total audience. So you try to branch out a little bit and then reel it back to, try to find that crossover and reel it back. So it's all just part of playing the game. So this is good stuff. You tend to understand what I'm looking for when it comes to the game and stuff. So when it comes to the one for me videos and reaction stuff, I'll probably need your help to find some of that stuff. So I'm glad you found that. I think I've heard something about this anyway.
Yeah, he kind of just has like a bit more sources and shit. He
I think I remember, later. I did see a video on it. I think I remember seeing a headline on it while I was at work or something, just on my phone on my break, just looking through Google, checking my Google feed, and I think I found a couple headlines about Valve and look, I mean, I have my problems with Valve. So the refund parts are I don't know, it's hard to, I feel like some of the stuff they're doing may push developers towards the Epic Game Store instead of Steam, unless they specifically need Steam features. And not just because they want to scam somebody and don't want to get refunded, but because Valve also takes the biggest cut of their revenue. It's the biggest audience, but it has the same problem like the Google Play Store and Apple have. So, as much as people might hate the Epic Game Store, it needs to exist for Steam to function. Legally, it needs to exist. Because Google just lost its lawsuit, and they're having to sell off some of their stuff. They may even have to sell off their Chrome browser for the same reason. Because they have a monopoly on apps on Android phones. You pretty much have to get them through the Play Store. They lost that lawsuit to Epic, so now they have to open up their Play Store and let other stores onto their phones. And they're also being sued over Chrome itself, because Chrome is the world's most popular web browser, and it auto defaults to Google as a search engine. It doesn't ask people what search engine they want to use. It just defaults to Google. You can change it manually, but it defaults to Google. And because of that default and because of the way that they pushed Chrome, they have basically got a monopoly on web searches now and web traffic, and they're being investigated by the government over that. So if you're the only one in the market, same thing with Apple. Apple's being sued by Epic. I expect after they've won the Google one, they'll probably also win the Apple one. Apple is exactly the same as Valve when it comes to that. Apple takes a 30% cut of all revenue through its marketplace, same way Valve does. And if they find that Apple can't do that unless they allow other storefronts, then they're going to have to change some practices, or new laws are going to be passed. So if Valve wants to continue taking a 30% cut of every game and every transaction passing through its storefront, other storefronts have to also exist to compete with it, so that they don't get dinged as a monopoly for, basically, price controlling the market and locking, just price gouging is the term, where they've got a lock on the market, so now they can just jack up the prices. And they don't jack up the prices for consumers, they jack it up for developers. But Epic only takes 10% from devs, where, Steam's taken 3 times as much if you put your game on their marketplace. So the Epic storefront needs to exist for Steam to continue having that cut. Otherwise, they could find themselves in legal trouble. So you might hate the Epic Game Store, but it's a necessary evil for Valve to keep functioning the way it's functioning. And my concern here is that when developers see that not only are you taking 30% of my revenue from your game, but now you're going to make it where people can just play my game and then refund it, like you're going to make refunds too easy. Because there's a lot of devs who already don't like the 2-hour refund policy they have. So it may push more people toward Epic because, oh, well, now people can buy my game and they can't play it for 10 hours and then return it. And I get to keep 90% of my revenue. Why wouldn't I put it on the Epic Game Store? It's from a business standpoint. Why wouldn't I? Yeah, like I feel like that may be the mentality a lot of devs may end up having. Which is honestly completely understandable. I can't even say I blame them. But we'll watch this one too. We'll make 2 videos. This one won't be the one that goes up tomorrow. But you know, we can watch it, pause it, discuss it, all that good stuff. Give a proper reaction to it, because I'm sure you have thoughts too. And I'm just talking out my ass right now because I don't even know if that's what this video is about. I'm just saying as it stands right now. That's.
I don't want to spoil.
Yeah. I know.
It is or not.
I'm just guessing at the content I'm about to watch. You know, I like to make predictions, so obviously you guys know I'm going in blind. But before I do that, I just did like 2 hours of pausing and talking and reacting, so I need to go get a glass of water or something. Probably grab a snack, so I will be right back.
Yeah, I'll go. Yes.
Yeah, and then we'll do that. Let me try to pull up the lame fucking. We're just gonna have to listen to random music, guys, because they've locked down all music. Here, where's random? The random button. Locked. Like I'm flipping through page after page after page of locked playlists. Where's the random one that's not locked? Maybe game stations? No. Okay, here we go. Alright, you guys enjoy the music. I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink and a snack. Waffle's gonna mellow out a bit as we get ready for reaction video number 2, and then maybe we'll play some games or I'll stop and edit videos. I don't know, I haven't decided yet. Sit tight, guys. I'll be right back.
join forces. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom, and we won't run tonight. We are a team. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom, and we won't run tonight. We are a team. We can do anything together if we just try. Yeah. And as long as we have our backs whenever our foes come by, this time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces.
Alright. Alright, before, you back yet, by the way?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, before I jump into the next video, we'll eat my snack and stuff. I don't want to be eating on a YouTube video. I'm not Hassan Piker. Or XQC. Okay, I've got some decorum here. I'll eat on a live stream. Man's gotta eat, but I want that recorded in the video.
Is the Replacer a franchise of some kind?
The Replacer?
Yeah. I don't know. He looks like a real person.
Maybe.
Probably not.
I've never heard of it.
Well, okay, so there's a Black Cell. Like, if you buy this bundle and you own the Black Cell Battle Pass, there's an additional skin that you can earn. It's just Black Cell themed. I don't get that. Fucking weird.
They're gonna put that Black Cell animation on as much stuff as they can to make it, you know, to justify the existence of Black Cell. Basically, the more stuff they put that animation on, because that's all the Black Cell is. Anytime there's a Black Cell thing, it's just an animated skin, and they'll copy and paste it over top of other skins. It's like a filter. But the more stuff they put that on, then when they're advertising Black Cell, they'll be like, you get access to 32 skins. You know, like they can just inflate that number. It becomes a selling point. Look, in all past seasons, and I'd even say this one included, 99% of the time, Black Sail's not worth it. There's never anything like good in it. It's just they keep copy and pasting that filter over top of all the existing skins. It's not like you're getting anything extravagant. Sometimes the gun skins look better, but not $30 better. But this is the one time I got it because it was $30 for the Vault Edition upgrade on Game Pass, and there's little chance that Microsoft is ever taking Call of Duty off Game Pass. They know that a ton of people have subscribed to Game Pass specifically for Call of Duty. And they know that for a fact because they saw a huge spike in Game Pass subscribers when Call of Duty launched. So all those people are going to keep their subscriptions to keep playing Call of Duty. And they also saw a big sale. I'd be curious to see the sales numbers of the Vault Edition upgrade, because I'm one of the ones that bought it. Oh, for $30, I basically get the full game experience. I get all this stuff, plus the back sale. Yeah, like I get all the content plus the Black Sail version of the Battle Pass. I mean, I was going to get the Battle Pass anyway, so it's basically like $20 more for all that extra content. It seemed worth it. But I'd be curious to see like how many Vault Edition upgrades did they sell on Xbox compared to the number of actual copies of Call of Duty they sold.
Who knows?
I mean, I'm willing to bet it's a lot. Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's a lot. As there was probably a ton of people who subscribed to Game Pass to see if Call of Duty was even any good. Like, I don't want to buy the game, but I want to know, is this one good this year, or is this another, is this another Vanguard? And then they paid for Battle. They paid for Game Pass, played the game. Turned out to be one of Call of Duty's better games. And then they're going, oh, this is really good. And then, once they're in the game, that little pop-up keeps nagging at them. Get the Vault Edition upgrade. And they go into their operator menu, and there's all these locked operators. Part of Vault Edition upgrade. Oh, all those gun skins? All seasonal content? So I'm wondering, like, how many people ended up getting roped in like that? Like, okay, you bought Game Pass, see if the game was any good. Game was good. So now you've almost paid as much as the game, because you paid $20 for Game Pass, where you weren't subscribed before. Plus the $30 you've spent to get the Vault Edition, to get the upgrade. You've almost bought the game anyway, but a lot of people don't think like that. It's a good marketing strategy. It's probably made them a lot of money.
I mean, you'll end up paying more anyway, so.
Yeah. Not to mention all of those people are now paying Microsoft $20 a month as long as they want to keep playing Call of Duty. It's one of those, we got less money up front for Call of Duty on Xbox, but we'll make more over time.
And that's why they fucking are fine letting, it exist on, all their games exist on PlayStation. Because they're going to make more money off of their own players, so who cares? Just make as much money as possible off the sales.
Yeah, right.
And give your players a good experience. Pretty fucking easy.
Back in the day, exclusives made sense, as it was how you sold your console. Because consoles were expensive, a lot of people didn't buy more than one, and the consoles had to have something on it that people wanted, so your exclusives is what made people buy the fucking Nintendo over the Sega. Like back in the day, like that was how you had to sell it. But we live in the online world where crossplay is going to be a thing. There's now more. There were also a lot more exclusives back then. Now there's more multi-platform games than ever before. Each system, with the exception of Nintendo, each system that you play on now only has a handful of exclusives. Like even PlayStation's only got like, I think count them on one hand, the number of exclusives that they have. Active exclusives. I'm not talking about like Twisted Metal and shit they ain't doing nothing with. I'm talking like games they're actively still making. You count them on one hand. Where back in the day it was like half the catalog on Super Nintendo was exclusive to Super Nintendo. You know, like it really was you bought the console based on the games it had. Not, you know, oh, I bought the console that had whatever on it. You know, like nowadays you don't even need a console. So not putting your game on every platform nowadays is just like, it's not helping you get any extra sales. Like you're basically just leaving money on the table. So we've entered a world where that's no longer a thing. Like exclusives they just don't benefit you really anymore. Short of like being a massive big system seller, it's just not worth it. PlayStation's kind of learning that because they're putting more of their exclusives on PC, but like I said, Nintendo is the exception, not the rule, and I think too many of them look at Nintendo and see how many exclusives Nintendo has, and the fact that people still buy Nintendo systems the way they bought Nintendo systems in the 80s. You're buying the Nintendo systems for the Nintendo games. But they're the exception, not the rule. Nowhere else, no other market in media works like that anymore. It just doesn't. Like, maybe streaming, I guess. You're buying Disney Plus for the stuff that's on Disney Plus that's exclusive to that. But, you know, even then, there's alternative ways to get that stuff. So, it's not like like back in the day, if you didn't have a Super Nintendo, you could not play Super Nintendo games. Now, if you don't have Disney Plus, there's so many other ways to see that stuff. You can pirate it, you can buy the DVD, you can buy the Blu-ray, you can buy it digitally on any of your platforms. You can just buy what you want instead of having to subscribe to something. Yeah, there's so many other ways to get that stuff now. Nothing really feels exclusive anymore anyway. Except on Nintendo consoles. And even then, you can still kind of pirate their shit. So, I think, realistically speaking, within the next 5 to 10 years, there probably won't be video game exclusives anymore. With the exception of Nintendo. And I think even Nintendo is going to have to... I don't think they'll come up off their big franchises, but I think they may come up off some of the smaller ones. Like, they got a little second wind with the Switch, because Nintendo was hurting as a company before the Switch. Like, they lost, I forgot what the number was, but Nintendo lost a lot of revenue, a lot of money, during the Wii U era, because just no one fucking bought a Wii U. And no games they put out on the Wii U were system sellers. Like, people still just weren't buying a Wii U. Like, even though they were putting good games on it, Mario Kart 8, that's a Wii U game. Like, a lot of the games that are on Switch are Wii U games they just re-released on Switch because they realized most people hadn't played them. That the games weren't bad, it was just the system was. And, like, people, like... I think if the Switch had failed to push the numbers it pushed, they probably would have stopped making consoles after the Switch. I don't think that they could financially take a third hit the way they took a hit during the Wii U lifespan. I don't think they could survive 2 more generations of that. So the only reason Nintendo is probably still going to continue to make consoles is because the Switch did so well.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting here going, like, how long can they keep that up? Like, how long can you keep selling consoles with gimmicks that'll be as popular as the Switch before you hit another Wii U? Or 2 Wii U's in a row, you know, 2 generations in a row. Like, how long before gimmicks stop working? Like, how long before technology advances to the point that your outdated tech isn't impressing anybody anymore, and now we can do better stuff on our phones and blah blah blah? Like, we're almost there now. Like, you've just somehow convinced people not to try to play games on their phone, but Switch instead. Like, your phone is more powerful than Switch. Like, we're already there now where you can do more with other devices. Like, how long can they keep convincing people to justify the purchase of a standalone console that only plays video games? Because Nintendo's consoles are also the only consoles on the market that only play video games. That is the only thing that they do. Like, even your Xbox and your PlayStation do more than play video games. They have web browsers on them. They have all the streaming services on them. Like, they're multimedia, like, you know, they do everything kind of machines. Meanwhile, the Switch, I think it's got a YouTube app, and that's it. Everything else is just games. Like, how long can they keep doing this before people just get tired of that? Not to mention the price of, like, portable PCs are coming down. I think you can get the lowest price Steam Deck now is probably the same price at what the Switch 2 is going to launch at next year. So, buy a PC. Buy a Switch. Yeah, like, I'm wondering how long can you keep justifying this before you finally throw in the towel? Within the next 5 or 10 years, I think we might see Nintendo finally throw in the towel, do what Sega did, and stop making consoles. And start making their games on all platforms. And just become a game publisher, which is what they should do. They'd make a ton more money. I don't know why they don't. Because your games are the only reason people buy your hardware. They're the only thing keeping your company afloat. It's not the hardware, it's the games. So the hardware is consistently losing you money. Like, even the Switch, for the majority of its lifespan, they were selling the Switch at a loss. You know, like, they were barely making any money on it. Like, I think for the first half of its lifespan, they were selling it at a loss, and it was even using cheap parts then. Or if they were making money, it was only like $10 to $20 per console. Like, they weren't making a ton of money with it. It's not until, like, now, towards the end of its lifespan, where it's even cheaper to produce now, that they can actually make money off the console. So, consoles just notoriously don't make money. The games do. And people don't need a Switch. You could make your games for PC, and I could play them on a Steam Deck if I really need a portable, dedicated gaming device. You can make them for mobile, and I could just clamp a controller to my fucking phone, and I could play it on my phone. You know, there's... If people really want mobile gaming, that exists now. And they don't need to buy a Nintendo product to get it. So, I don't know. I feel like a lot of Nintendo's problem is pride. They remember the fact that, like, we were the first ones to do mobile gaming with the Game Boy and blah, blah, blah. Like, we were the ones who pioneered this. Yeah, well, you're not that anymore. We all have better devices in our pocket now. We don't need you anymore. Like, that's just how the world works. The world changes, and you have to adapt your business around it. Sega did. They're doing better than ever now. Movies, games, yeah. Like, they gave that shit up a long time ago. And it was the best decision they ever made. They were on the verge of bankruptcy. I feel like Nintendo will probably end up going down that route. I don't know if it'll be within the next 2 generations, but definitely within the next 3 to 4. I think the Switch 2 will do okay. I don't know, it's hard to say. I think the Switch 2 will do okay just riding off the success of the Switch. But then again, everybody thought that about the Wii U. They thought that the Wii U would do okay riding off the success of the Wii. And flopped hard. Like one of the worst selling modern consoles. So, and real consoles are right here. We ain't counting the Soldier Boy console. Alright? The real consoles.
You ain't counting the Soldier game?
I ain't counting the Soldier Boy. Or the KF console. The KFC console. The KF console.
Hey, that KF... have you seen the new one that they're doing?
No, I haven't seen that one.
The Hut one.
Oh.
I swear one company did, like... Have you seen the PS5 dev kit?
Yeah, I have seen the
You know
difference.
how it has that little triangle? Everybody was saying it was a pizza tray. So some company fucking made, either 3D printed it or fucking actually made a system. I don't know. Somebody did it and made it fucking cool.
Yeah, somebody took a. Damn it, I'll have to go through my Twitter and find it, but I saw a video that I replied to where this dude took a PS5 Pro, because there's all these like videos of people showing off their PS5 Pro like it's the greatest thing since sliced fucking bread. I don't understand the glazing for this console. And then IGN puts out an article that says, there's a large number of games that actually run worse on PS5. The AI upscaling can't keep up with the game and it's causing lag. Bloodborne was one of them. Yeah, like there's a list of games that just don't run well that run better on a base PS5 than on the PS5 Pro right now. I'm sure they'll fix it with an update later, but the point is you're paying $700 to get slightly better games, and then you're putting them in your console and they're slightly worse.
Oh, I mean, they're gonna do another one. Like
they're gonna have to. But this guy took, like, he was showing off a thing he made, which, to his credit, it did look dope, but I wasn't about to tell him that. But he bought a PS5 Pro, and then he bought, must be nice to have this much disposable income, by the way, because he bought a PS5 Pro, and then he bought a computer case, some liquid cooling, a bunch of LED lights, just the case. And then he gutted the PS5, took all the parts out, and put it inside this computer case. So he basically had a PC tower, and it looked like a gaming PC, but it wasn't a PC. It was just a PS5 Pro. And I just left the comment. I was like, yeah, I wouldn't want people to know I bought a PS5 Pro either. I'm trying to hide that shit too. And also, for the amount of money you spent on that, you could have just built a PC. Like, I'm trying to remember what the total was, because I looked it up, because this one guy posted a picture about how this is we don't need PCs when we have this is much more affordable, or something along those lines. And he posted a picture of his PS5 Pro. They're all still in the box, like all the stuff he purchased. He bought a PS5 Pro, he bought a second controller, he bought the vertical stand, he bought the headset, the big PS5 Pro wireless headset. He bought there was some other bullshit that you gotta get with your PS5 Pro to make it work. Like, I know the vertical stand sold. Oh, the disc drives. That's right. The disc drive is sold separately. So if you want to play games on disc, now you got to buy that separate. So you had the disc drive. This is all stuff just for the PS5, just to make the PS5 work like a normal fucking console. And I looked it all up and added it up for him. And I was like, for the price you paid for all that bullshit, you could have had this PC. And then I looked up a pre-built PC that cost the same and would run, you know, fucking every game he would ever want better than the PS5 would. I was like, you could have just bought a PC, man. Like, you could just have a gaming PC right now. What the fuck are you doing? Like, the PS5 Pro's price tag is insanity. The PS4 Pro made sense, because even though the PS4 Pro or the PS4 Pro was a slight upgrade, I think maybe there was a version with the solid state drive that was the biggest upgrade. That was the big part, is the faster load times. Like, visually, I don't think it looked that much better, but it was only like $50 more than a PS5, just a regular PS5. Maybe $100 after they dropped the price of the regular PS5. But point is, it wasn't that much more expensive. You're talking, for the PS5 Pro, you're talking almost double the price of just a regular PS5. It makes no sense. It does feel like they're just taking advantage of their audience at this point.
But Diddy, I love the PS5 Pro. It's so good.
I mean,
I spent so much money on it. I gotta defend it. What do you mean?
Yeah, all of the posts on fucking Twitter. That's all they are. They're just cope. It's just cope.
Just glazing. No. Let me glaze in peace, goddammit.
Yeah, it's just cope. It's a ton of cope. They're faking screenshots, and now I know why they were faking all those screenshots, because all the games they were faking the screenshots in, like Bloodborne, were games that run worse on the PS5. Like, IGN tested and confirmed it. I was like, oh, reports are coming out that you guys are Yeah, this is a bad look. And then the whole PlayStation Portal thing, if you bought that, so that you can play your PS5 on the go with the PlayStation Portal, which is just a cloud gaming. It's just a cell phone it's a cell phone with a fucking PlayStation controller glued to it. Like, that's all it is. It's not even like they made this impressive console that can play console quality games on it. You can't play shit on it. You're just streaming it. Something else is playing the game. It's just streaming video. It is like just a cheap cell phone with a fucking PlayStation controller glued to the side of it. There is no reason for this thing to exist. This should be an app on your phone. This should not be a $150 thing you buy. And then have to pay a yearly subscription to use. This should just be an app on your phone. Game Pass is an app on my phone, and I can stream games to that. GeForce Now is an app on my phone, and I can stream games to that. Why is the PlayStation 1 its own fucking device? It makes no sense other than they're just, I don't know, just taking advantage of their fan base, I guess, because these idiots will buy whatever shit they put out and then glaze the fuck out of it. Defend the shit out of it. It's shocking to me, like, how dumb the decisions are they're making, and the fact that people are still rewarding the stupidity with money. It's insane. Although I get irritated with people who just feel the need to fanboy out for a company, and I'm like, you know, that $1 billion company doesn't give a fuck about you, right? Like, they don't know you exist. Why are you fucking fanboying out and feeling the need to act like their personal PR team and defend them? They're a business selling a product. That's it. Full stop. That is where your relationship with them should end. Is they sold you a thing, and you should enjoy that thing. And if you don't enjoy that thing, you should be telling them, hey, you sold me a broken thing. Or, hey, you lied to me about the thing you sold me. Make it better. You know, like you would do in any other situation. It's not like you'd go to a grocery store and buy something off the shelf and then get home and see that it's expired and it doesn't taste good and be like, well, I mean, sometimes they gotta sell them expired. No, you wouldn't make excuses for any other fucking business. And you're talking sums of less money. You would return a box of macaroni and cheese before you would, like, just eat outdated food. Like it's insanity to me, the fucking glazing of companies. And the Sony fanboys are getting about as bad as the Nintendo fanboys. They really are. I mean, the Nintendo ones are too far gone. They're not fanboys anymore. They're a goddamn cult. But Sony fanboys are getting there, man. They're getting there. At least you would think they were getting there looking at Twitter. Just the dumbass defenses for shit they're doing. Which, I'll give credit to Microsoft. They're kind of winning this generation and knocking it out of the park when it comes to, like, being the most consumer friendly best deal in gaming. Like, Game Pass is unbelievable. The fact that you don't even need a console to play the Xbox, you know, cloud gaming being so easily accessible. The worst part is, like, PlayStation even has a cloud gaming option. I don't even know why they made a big stink out of that in their little court filing, because PlayStation has their own, like, PlayStation bought a cloud gaming company long before Xbox did. They could have done way more with it, but instead, they didn't just lock it behind a PlayStation Plus subscription. They locked it to their devices only. You can only cloud stream on a Sony device. You can only do it on a PlayStation or on that stupid fucking PlayStation Portal. There is no app for your TV. There is no app for your phone. There is no web browser version. Like, there's no other way. And if you already own a console, why the fuck do you need to stream this shit then? Like, just, it's so stupid. And their streaming quality, I would even argue, is better than Microsoft's. Like, it's on par with GeForce Now. Like, they bought a good company. They bought the company that did OnLive. If you remember what that was. I had one of those back in the day.
Didn't have one.
So OnLive was the first game streaming console. It was like back in 2010. They did a game streaming console like 10 years before anybody else, and it was hit or miss. The quality wasn't like console quality, but it was very playable. It was mind-blowing at the time because this was something everybody said couldn't be done because of lag and because of inputs, like we can barely stream video, and here comes On Live actually pulling it off. And it wasn't like a subscription service. You bought the console and then you just bought the games, and it worked like a regular console. The console was cheap. It was like 20 bucks, 20, 50 bucks, and then you just bought the games, and the games were usually discounted because this was back in the age of physical media, and that was the big selling point to On Live, is it was a cheap way to play all of these games if you can't afford a console. And it did okay. And then Sony bought them so that they could have their game streaming service for PlayStation, and PlayStation was the first one to offer cloud streaming as part of PlayStation Plus. And then they did nothing with it. Like, no one used it because, oh, I can only use this on the PlayStation? Well, the whole point behind On Live is I can't afford a PlayStation, but this way I get to play games. They were PC games, but I get to play these games. So you're going to buy this service and then tell me I have to have a console to play it? Well, if I got the console, why would I buy the game on the... Like, why would I want to use the cloud streaming service when I could just buy the game? Yeah. Like, it made no sense.
Because Diddy won't be on there now. He doesn't have it.
Because they could have completely like dominated the market. They were the first ones to the market. They could be where Xbox is right now. They could have beat GeForce Now to the punch. They could have beat Xbox to the punch. Like, they could have been the ones setting the standard for how this goes forward and like making it a thing. And instead, they just used it as like a perk for their PlayStation Plus subscribers. And even then, when they first did it, it was only used when they first bought it, it was only used on PlayStation consoles, and it was only used on PS4, and it was only used originally to stream PlayStation 3 games, because PlayStation 3 games weren't backward compatible with the PS4. PS2 games were, PS1 games were, but they couldn't emulate the PS3 on PS4, so they weren't backward compatible. So they literally bought it just to say, hey, we're compatible with, we're fully backward compatible now. Now you can play PS3 games. And that was literally the only thing it did, was let you play cloud stream PS3 games on it. So it was still worse than what Xbox did. Like, it's just, I'm dumbfounded how stupid this is.
Yeah, no, that's fucking retarded, but that's pretty much PlayStation this whole generation.
I mean, they're finally starting to do better now. They're finally starting to do better now because they're doing, like, all games are streamable on PlayStation Plus. And I'll say that they're even like a step ahead of Microsoft, because when I say all games are streamable on PlayStation Plus, I mean all games. Like, you can stream any game you own, as long as you have a PlayStation Plus subscription, of course. But you don't have to just play games that are on their catalog of, like, game stream catalog, like Game Pass does. It doesn't have to be part of that service. Now it can be anything. If you own the game and it's not part of PlayStation Plus, you just get to you just get to fucking cloud stream it. Not anywhere, and that's the problem, is I finally get to have my entire console library at my fingertips with cloud streaming, something Xbox doesn't even do yet. But I can only stream it on a console, which if I have the console, I'll just play it on the console. Like, it's so astronomically stupid. Or buy the PlayStation Portal so you can, buy the PlayStation Portal.
I'm going to say it's completely inconvenient, because, like, there's a lot of games that you don't want to install that you can, like, it's still convenient. Like,
I mean, it's a minor convenience.
They definitely should have a fucking, it's not enough.
Like, it's not like, you're not selling that. Like, you're not selling based on that. Oh, what? Whatever, dude. I was half paying attention to this. I put shit on the spot. Lost it. Oh, no fucking bubs on that. Oh, yeah, now I'm completely out. Cool. I'm in fucking one game because I wasn't paying attention. Alright, well, let's complete my daily missions. Level up my battle pass. Oh, I leveled it twice. And both next tiers are free. Iron Man boosters and credits for upgrades. Cool. Free shit in the shop. I'll scroll down past all these cosmetics of the free shit. Thank you. Oh, every 3 hours you get free stuff? Okay. Most of these shops do like a once a day free thing. Anything in my deck I can upgrade? It's a good game. I think I could upgrade Bucky. I can upgrade Bucky. Alright, Bucky. You getting the upgrade. Infinity. What'd I get? More credits. More credits. I got almost all those credits back. Hulkbuster. Oh, I've maxed him out. Okay, good. Sweet. Maxed out Bucky. / Winter Soldier. Let's do the custom card. Make it a foil card. Infinity version. Don't I have any other? Wait, I thought I already had. I already had borders. Oh, copper borders. Copper metallic, sure. Put that on there, make it custom. There we go. Swap that. I don't think I got enough to do another upgrade there. Didn't Sabretooth have an upgrade I could do? No, not yet. I gotta keep grinding for those. Alright, I guess we'll do some ranked play, because I can't go back and do the... Yeah, I can't go back and do the Deadpool event for a little while. I wagered too much on that one fight, and then lost it because I wasn't paying attention. So I lost all my shit. Play a match or two of this, and then we'll do the Valve video. Here we'll mix a little gaming content into the stream, into this gaming stream. Six cost cards, cost one less. Oh, you're running a Kitty Pryde deck. Fuck! Is she meta right now?
Probably.
Nova, Bucky Barnes, and then Carnage. Still running my Carnage deck from like season 1, where Carnage with Symbiote season was season 1. This deck dominated back then, but yeah, I don't think it's going to now. Oh, Hope Summers. After you play a card here, you get a +1 energy next turn. Okay, I haven't seen anybody throw down any OP cards yet that I'm like, oh, that's a bullshit card. War Machine. Nothing can stop you from playing cards anywhere. Ooh. That might be a little OP. Can't lock the board down on his side now. Ooh, that's kind of bullshit. Ah, why did you put the Wolverine there? Give each 4-cost card in your deck -1 cost. Too bad. It's final turn. Okay, I'm gonna let him have the right side. I just gotta try to get the left side. And that's probably how I'll do it. There. Snap! Let's see if you got the balls to stay and fight. Fuck me, dude. Of course he's got that card. Why wouldn't he have that card? Yep, I'm gonna lose because of that. I would have won otherwise. I could have rolled Shang-Chi. I could have won that. Fuck. What the hell's everybody at me?
I don't know.
Figured Ozzy would at least show up, and then when we're talking about video game stuff, that seems to be when he wants to get involved. When a card moves here, give it +2 power. Put Bucky there. Next card you play here gains +3 power and moves. Well, let's see if this works for Sabretooth. I moved to the wrong place. Goddamn. Cards that cost 4, 5, or 6 can't be played here. Wait. Do it like that. Not giving me the cards I need to make my deck work. I'm doing all the setup and not getting the payoff at the end. Oh, thanks, Magneto. I got Shang-Chi. I'm burning the fuck out of that Magneto, dude. I hate to tell it to you. You ain't gonna get to keep him. I'll snap. I have a plan. Let's see if you can read what I'm planning here. Oh, that's the new Thor. What does that do? I'll have to look at that in a second. Deadpool. I didn't get my Deadpool out early enough to pull that off. Thor dude. Draw all cards that cost 0 from your deck. Ooh, okay, he's got some. Cards that cost 4, 5. It can't be played here? Okay, I can't burn the Magneto. Fucking shit. Well, in that case, let's put a little extra oomph on my other spots. I can't burn that card. I can't play the one I want there. Oh, you lucky bitch. Forgot Shang-Chi's a 4-cost card. Alright, still won. Still won the other two, so. Get my rank up. Thank you. Okay. Well, song ended right as that ended, so okay, be a good place to do a little bit of content. How long is this video?
Welcome back, everybody.
17 minutes. Bye. Valve just put game publishers on notice. Valve is tired of publishers not taking their obligations seriously. Okay, kind of a vague description you got there, bud, but I'll bite.
I mean, he clickbaiting, you know.
Yeah, it's YouTube. Well, I mean, I was reading the description at that point. Usually they'll clickbait in the title, but they'll give a little more context in the description. But he clickbaited the description too. He just left it very vague. But that's fine. We'll
I mean, you should see his list of sources in the description.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Well, first I gotta scroll down past his sponsorship. A lot of sources. A lot of them come straight from the Steam store, Kotaku, Bethesda's help page, PC Gamer. Yeah, they all seem credible. All right, let's hear how we're putting game publishers on notice.
Today, this is going to be a great video, right? Because publishers sometimes are a little bit naughty. Now, maybe they're naughty because they're kind of bad, or maybe they just make a mistake and they have a plan where the business bigwigs think, oh, cool, we'll sell this season pass, but the developers are internally screaming, thinking, guys, we can't actually do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of
The problem,
miscommunication
though, is, that means
between
that
developers
customers,
and publishers.
we
Happens
get
all the time.
burned. And guess who also gets burned?
Yes, we get caught in
Big
the
Mr.
crossfire.
Game. Because if you're running Steam and via incompetence or malice, your devs and publishers are messing on your customers, well, guess what? Now that's your problem. So this is very much a Steam consumer protection story, and it's one that is very Valve, because they've not went and hired a small army, right, of enforcers who are going to be patrolling Steam. No. Valve are a games design company, right? Now, the thing is, Steam, the actual platform, well, it's game designed. They want to incentivize behaviors that are in their best interest. And that means, yeah, things that mean that customers feel comfortable purchasing, but it also means developers and publishers acting right. So let's get into this. Today's story is all about selling an idea, selling a promise of future content and how it goes wrong. What's cool though, right, is the last few times we've covered Steam stories, especially policy ones, it's Valve being forced by some sort of outside influence. As an example, there were the terms of service changes, which basically were to try to comply with a Californian law. There was all of the stuff with the big class action lawsuits, and that was all Valve responding to external stuff. But here, this is Valve designing their own game, changing the rules, and it's all about the battle passes. Now, this was first spotted by
Valve
Paolo
telling you
Janik,
what's up,
who is
bitches.
the Steam DB guy, who does awesome work over there. So what they've done is they've changed their policies on how season passes work. And for the sake of simplicity, so that we all understand what Valve actually means, here is how Valve defines them. A pack of current and future content, brackets DLC, that customers can buy with a single purchase.
Yes, that's what DLC is. Thank you,
Is
Valve.
that battle passes, where you've got to unlock rewards through gameplay, and like individual DLCs, those don't actually count here. What counts is when you buy a season pass, right? A whole package of things that is purchased before all those things release. And what's really cool is that we have got the full policy document,
live service.
all of Valve's demands and requirements that developers and publishers have got to meet. And on face value, this absolutely looks like a humongous win for consumer rights. But as always, it gets far more interesting when we dive into the details, and that's possible because of today's sponsor. who keep me protected online. So here's the deal. Data brokers exist. They harvest our data any way that they can, and then they sell it. And that means we get robocalls, we get spam, and even worse, security vulnerabilities, especially the likes of social engineering. And when big corporate
We don't
data
skip
leaks
ads
happen,
on
as they
content
often
we
do,
steal.
that data often ends
So
up
we're gonna
with
watch
the
his ad.
brokers. And that's where
Least I can do.
incognito.com/belly their news is a superpower, and it is so simple. We've actually got the legal right to have our data taken down. But that takes hours, and there's nothing stopping that data from being recollected. So what Incogni does is it
And it's
scans the
not
brokers,
like
it
the worst
automatically
service.
sends takedown requests, it adds you to suppression lists, and best of all, it constantly rescans to keep your data down. So here's my Incogni dashboard. You can see 114 sent, 8 in progress, 106 completed, and I'm on 21 suppression lists. And that means those brokers will not recollect my
that's a
info.
powerful card.
And you can add up to 3 emails and home addresses as well, and the upshot is simple.
Thank you for
Your
the
data
points.
not being spread around without your knowledge or your consent. And I've actually not had a single robocall since I started with them. Incogni means you
Oh,
can
that's
actually
a
benefit from the laws
it's a
that
bold
actually
claim
exist
right
to
there.
protect you, but are normally
That it can
completely
stop all
unusable.
robocalls?
And you can
Not a
get
single one?
60% off an annual plan at incogni.com/value.
I shouldn't have
Let's
to
kick things
pay
off with a
for
customer
a subscription to stop
so Valve have
robocalls.
codified
The government
how
should put
these
a
products
crack
should
down
appear
on
on the
this
Steam
shit.
platform, sort of in the same way as Advanced Access, where Advanced Access was a thing, it was a gray area, and then Valve said, hang on a second, we should actually have a clear label and a clear system so that people know what's
that's
going
where
on. So from now
early
on,
access games became a thing.
before the purchase of a season pass, products must clearly detail these things. A complete list of all DLC included in the pass, so a listing for each of the 4 DLCs that are included. There must be a basic description of the content included in each pass. Valve says, and by the way, I'm reading their policy document here. For example, the first content release might be the Glitterlands expansion, new area to explore, 2 new weapons, and new enemies.
And they even give an
Valve's
example.
document goes on to say, it's not required for DLC to have a final name at the launch of the season pass.
You just
They
need to
that
say what it's gonna be,
information
not what's
about
gonna
the
be
content
called.
in the
Yeah.
DLC doesn't need to be detailed, so
You just need to
can
say
just
it's
say as a
coming,
developer,
that this
new
will
weapons,
happen.
or 2 new weapons, or new zone. That is acceptable. You don't have to list the specific, like, itemized things. Now, they also say, and this is where it gets big, expected release date for each DLC. Quarter and year, i.e. January to March 2025, or season/year.
Oh, you
is
gotta have a time
acceptable.
frame.
Of course, a date that's more precise is also fine. As an example, just any specific date in the year. And then there's a bit that I think is huge, right? A product must have at least one of its constituent DLCs actually released whenever it is offered.
Most of them do
so
now,
that
anyway.
means that a season
mean,
pass cannot be sold in
should.
such a way that if you buy the season pass, that's it. Right, there's no content right now. All that you've done is pre-ordered a bunch of future DLCs. That's actually not going to be allowed. Now, that being said, pre-orders of a deluxe edition of a game do get their own specific carving out in the rules. So obviously Valve aren't going to publishers and saying, hey guys, no more deluxe editions, because that would lose all of the money, right? So we'll have to treat that as a separate thing, but there's an other rule that is massive for us as gamers, as customers. Steam are codifying that if any listed DLC is cancelled, Valve will mandate refunds for the comparative value of
Okay,
the
so if you
canceled
cancel a DLC, then
to
you have to refund the
customers.
people who pre-ordered
Now, this
it
is
more,
really good
which,
because, look,
yeah, is what should happen.
generally, there would be
Or
some
pre-orders
form
just shouldn't be a
of
thing.
refund if
You
a
should have
plan
to buy it
changed
when it comes out.
substantially. But the thing that actually matters is, can you trust that refund? Is it backed up by Valve's own rules? Here, it is going to be backed up by those rules, and that matters. Now what we can do is take a look at some recent video games to see who passes these rules and who fails. The devil is always in the details. So, Star Wars Outlaws just came out, and it does actually pass. The reason why is they have clear descriptions of the expected dates, there are clear expectations for the content, and there's a full list of everything that you get. Then we've got Space Marine 2. It also passes the new test. Again, it's got all of the detail, even though they are just describing the cosmetic pack contents in generic terms. But then we've got Tekken 8. It actually fails the test. It violates Valve's rules. Now, Tekken 8 came under a hell of a lot of criticism from fans because
of the
what
way
is
that
actually
they
in its season pass.
Yeah.
Now, actually, that's not why they failed the test here. Obviously, you're allowed to sell a season pass that's shit as long as it complies with the rules. But what they don't comply with is that while there is detail of the content available that fits Valve standards, there's no time frame, right? No time frame for delivery, and Valve are not letting developers sell undated promises in their store anymore. Then we've got Stalker 2. which sadly fails on all counts here, actually. The only thing that they describe whenever you purchase the Ultimate Edition is, quote, Season Pass guaranteeing 2 additional expansions and any future DLC. Now, of course, detail-wise, Steam has left enough slack here so that as long as each DLC is labeled with new weapons, new enemies, new map, that would be acceptable. And that does mean that most developers are likely going to be fine on that front. And for the developers of Stalker 2, well, they basically just need to get their ducks in the row so that they are in compliance with this. Of course,
example, I guess.
All right.
So there was actually a huge Bethesda controversy, and I think the lawsuit is technically still going on because of the Creation Club.
Okay.
Because of the way that they marketed that as mini DLCs, and when they originally sold the season pass of their game, they said all future DLCs will be included for free. And so people are suing them right now for Creation Club because all season pass owners should be able to get that stuff. And I agree with how minimal the content is. It probably should have been free for season pass owners.
I mean, from a legal standpoint, not sure how much of an argument they have there. I mean,
I'm not saying it's a good argument. I'm just saying it's like
it depends on
it's kind of what's happening here.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't have an argument. It all comes down to the very specific wording, because when it comes to like contract disputes and stuff in court, the devil is in the details, and you must be specific. So they called it a DLC at any point in time in that contract, and just a DLC, and then they said all future DLC will be included, then you got a case. If they called it a mini DLC and not just DLC, then the argument could be, well, we didn't say mini DLC. That's a different kind of DLC. No, so
yeah.
Just like like if you got a sale on something like Cheez-Its, for instance. You got Cheez-Its at the grocery store going on sale, and it says all varieties. I've actually seen this happen in the store, and it's an argument they always lose. But they come to the counter with the big family-size box of Cheez-Its, and they said, well, it said buy one, get one free, all varieties. Family size is it's a variety. And I'm like, no, it's a size. It's a different thing. All varieties means, regular Cheez-It, pepper jack Cheez-It, white cheddar cheese. Yeah, that's a different variety. This is still regular Cheez-It. It's just a different size. So changing the size does technically make it a different thing. But the devil's in the details. It's all going to be in the wording. And I mean it even if they go with the argument of, well, it's a mini DLC and not a DLC, not a regular DLC, there's still a good chance that they may win that case, because there's a good chance they get in front of a judge who doesn't play video games and doesn't understand this market, and they can't see the difference. They're like, I don't understand what the difference between a mini DLC and a DLC is. Just because it's a different... What do you mean, mini? Like, what's a mini DLC? It's a download. Is it because it's not a certain size download or something? Yeah, like they're not going to understand what the mini part means. So they'll have to basically argue for the mini part and why it makes it different. Whether or not that'll be successful is really going to be up to the judge. So I could see it going either way, but technically, they didn't say mini DLC. Then I can see how that's not included. It's a class action lawsuit. So even if... I don't see it winning personally, but even if it does win, the people involved in the suit aren't going to get much. Maybe some free Creation Club content. They'll settle outside of court more than likely if they think they're going to lose. The lawyers will be the ones getting paid, and all the consumers will just get some free Creation Club content. That's probably all that'll actually come from it. I don't know if it'll actually change how DLCs
I wonder
operate.
if they won the suit, if they would refund all of the season pass. That would be...
No.
Or offer a refund.
Probably not.
Be forced.
Probably not, because the argument is that these mini DLCs are included with the purchase of the season pass. So they'll probably change the wording on their season pass, or they'll apply it to whatever time frame that season pass was sold. They'll go through people's accounts to see all the people who purchased the season pass during that time frame, and then they'll just give them Creation Club content for free as a way to oblige by the contract that says, well, we're supposed to give you free DLC with your season pass. We're not supposed to give you money. So we're not going to give you money. We're going to give you free Creation Club content. Go download as much of it as you want. There you go. That's going to be what you get. And then it's only going to apply to people that bought that season pass during a certain time frame. Probably. If I had to take a guess on how that would be handled. I mean, if they settle outside of court, it can be whatever. But if a judge says you have to include it, you know, if a judge did side with them and they won, that would be what the judge says. Well, if it says that it's included, you have to give customers access to that. Boom. And that'll be the judge's decision. And then nobody gets any money back. The judge's ruling was that I have to give you Creation Club content. So that's what I'm giving you. Yeah. Give people the thing they paid for. I don't think that it'll be one of those cases that like changes the way the rules work, though. This is probably going to be like a one-off case. I don't think it's going to redefine what DLC is or how it can be sold. It probably will make future developers just be more careful in their wording, but I don't think, like, legally speaking, it's going to define what DLC is or do anything like that, no.
Well, I'm just saying, this is like, it feels like an effect of things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the same vein as that, and I'm glad Valve's giving DLC a definitive definition on their platform. I don't think like we'll legally get a definition for it, not for a while, because all the people making our laws and running our courts right now are old as dirt and don't know what video games are or how they work. They just think they're toys. They still treat video games like they're toys from the 80s. So it'll probably be another 10, 20 years before you actually see laws that reflect the digital age, because you have to wait for all those fucking boomers to die off, and then younger judges will come in that grew up with this technology and understand it, and they'll be like, oh, these rules got changed. Yeah, and then they'll start changing. But it'll be a while before that happens. I'm glad a company is deciding to make the rules themselves and go, well, I'm not going to wait for the law to catch up. This is how I want to run my platform. I don't know how that's going to affect them. It does just seem like the only real effect is going to be how... It looks like the real effect from it's going to be a marketing effect and not so much a developer effect. Like, they're probably still going to develop stuff the same way they've been developing stuff. They're just going to market it differently so that it meets that description. They'll rename it to something other than DLC. They'll call it a service game.
You actually have to include a piece of content when you purchase a season pass if it's not like when you're pre-ordering a game.
So this is what I'm hoping. So this is the good thing I'm hoping that'll come from that, is that pre-orders will stop, at least on Steam. And I'm hoping that this becomes like adopted in other storefronts, because I want pre-orders to fucking die. I agree with Steam here. You should get something when you pay for something. You should get it instantly, and you shouldn't be paying for a promise, basically, which is what you do when you're pre-ordering. You're paying for a promise. You don't always get what you promised. You can Google it and look it up. There are many examples of people pre-ordering something, and they were supposed to get one thing, and then they got something else. Yeah, that's bad. That's why you don't pre-order. So more than likely, what I'm hoping will happen is that pre-orders will die, and all those bonuses that you used to get as pre-orders, they'll now be purchase bonuses just for buying the DLC, just for buying the Battle Pass, just for buying the Season Pass, or whatever it is. Which is a good thing, because that's way better than pre-orders, because that entices people to buy your passes and support the longevity of your content. And you're rewarding them instantly for doing so, instead of getting them to pay for the promise of a future game and future content, all this stuff that may or may not come. So that's where I'm hoping it goes, because we're way past the point of pre-orders needing to exist. There's no reason they should, from a consumer standpoint, there is no reason a pre-order should exist on a non-physical good. Like, if you're pre-ordering a console or a collector's edition of something, like I did with Street Fighter, I pre-ordered Street Fighter 6 collector's edition because it came with 2 statues, which look awesome on my shelf. And it came with all this stuff. It was a big $250 package. but that had a limited stock and a limited number that were made, and if you didn't pre-order it, you probably wouldn't get it. That doesn't exist in the digital space. There is no selling out of a digital game. They can copy that game and send it out as a download infinitely. So there's no reason that you need to pre-order it. The consumer sees no benefit from a pre-order. That's why they have to bribe you to do it with pre-order bonuses or early access, which I can go into a rant on all by itself because it's not really early. That's the launch date. People who didn't pre-order are getting late access. You guys are thinking about it backwards. But the reason they push pre-orders so fucking hard isn't because, you know, they're trying to do something for you, the consumer, and get you some bonuses and get you on board so you can play it early. So that no, it's none of that. That's what it was with physical goods. They were trying to make sure you got a copy of the game. Now it's to, let's say that they're, all right, let's say you got a game coming out late February or beginning of March, but you start your pre-orders in December. Well, the thing is, the fiscal year for their shareholders ends in mid-February. So they're trying to sell the game during 2023's fiscal year, even though the game won't hit store shelves until the start of 2024's fiscal year. It's all just stuff to show their shareholders so that CEOs and stock prices can go up and CEOs and people like that can get their bonuses. That's why they push it so hard. That's who it's for. It's not for you, it's for them. And it's a practice that needs to die because it's deceptive as fuck, and I don't know how it's legal. I don't know how it's legal. Because you're basically, that's what they're doing when you can pre-order a game during one financial year, during one fiscal year, and then not get your product till another fiscal year, so its launch date will show a different year than the date you bought it on. That's manipulative. Your financial reports are going to show that you made this much revenue in 2023, but you didn't sell that game in 2023. And then you're going to claim in 2024 that the game sold this many copies as part of your financial report in 2024, but you're going to be including you're going to be reporting copies sold. Well, pre-order copies are still copies. So you're reporting a percentage of those copies weren't sold during 2024. They were sold during 2023. But you're claiming them as part of your sales in 2024 because that's when the game launched and that's when it technically sold. They're basically double dipping on financial reports. I don't know how it's legal, and it needs to die. But thank you, Valve, for putting up some kind of gate between, or trying to fight back against that at least a little bit. But continue on. Bellular News. Not what I thought that name channel would be called.
On a personal level, I mean, I know that Stalker 2 has came out, it's had performance issues and all of that, but my god, like, very few games are developed in the, broader environment that Stalker 2 was developed in, so I'm absolutely going to cut those guys some slack.
Yeah, they developed Stalker 2 in the middle of an active war zone.
On top of release dates, there's a reason why most announcements have got the legalese of, quote,
bombs going off around them and shit.
To change, right, in the small print. So Valve are not going to be completely ruthless with developers here. They are giving developers flexibility to allow for delays and development problems because, Valve are also game developers. I'm pretty sure they understand that keeping to a development timetable is hard. They run in Valve time, so they take that into account, but they do have rules and punishment. So here it is. If developers cannot make the 3-month window that they set for their DLC, they are allowed to move that DLC to the next 3-month window. But if it's anything more than that, they can't do it in the Steam backend. They can't click a button.
So they can extend it once for another 90 days, and if it's going to be later than that,
they
they have to
basically
negotiate
need to get a meeting with the principal and explain themselves. And if that DLC is delayed past the 3-month point, even if no customer has complained to them, then Valve will actually consider action. And of course, that is action that, will hurt the developer's bottom line. That means that there are clear consequences. Valve's framing to developers and publishers is clear. A season pass is a commitment to future releases, and it's one that they want as a contract. Here's a quote. if you aren't ready to clearly communicate about the content included in each DLC and when each DLC will be ready for launch, you shouldn't offer a season pass on Steam. So if a 6-month window for release isn't enough, Valve will actually consider that to be a breach of contract between developers, Valve, and customers, and as a punishment, they will actually take action. Here are Valve's punishments. The season pass may be removed from sale. They also say all unreleased content may be refunded, or customers may get the option of a refund for the whole pass. And the same will actually apply if the season pass hasn't released for 1 year as well. And the ultimate point here is that customers will not lose out because a developer cannot meet their promises. Of course, promises the developer has sold to a customer. That to a lot of developers will sting. It will feel harsh, but you know what? This industry has been damaged so much by commitments to players just being fast and loose and not being respected. And that's why games discussion and culture is such a flippin' mess these days. So let's talk about games that will fail this criteria. Redfall! Yeah, Redfall, remember that? That's a recent example where, because Microsoft shut down the development studio, there was simply no plan to make the Season Pass DLC. Now, obviously, Microsoft did offer refunds there, but it was initially unclear if that would be the case, as Microsoft framed that a make-good offer was being worked on, which, in that case, it's gotta be money, or I'm saying no. Now then there's 10 years ago, Assassin's Creed Unity. That saw Ubisoft have their release
Season pass
removed,
halted, free games
removed
offered to
from sale
owners. Yeah.
because of the game's launch issues, which at the very least were pretty damn funny to watch. Now in that case, Ubisoft still did commit to releasing their DLC regardless, with all of the Season Pass owners getting that as a part of their purchase. Plus, everybody in the community actually got the first DLC, and then Season Pass holders got a free Ubisoft game to make up the cost. So that was them trying to navigate the situation. But obviously here, with Valve, well, a developer doesn't just get to say, take this instead. No, it's got to be what you promised, or else Gabe's giving people their money back. And speaking of development shit shows, we gotta talk about City Skylines 2.
That's what should happen.
City Skylines 2's expansion pass, Waterfronts, completely meets all the criteria for listing a Season Pass product on Steam, right? They have got clear descriptions of what the content is, actually far more detail than is even required, and they do have clearly marked dates for, the initial sale of it. As an example, right, the Bridges and Ports DLC was marked as releasing in Q2 of 2024. However, the astute among you may notice that it's actually Q4 of 2024 right now.
And that's still not out.
That expansion has not released. In fact, in February, to ensure wider game stability, it was updated to have a release window of Q2 2025, which I will say is what that developer should have done. Because look, if your foundations are absolutely shot through, destroyed, what business have you got building something on it? No, you got to fix the real problem first. But you can't have it both ways. And so in doing that, you should hand people their money back with a plan to earn it back later. And this actually means that what they've done in City Skylines 2 would land squarely within Steam's policy of being more than 12 months since the intended release date if it doesn't hit by then. Now, the reasons why the DLC is delayed is obviously that stuff that we've covered in a lot of detail here. And I think broadly everyone watching this video understands they've got to fix the real problem first. I mean, don't sell people stuff when the thing they've already got is shit. But the problem with a season pass is that many people have already paid for that DLC.
Yep.
And so if we take a look at Valve's rules, guess what?
You're basically
You've gotta
pre-ordering
give
DLC
some
with
of
the
that
season
money
pass.
back.
That's
That's
the
going to
point.
sting. But guess what? It is goddamn right. And because Valve are the biggest marketplace in PC gaming, well, they are setting the terms of the market. They are drawing a red line about what is acceptable. A lot of developers are going to, I think, look at this and say, right, in spirit, as a developer of games, a player of games, this is really good. But they will then think about the currently broken funding model of video games, which is completely biased towards publishers, is completely biased against developers, and they will be fearful. And in their fear, they may lash out a bit, right? They may be worried because it's their livelihood. But bad things have to stop, and a company that cannot keep to its promises should go under. At the top of this video, I highlighted that other changes Valve made have very much been responding to things. I mean,
this
hell, you can
transition.
take a look at Steam's industry-leading
Need
refund
to update
policy.
mine.
That happened
That
because
was
of
smooth.
Australia. So I suppose for once in video games, thanks Australia. Because if you're an Australian
missed the
gamer,
transition 'cause I looked
there's a
away
long
for a
time
second.
where if you wanted an 18 rated game, oh, the government weren't going to let you have it. But on reflection, what I said at the start of this video isn't actually right. There is no outside force from a big authority. No government saying, no senator getting up in, I don't know, the Senate and saying, season passes are messing up gamers. That's not happening. While it's not coming from an authority, Valve absolutely are motivated by an external force. And that external force is bad behavior. And do you know what matters here? It's not a slap in the wrist.
Because Gabe isn't just the CEO, he's an actual gamer.
Punishment. I don't know if this turn of phrase exists in your country, but, you know, we would, over here in Northern Ireland, call someone a bit of a chancer, you know, if they were sort of wheeling and dealing, you know, being a wee bit cheeky. Publishers have often been like that. They've been planning to sell you something and taking the money early. And they don't always deliver, or it's not always the spec. That's damaged the hobby that we love, and it has normalized bad behavior, such that soon people will just expect shit. They will expect to be treated badly. That has...
Yeah, I have gone on and on and on about the normalization of certain business practices. This is why I argued as fucking adamantly as I fucking argued with the goddamn Warframe community with the well, you can just ignore it. You don't have to buy it. Why don't you leave it? Because you're normalizing the behavior. And when you normalize the behavior, Jesus Christ, I can't believe this has to be explained. When you normalize the behavior, then it makes it easier to manipulate people and sell it in the future. And that's why it's a bad business practice that shouldn't happen. You don't want to normalize that behavior so that now you're basically grooming your audience so that when they log into a game, the first thing they're going to do is go check the shop. They're going to go check the shop. That's the first thing that they're going to do. That behavior of wanting to spend money on a game, and I'm not talking about free-to-play games. They do that with every game. The normalization of that behavior of I'm going to expect to spend more money after spending my money. And that's what the devs want. They want you to be trained to spend that money, to constantly be spending that money. It's something I've complained about forever and needs to stop. So I'm glad to see Valve taking, I don't know how big a step this is going to be towards changing the normalization of behavior, because that's the problem, is like gamers don't just like, you don't just normalize it, you like normalize it to the point that they defend it like they do with Warframe, and then they scream about how good the community is as their example of like of all of this being a good thing, because hey, the devs are communicating with us, they're our friends. Like, they're not your friend. They're not your fucking friends. This is what it looks like when a company is actually acting in your best interest and trying to be your friend. This is what that looks like. Because Gabe actually is a gamer who spends most of his time gaming, and when he gets sick of something, he changes it on his platform and tries to make sure it goes away. This is what it looks like when your best interests are actually in heart, and they're not just trying to sell you something. That's what all of Warframe's live streams are. It's just all grooming the audience. It's all hyping up stuff they're going to sell. It's all, you know, like getting you excited for the game and then encouraging you to promote the game. And you're just a little salesman for them. They're not your friend. So, anyway, continue on.
It's got to end. And the only way to make it end is clear financial punishment. This will lose devs money, it will lose publishers money, and I am happy about that, actually. I think it is good. And that's going to piss people off. But the point is pretty damn clear. Incentives matter, delivery matters, execution matters.
Money talks.
At the end of the day, if you plan to sell a video game with a season pass, and then you cock up the video game and you cock up the season pass, you know what? The market should punish you such that you may actually go under. Because that's the entire goddamn
That's what would
point.
happen anywhere else.
Should die. Because all they are doing is trading, surviving off bad behavior, what I suppose economists might call like rent-seeking behavior, or the sort of thing where, if you've ever heard of the concept of an unpriced negative externality, that is the shit that they thrive on. That's what my spirit, my soul says. But I'm also a pragmatist, right? There is another incentive here. You know the way sometimes you design a system to incentivize a certain behavior, but you can accidentally have the opposite effect? Well, publishers may end up having a choice here. do they release a broken DLC for money? Money, of course, that they've, well, probably already taken because it's a season pass. Will they just put that out to hit Valve's deadline to dodge Valve's, refunds and stuff, saying, okay, we either, if we don't release this DLC, a massive amount of refunds will happen and we'll be in a lot of trouble. Or do we just shoot it out right now, accept that we're going to get shit reviews, but you know what? That's fine, because they already bought the season pass, and if we put out some slop, it'll be slop, but at least it will comply with the letter of the law, if not the spirit.
That's the thing that I worry about.
I absolutely can't wait to see the ramifications.
They'll just start trying to
And
game the
next,
system.
I have another video for you, right? FromSoft. Sony want to purchase the company that owns 70% of FromSoft shares. It is a gargantuan story. It's actually one where the leaks have been confirmed, and I think it matters to all of us because this is the Elden Ring developer, the Armored Core developer. If something bad happens to them, it would truly be a loss. So check it out next. Thanks to today's sponsor, and I'll see you over there.
Oh, they're gonna get bought.
I don't know. Maybe.
Unless they just decide not to sell, like, they're gonna get bought.
They're a Japanese company, and here's the thing. Japanese companies are notoriously prideful. Yeah, Japanese companies are notoriously prideful, and they had the chance to buy this company, like, back during Demon Souls, when they were hurting, and Demon Souls was kind of a sleeper hit. It wasn't an immediate success. It took a while for that game to take off. So FromSoft, or their parent company, I forget which one, but they offered to sell to Sony. They offered to sell them, to get bought. They were trying to get bought because they were struggling at the time, and they were like, hey, you can buy us and we'll work for you. Sony had no interest in them at the time. None. Now they do, now that they've been a success. So Nope. I need to hold on. I need to redo this real quick.
I didn't believe in you when you were sucking, but now that you're doing, now that you're all bossed up on that purple Sprite.
Yeah, and they have had some bad blood during the time of Dark Souls because they basically said, well, then we'll just remake the game. Because Sony wanted to keep the IP but didn't want to buy the company. They thought, oh, well, you'll just keep making this game for us and we don't have to buy you. We can just keep getting the product because you guys don't have a choice. You don't have any other, companies to work for. Like, we're it. And in reality, they weren't it. They ended up, basically just recreating Demon Souls with a new name, called it Dark Souls, put it on Xbox, and it fucking took the fuck off and sold like gangbusters. And there was kind of some bad blood between them for a while there, if I remember right. Like, I think Sony offered to buy them once before maybe. And it was either Sony tried to buy them or they tried to buy the name Demon Souls back from Sony and Sony wouldn't sell it to them. Yeah, like, it's... If they don't sell to Sony, it'll be a pride thing. It'll be a Sony will come to them, which they're doing, and say, hey, I want to buy you now, and you can start making games for us again. And they're going to be like, nah, we're good. You didn't buy us when you had the chance. It's kind of the same thing Bungie did, where they wouldn't be bought by Microsoft. They wouldn't be bought by Activision. They had this whole, like, pride thing. And then once they started hurting as a company, they sold to PlayStation. So I don't think From Software is hurting right now, though. If they're not hurting and they can keep making stuff on their own under their rules, because once you sell, then you have to abide by what they say. So that could be more important than the money. The freedom to make what we want and publish it where we want could be more important and actually probably be more profitable depending on how good their product is than selling their company. But I also don't know how much money Sony's offered them or is willing to put down for it. So yeah, the number of zeros behind that thing could make all the difference. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But that guy's videos was good. Bellular News. Spelled like it sounds, Belular. You guys want to check out his page? He's got a pretty good setup for news. I tried doing gaming news once, and I I don't want to like dedicate myself to a gaming news show, but you know, I'll react to some major headlines and stuff here. But yeah, if you want to keep in the know for the gaming news, I can honestly say I'm recommending him long before I'm going to recommend Angry Joe and his gaming news show, because his gaming news show kind of sucks. This guy seems to be way more well informed than Angry Joe, so go give him a sub. And if you like this video and this channel, you know, sub here. It's more about the live streams than the videos here. We live stream. All these videos are recorded live, and we do these live streams nightly at around 11 p.m. So be sure to check out the channel and you know, come be part of these videos. We react to things. We play video games. We have a good time. Thanks for watching. All right, it's video 2. I got 2 videos and cut. Yeah, no, good channel. I'm gonna sub to him. All right, got rid of his squirrel girl. Cards. Can't play cards here after turn 4. I need a Wolverine then. Otherwise he's gonna win that middle section. What the hell does Storm even do? Flood this location. Next turn, the last turn, cards can be played here. Ooh, she's locking down the location.
Hello.
I'll have to try to win it before she locks it down. Looks like he's doing the same. Fuck. Oh, I may have enough to win this. Oh, no, wait, I don't. I have enough to tie it. Okay, well, I was able to tie it. Oh, wait. Can't fucking win it. Can't fucking win it. Can't destroy the card. This is the final turn, and I don't have the means to destroy it, though. Oh, fuck it, I'll snap. I'll see what you got in your pockets here. See what he's got. Nebula has a power that lets her. Oh, that's why you snapped. Damn it. What's Nebula's whole thing here? I'll look at cards after I've been defeated. Each turn your opponent doesn't play a card here, +2 power. Oh, that's why you flooded it. I didn't know what Nebula did, and it cost me the match. Fucking shit. Got a week to finish this event. What are my missions? Move cards. I don't think I have a deck with cards I can move, do I? Play 5 cost cards. I should just start playing different decks to get the point. 5 cost cards. I don't have any 5 cost cards in this. Scarred cards. Okay, let's change decks. What I got in the Hawkeye deck? Kitty Pride isn't movable. Deck that's got movable. This deck. Carnage deck. Carnage in. Move him. Need one that's got cards I can. Ability. Move. Crawler. The deck. Spider-Man.
The fighting game community needs to just come up with a new name. Fighting game is just too broad. Honestly, it's time we just switch to tournament fighter. Just call it tournament fighter.
Yeah. Especially if you go to
Like,
marketplaces.
even if it doesn't fit every single game.
I mean, even if you're not a like, especially if you're not a fighting game fan, because if you go to like the Xbox Marketplace, PlayStation Marketplace, like any of these marketplaces, and you start looking for you click on the fighting game category, a good majority of the fucking like a good portion of the games that take up that category that they label as fighting games aren't fucking fighting games. No one's playing Gang Beast like it's a fucking fighting game. Okay? It's not a fucking fighting game. But it's in the fighting game category. Fucking Gang Beast. I mean, yeah, I guess technically they fight, but it's not it's not a fighting game.
Like, beat 'em ups are also bundled in. It's like there's too many games that are clearly not what this is that fall into fighting game. And it's like, if fighting games had their own like subcategory on the Xbox store, I wouldn't mind like looking at a general one that is like fighting games, you know, like, oh, this is where you fight people. Okay, that makes sense. But then I can also look for tournament fighters specifically. That would be my like perfect fucking world right there. Because I feel like if you had it in always in its own category, you might section it off from people finding the game. They're also gonna like, check it out. They'll be like, "What the fuck is this? There's a whole tab for these?"
This deck. Spider-Man deck.
Oh, fucking this. I don't know if this is like one that you would want to react to. It is kind of long, but hold on, I'm gonna find out.
Well, I'm not gonna do any more tonight, but yeah, we can queue some up for the next stream.
Not tonight. No. This is definitely way too long for tonight.
Gotta move cards. I don't even know how to play this deck. Kind of winging it right now. I fully expect to lose with this makeshift deck I've built. But I've built it to complete goals, complete missions. What? Why didn't it move?
These videos are honestly like works of art. He releases them so fucking like far between. Oops. Oh, that's thumbnail.
Taking aim.
There you go. That's for next time.
Every fighting game type explained.
It's specifically trying to categorize them as much as possible and like define like what they are and explain like, you know.
I mean, the fighting game community kind of does that to a certain extent. Like they do, you know, obviously Smash Brothers, Rivals of Aether, etc. Those are platform fighters. You've got So those are platform fighters. Then you've got
Well, here's the thing.
you know, like
Would
Marvel vs. Capcom.
Darkstalkers
You've got
count as an
tag
anime
fighters.
fighter?
Well, you've got tag fighters. Darkstalkers count as anime fighter? No. Why would Darkstalkers count as an anime fighter?
Because it might like there's a lot of features that might, you know, link over from specifically anime fighters. It might just have a shorter combo system than most. Like, I don't know. I don't play.
Yeah, but it doesn't have Yeah, but it doesn't have an anime art style, and usually because at first, like, anime. Damn it! I played this wrong. Played this deck all wrong. Okay, well, anime fighters. At first, I thought they were like back in the day. I was like, oh, anime fighters. Those are fighting games based on animes. But that's not the case anymore. Now I've always considered it more of a style for the game. Does it have an anime style to it? Is it like does it have anime-esque art to it, and do the fights in it feel like anime fights? And I think we all know what we mean when we say anime fights. Like they look different than like, you know, like a regular fight. Anime fights have their own style to them.
Well, what about like Killer Instinct? Because like specifically for fighting games, that game has a very similar combo length. Like, yes, it doesn't have the style, but it also has, like, you know, a lot of the characters have super unique gimmicks. That's a fucking anime fighter staple. They love doing that shit. Like, it embodies a lot of what the rest of the anime fighter genre might be doing. So you might categorize that game as a anime fighter, even if it's not.
I mean, that doesn't
fighter.
I wouldn't. It doesn't feel like that game should be categorized as an anime fighter, especially because if it shares a lot of stuff with anime fighters took that from Killer Instinct. Killer Instinct came first. So it feels weird to make the game that came first be in the category of the thing that took from it. It just feels weird. So I wouldn't categorize that as a and also don't think that Killer Instinct plays like an anime fighter or has that anime fighter style to its fights. It's a little like it definitely feels American, and it's got more
I mean, doesn't it have like air blocking? I know it has fucking air dashing for some.
I don't know how to explain the style thing, but it's not just like a game mechanic thing. It's more of a visual thing. Like, this looks a certain way. Shit. That the fights themselves have a certain flow to them and look a certain way. They feel like an anime. And Killer Instinct doesn't feel like an anime when you're watching it in action. I'm not talking about playing it. I'm talking about watching it. When you're watching the fight take place, it feels like an anime. And Killer Instinct doesn't give you that anime feeling. Like, you should be able to look like even someone who doesn't play, fuck you, dude.
I mean, I'm not saying that these are specific. I'm just, you know, it's like, that's
but
what this video is going over.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of anime fighter, I'm thinking of it from the perspective of, like, someone who doesn't play video games at all could walk in the room, see this fighting game in action, and think it's an anime, or think it's from an anime. It looks like an anime. Feels like an anime. Killer Instinct doesn't capture that feeling, even though it shares a lot of mechanics with it.
On a technical level, Street Fighter Alpha is considered the first, like, real anime. Like, they really tried to go for, like, that cartoony anime style.
Yeah. Street Fighter Alpha is heavily inspired by anime. That is absolutely true. They were trying to give it an anime feel. You're right. I don't know if
after they made that, they actually made anime fighting games in that same style. So that was obviously how they could achieve it. Like Heritage for the Future for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, that game is fucking freaky.
Yeah, like, I don't know if something that inspires a genre should be considered part of the genre. You know? Like, Street Fighter Alpha kind of inspired anime fighters. It showed them that it's possible, and it had that kind of had that look and kind of had that feel to it, but it still, I think it still felt more like Street Fighter. It was a Street Fighter with an anime filter on it. Like it had an anime feel to it, but it was still Street Fighter. So I don't know if I'd call that one an anime fighter. Something that inspires a thing. You know, like bicycles were the inspiration for motorcycles. Hey, what if we put a motor on that? Would you call a bicycle a motorcycle today? No. Try that. Trying to move cards as much as possible. I don't even care if I win or lose right now. I'm just trying to complete this daily mission. Why doesn't it let me move it? Come on. Move it one location to the left. I'm putting it on the left board. That's why, 'cause I'm a fucking moron. I misread that. I thought it was the right.
Yeah, this is the kind of broken I expect in my anime fighter.
So, like, I'll watch it tomorrow, though. I am curious to see, like, how he breaks them down and what he thinks of them. But, I mean...
Yeah, it's like an hour long, though, so, like, definitely...
Oh, I know. Those, fighting game community guys go hard. I'm well aware of that.
Oh, I respect it. It's fucking good-ass shit.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a good deep dive, man. I'll snap. I think I got you, baby. I think I got you, baby. Watch him pull some crazy shit out his ass in that middle section. Fuck
Would
if he
arena
didn't.
fighters technically count in the tournament fighter, like...
Oh shit, there's an extra turn this
category?
round. God damn it. Oh, I'm gonna lose. All he's gotta do is play one card on the right, which he didn't do? Why? Why would you not do that? I mean, my math adds up enough to break the tie. Why would you purposefully tie the game? Are you an idiot? All you had to do was play it on the right-hand side and you'd have had me. Weird fucking choice, dude. Okay.
Hey, maybe he just said, fuck it, get the tie. We both win.
I don't think he did the math. I don't think because it's not, because in the event of a tie like that, it adds up the total power for all the cards you have played in all three slots. And whoever has the higher number there becomes the winner. He had the higher number in one slot, but I had the higher number in the middle slot and the higher number on the... And if you combine what I had on the right with those other two, like it was so close that I end up with the higher overall total, which is why I won. But he wouldn't have even had to worry about whether or not the tie would be broken. If he would have played it on the right, it would have been an all-out win. Like, it would have been a guaranteed victory. I don't understand why he played that card where he did.
He's just fucking goofy.
Just made no sense. The dumb move. He deserved to lose. Alright, I gotta move. Oh god, it's gonna take me so long to move cards because I don't play... Ugh. I don't play decks with movable cards. I play a destruction deck. I play a bunch of cards that do things when they're destroyed. And then I play cards that destroy my own cards. So I can keep manipulating my side of the deck, and kind of throws them off because they start planning based on what I had on the board. And then I drop a new card that destroys what I have on the board and completely fucks with them.
Base.
It's a good strategy, but I think I need to come up with a new deck because I feel like that strategy was super dominant back in like season 1 when the game launched, but I think people have become wise to it now at this point. So oh shit. Motherfucker.
Wow, I can buy Black Ops 4 for $14, but Black Ops 1, it's got to be, you know.
Highest powered cards here have their
$2.
power doubled. And he's locking down that spot. Oh, you flooded it, so now it doesn't have the power, you fucking moron. You fucking idiot. Huh?
I was like, you sure you ain't fighting no AI up in this game?
Not at my rank. Shouldn't be. Cards can't be played here. It's oh, he flooded it. Winning that one. Shit. Okay. I think I gotta. Gotta play. Put that one down first. This one down. Alright, well, fuck it. We'll see what happens with that. I doubt this will work. Didn't work. Yeah, I didn't think it would work. Lost me the match because it didn't work. Fuck. Yeah, I don't play like that. He pulled everything out at the last fucking turn. To the left. I keep thinking it's to the right. I've got to remember the Iron Fist card moves to the fucking left. I thought it was going to move fucking White Tiger to the right and let me pump out a second Tiger, but it didn't. It didn't happen. It didn't move it. And that's why. Because I keep forgetting Iron Fist is to the fucking left.
It's a weird, like...
Basically, I throw Iron Fist down, and then Iron Fist will move... Iron Fist will move whatever card I put down after him to the location on the left. But I thought it was to the right, so I left an opening on the right for my White Tiger card to go. And every time the White Tiger card is placed down, it spits out a Tiger worth 8. The White Tiger is only worth 1. So I basically get a free power level 8 card at another location. So I was going to pump that out, spit a Tiger to the left, move it to the right, spit another Tiger to the left, and then I'd have 2 Tigers in play. But I did it backwards. I should have put it on the right. I should have left the opening on the right so that it would move it to the left, but I did it backwards. Oh, which is annoying. That cost me the match because I miscalculated that. I thought it was to the right. No, it's to the. I did it backwards. I would have won if I'd have remembered that. Okay. This, if your card moved last turn, this card cost 1. All right there. Yeah, that's why I have the Spider-Man in my hand, because if I move the Nightcrawler before using the Spider-Man... Oh, and then it takes it away, so I have to use it that turn. Okay, well, good to know. I thought it would permanently make him worth 1. It made him... It didn't. Did not work like that. Fuck. I am playing this deck like a damn moron. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not used to this deck. Okay, well, that worked. Okay, I'll put Odin there. It'll force the White Tiger card to play again, which will give me a second Tiger. It pumps that to the right, because it does pump to a random location. If it pumps it to the right, and it did, that'll win that location. And I'll win all 3 locations. Oh no. No, we tied the last location. Fuck. And then he won that one because of... Okay, no, I won overall. What the fuck does Dracula do? How did it increase its power 13-fold? At the end of the game, discard a card from your hand and gain its power. Oh, and it discarded... You got lucky. It discarded your most powerful card. RNG saved his ass on that one. I mean, it wasn't enough to win him the game, but still, that's what happened. That's why he got so powerful on the last play. Here we go, level up my battle pass. Mystery variant. What'd I get? Spider-Woman! Afflict all enemy cards here with -1 power. It's kind of a shit card. Cool variant, though. You don't, I'm guessing you don't play card games?
Nope.
Yeah, fun. Have fun. I got 2 boxes.
They're fun to watch. I like watching
I'm-
card games.
I mean,
I don't
I'm
like
waiting
playing
until
them.
I'm waiting until Christmas to give it to my kids. I got two boxes of the Pokemon card game starter deck, the simplified version. You play a card here on your next location, +3 power. I'll do that.
Nah, you just gotta teach them Yu-Gi-Oh, bro. No, I'm playing.
So the version of Pokemon, the trading card game, Pokemon. Blah, blah. Okay. God damn it. Pokemon trading card game Pocket plays a lot like this, where it's simplified. So it doesn't play like the regular Pokemon trading card game. It plays more like this. It's, it's a couple quick turns, and you place down cards, and you don't have to worry about energy. Energy regenerates every turn. Every turn, it just gives you 1 energy, and then you've got 3 cards in your hand that you then work for. The first 1 to 3 points win. So they're quick matches with a simplified version of the card game. That's the idea behind it. Cards here are not revealed until the game ends. Ooh, no, I don't want that. So I guess I'm not playing that middle section. Until I can put Jessica Jones there, maybe. But it's a simplified version of the game, meant to be quick on mobile, and it is fun. But I've played it. I downloaded it and played it, but it doesn't do what I want it to do, which is give you Pokemon cards when you buy actual Pokemon cards. Because obviously I'll be buying Pokemon cards for my kid all the time. I'll give them the physical ones, and I'll take the the digital ones. But it doesn't work like that. So, like I played it, I've been playing it a little bit for fun.
Little
But
card in the back of the Pokemon cards that you can use to get some shit.
They do give you free digital copies of those cards for the Pokemon trading card game online, which is a different version of the game than the Pocket version, which is the simplified version. So it gives you the cards for the digital version of the regular card game, which is a more complicated card game. That's the traditional, like the one you'd play in real life. But then they went and made a version of the Pokemon trading card game Pocket, the simplified one. They made a version of that that's physical that you can play in real life now. So that's what I bought them. It's got the same rule set as the mobile Pocket version of it. I have to keep remembering to call it the Pocket version because there's 2 fucking the Jessica Jones power doesn't activate on the last turn, so that didn't help. Okay, well, good to know. Yeah, it uses Pocket Pokemon trading card game is like Hearthstone. It's quick and simple, and that's what I got the boxes over here for them. They call it Pokemon.
Well, then are they the same cards?
It's the same cards. It's just a simplified version, a simplified way to play with those cards. So it looks like they designed this when they made the physical version of it. See, it's called Pokemon My First Battle, and it uses and then on the back it's your Pokemon trading card adventure starts here, and then it explains that it uses the simplified version of the card game from the Pocket edition. So it's the same cards. Pocket Edition also uses the same cards. It's just it's a different rule set on how you play them. It still uses the powers on the cards. It still
Are
uses
there
the energy.
packs in there?
Yeah, there's
In that
packs in
little,
here.
like-
Yes, this box comes with
Have
two.
you opened one yet?
No, I haven't opened one yet because I'm gonna let them open it at Christmas. But each one says inside you'll find everything for 2 people to play out of one box. So they'll each get 2 decks. I bought 2 of them so that they, can each have their own, I guess. But so inside you'll find 2 decks of 17 cards each, 2 play mats, a rule book, 1 large metallic Pokemon coin, a sheet of damage counters, and 6 prize tokens. So prize tokens are like the thing that only apply to this version of the game. Everything else is used in the regular version. So the reason that these decks only have 17 cards in them instead of like the normal deck, I think is like 40 cards, is because there's no energy cards for this version of the game. It doesn't use the energy cards. Instead, it's got little tokens, and you just get 1 energy every turn, guaranteed. So you don't have to draw energy from your deck. You're guaranteed 1 energy every turn. Just like in this, it gives me 1 energy every turn, and my energy keeps getting bigger, so that as the game progresses, you can use more powerful cards. So that's basically the main mechanic they changed, was that it doesn't use energy. So you can just focus on playing the cards and their powers. You don't have to worry about stacking energy and trying to worry about evolutions and whether or not you have enough energy to have. And evolutions work differently. So if you draw, so for instance, if you're running a Charmander and you want to evolve it, you don't have to like stack energy on it first, or like there's no prerequisite. As long as you have its evolution in your hand, you can just evolve that card that turn. You can only do 1 evolution per turn though. So you can't like place the Charmander card and evolve it on the same turn. You have to place it, wait till your next turn, and then evolve it. So it's stuff like that. But it just simplifies the rules, but lets you play with the same cards. The idea behind this is it'll get them used to the basics of the game, which is the battling, and then after they get good at that, then you graduate into building a bigger deck that uses the energy cards. And you can graduate into the regular version of the game. And the regular version of the game does have a mobile app. It's called Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. It's Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket. That's the simplified one. Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. That's regular Pokemon Trading Card Game. And that's the one where if you buy a physical pack, you also get a code for digital versions of that card in the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Like that's the one that's meant to like be used in actual tournaments and shit. There are no tournaments so far for Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket. It's just a for fun thing.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so I should have saved that, but went for it anyway. No! Oh, wait. That'll work. Actually, that will work. Should use Bishop here instead. Okay, well. I can live with that. Play a card location on your next turn. Fuck. Can't put it on that. Alright, fuck it. I'm not using Hawkeye. I guess I'll save him for later. Yeah. Like, I gotta do them both in one turn, and it's not gonna work if I do it next turn. What did... Yeah, it said next turn. You piece of shit. I hate the goblin card. I have to play this card this round. I want to use its power. Put it in the middle. Only chance I got of winning this. Well, he gets the middle now. Yeah. All right, give me Odin. Oh, he retreated. Okay. I think he knew what was coming. Yeah, so I'm waiting for Christmas because then I can give them the game, and then I can play the game with them. It comes with 2 decks each. Technically, they only need 1 box to play together, but I figured I'd give them each their own so that they can take it to a friend's house or something. Because if I don't, they're just gonna fight over it. Just gonna fight over it. They're just gonna. So I know I got to give them each one. But since they both have their own deck, that means I can play with them, and I don't have to buy a bunch of cards to play with them now. I can just use whatever cards come in the box, and then they can't complain that I'm cheating or whatever.
Would you play real Pokemon with them?
I mean, I'm just better at card games, so I'm going to build a better deck if they let me build a deck. Even if they gave me their cards to work with, I'd probably still come up with something better than them. So I'll use the predetermined deck they give me. Move that card. Turn into Bishop. Why did it turn into Bishop?
Yeah, no, so fighting game of the fucking year, man. That I had to go vote for Tekken 8. Like, I don't even think that game is like actually fighting game of the year, but I gotta like at least try to fight Hero. Dear God. Cause I know ain't nobody voting for fucking multiverses, bro. Ain't nobody voting for multiverses.
Man, the multiverse stands are on Twitter trying their best, dude. They are trying their best to make that a fucking thing. They are trying. They're posting some pretty hardcore bait there. Shit. 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 Oh man, I just got screwed. Well, I hope this is enough to win it. Right, I can play these in this order to give myself 1 extra piece of power. Fuck! I didn't realize that's what was causing it. And it's swapping cards with cards in my hand. Okay, well. Nope, because he got the crazy card. Oh, and nope, now I got a crazy card. Okay, never mind. Okay, but then it moved me. Then I got this one. Oh my god, the board's controlling itself at this point. Like, this is just all luck. I had it for a second, and then it forced me to move. And ugh. Sometimes that happens. It's the only thing I don't like about this game, or that sometimes you just... The stage hazards are... The 3 stage hazards will combine in a way where the game will just completely make any form of strategy impossible because it'll keep manipulating your hand every single turn. The point where you can't do anything. You're just like at the mercy of the board at that point. I'm just using this deck to move cards. I'd rather have the one where I destroy cards. Then I can manipulate the deck more. The board more, but whatever. Than having the board manipulate me. There we go, I moved it. Okay. After turn 4, destroy all cards controlled by the player losing here. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta put something. I gotta make sure I win this. I gotta make sure I win this side of the board, otherwise it's just gonna destroy all my cards. With my other deck, that would have been a positive. Having it destroy my cards for me would actually give me an advantage, but on this one, it's a game ending. Like, guaranteeing myself to lose right there. Alright. There. I'll win that side now. Go here. And I'm kind of banking it all on White Tiger. No! Oh, wait. I can still work with this, maybe. Forgot I have Iron Fist at this location, so he's going to move her one to the left. Is he going to move her one to the left? No, that's only on the turn that I... Okay, good. Oh, shit! I did not roll Bishop. No, I did not roll Odin. Okay. Well, I need to make sure I win one lane. I win one lane. Guess let's just do that. I'm probably gonna lose this now. I didn't draw the card I needed. I didn't draw the linchpin for this deck to make it work. Pull something out of my...
We are the future.
Yep, I did. Good. His Magneto can't move because I filled up the spot next to it. I negated his Magneto. And I won the middle. Means I won the match. Level up my Odin? Oh, I don't have enough credits. I got enough boosters, I don't have enough credits. This is the only like digital card game I can get into where I don't have to buy cards for it. I'm not buying digital cards. But you can't buy cards in this game.
I tried to play Magic. And yeah, I hate that game.
Well, I recommend this one because it's quick and easy to learn, and it's the only one that's not pay to win when it comes to card games in general. You can't buy cards. There are no card packs to purchase in this card game. There are no ways to buy cards. You can only earn them by playing the game.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can buy cosmetics. Like you can buy variants of your cards to change what they look like, but you can't buy new cards. And you can't buy variants of cards you don't already own.
Path of Exile 2 gonna be free to play?
Yes. If you want to get into Path of Exile 1, I've been thinking of doing a Path of Exile 1 story run. I'm not going to get into the end game, but I've been thinking of doing a story run on it just to...
I don't know. I think I could just piece it together. Because I don't usually pay attention to the story in those games.
Well, I mean, I imagine that just playing through the story, he's locking down that location already. And it took away the bonus.
I also want to go into it with a fresh mind. You know what I mean? Like, give it a chance on its own, not compare it to the first game.
Yeah, well, I mean, I imagine you learn the
So we can
basics. It
have
looks
those
like,
two different mindsets.
I mean, it looks like some of the basic stuff from the Oh my God, sorry. Okay, I imagine that it's going to use some of the basics from the first game in it, at least. Oh fuck.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I'm not saying it won't use any of the basics, but I don't know, like that. I assume they're gonna change the perk system a lot and how like you spec your character. I'm assuming.
The passive tree was the problem in Path of Exile 1. Problem is passives were too powerful and it cost way too much to respec. So when you reached a certain point in the game, if you decided you wanted to respec your character to get different passives, it was faster to just start a new character than it was to grind out the currency needed to respec. Because you
fix that if that was an issue.
Because it's just the way the passive tree is designed. It's got. I mean, I suppose they could fix it, but then I don't know. Like the whole game's pacing was built around that passive tree, and making it so you could respec the whole thing at once would kind of break the pacing of the end game. The problem is, I think they did end up adjusting values of stuff so that become less of a problem, but it was always just going to be a problem because that passive tree consisted of like 200 fucking nodes that you could go in any direction and mix and match, and yeah, but you had to like go one after the other in one direction, but it was like this giant web of shit. And if you get halfway down one tree and realize that you want something that would take you 10 levels away to get to, but if you were to respec back 6 levels, then you could go a different path to get there quicker. Each time you respec one of those nodes or you refund one of those nodes, the price that it would cost to refund the next node would increase. So the further along the board you were, the more astronomically expensive it became to respec that tree. And certain passives created combos that would unlock specialties. So it was this thing that wasn't well explained in the beginning because it didn't really explain, because it doesn't explain, the game does explain like the specialty system and all that to you as part of the end game, but it doesn't explain it to you until you've already put so many nodes in the board. And then if they explain that system to you after you put so many nodes in and you realize you want more, or oh shit, I could have gone for that specialty, that'll play well with the powers I'm using, then you had to start spending your respec tokens, and they become increasingly more expensive each time you fucking spend them. So it became easier to just make a new character. The passive tree was the only real problem. I actually liked the power system. There are no classes in the game. The respec tree, like specialties, were the closest thing that there was to a class in the game. Because there are no classes in Path of Exile, like there are in Diablo, where you pick a class or every other game. You just make a character. The powers your character gets and the quote unquote class it becomes depends on how you spec the character. So powers worked like, it's hard to explain to someone who doesn't play Final Fantasy, but I guess I'll try to explain to you. It worked like Magic in Final Fantasy VII, where the powers were tied to gems and you leveled up the gem. And there were a ton of different gems. Each gem had a different power that would go on your hotbar. So why can I move a card? Most players can move cards.
Sounds incredibly complicated.
It's not as complicated as it sounds, and it does give you.
Do I have to farm powers then?
No, I mean they drop like candy, and you can buy them from vendors, and you can have multiple copies of one because it would pay to have multiple copies of them. Because if you had one that like, because if you had one that like, the higher level the power got on that gem, the more mana it costs to use that power. So it helped to keep some lower level versions of it on hand so that you could have more powers on your hotbar. So like you weren't limited on the number of powers you would have. You could have either. You could have an insane number of powers. It was all like you could have as many powers as your gear could hold technically. But they had like regular powers and then like support powers, which would work like legendary gems in Diablo that alter the way the powers work. but they go inside your gear. They were colored, so you'd have a green gem, or whatever gem, whatever gem.
I don't want the Diddy gem. You're getting the Diddy gem. No, no. Not the damn Diddy gem. I mean, shit. Is that what they're doing for the next game?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I hope so, because I really like the system because of the sheer amount of freedom it gives you. It works just like materia in Final Fantasy VII, where your magic spells are materia, which are like gems in Final Fantasy VII, and then you slot them into your gear. And as long as you had slots on your gear, then you could, keep equipping more magic. So how many magic spells you got and how powerful they were all depended on how many gems you're able to equip, and you level those up the same way you do in this game. So
it's coming out December 6th.
Yeah, it's not far off.
Do I have to sign up for early access?
I have no idea. But it gave you a ton of freedom, because you could then have like just this build that had shit from all different classes. Like I had mage powers, I had turrets, I had crossbow powers, I had barbarian powers, and you can just swap them out at any time. So you don't have to make a new character and level up a new class. If you ever just want to like level up new abilities, you can just put them. And then they had gems that would make it so that you could just slot in extra gems you were leveling without having to actually use them as a power. Like you could also manipulate your armor. So if you wanted to use certain powers or certain gems, you could change the gem slots on your gear, add extra slots. Yeah, so it gave you a shitload of freedom, and they borrowed very heavily from Final Fantasy for it. Like it feels just like the system from Final Fantasy VII, but it gives you an ass load of freedom in a game like Diablo, in a Diablo style game. It was a great system, and it makes it hard to go back to something like Diablo after using it because of how limited you are with the skills you get in Diablo per class. Compared to something like Path of Exile, where you have like almost endless possibilities. The only restricting thing, and the thing that like kind of turned people off from Path of Exile 1, was that passive tree. Those were your character's passive abilities, and they would give you specialties so that you got synergies with certain skills, but you weren't technically a character class. You could just use whatever, but if you specialize in a certain thing, using it would give you bonuses.
Oh, you have to pay for early access.
You end a turn with unspent energy, one of your other cards, +1 power.
Are you doing that? Are you paying for this? Or you just wait until it's free?
I mean, I intend to just wait until it's free.
Then it ain't December 6th.
Yeah, I think it's just a week of early access. I'll just play it a week later. That's fine.
I don't know. I might be like review worthy because I think that's like $30 worth of currency.
I haven't even looked at what you get for those like founders packs. I've seen them up for sale, but I haven't like looked at what they were.
I'm just looking at the early access one. I think how much did the coins cost in regular Path X? Let me look. Oh, that's what I'll assume the coins are. There is no coin in the shop. Okay. Well, that seems to be about the amount of points that they give when you buy a $30 pack. So, I don't know, like the basic early access one doesn't seem too shit. It's basically just a currency pack and you pay for that to get early access. Planning on buying cosmetics anyway, it's honestly not that terrible of an idea, but and then they have the $219, $369.
Yep. Yeah. That's how there's free to play games and their founder packs go. And I guarantee you. God damn, people keep retreating from me. Am I playing this deck that well? Yeah, I think it's like a tiered thing. It just keeps going up. I'm about to get into a higher matchmaking pool though. One level away from being a higher rank. So I'm about to get a different rank pool. And that's where I'm going to start getting my ass handed to me.
Exclusive, or are they just like?
I guarantee you, if you go into Steam's discussion section for the game, you're probably just going to see a bunch of whales in there bragging about buying the $300 pack and just talking about how hyped they are for the game. Yeah, that happens every time a new game like this comes out. A new free-to-play game that has fucking insane founder packs. I mean, for fuck's sake, you could go into the fucking like discussion boards for League of Legends and see all those people bragging about buying that goddamn $500 skin they got.
Yes, sir.
Just taking screenshots of it and showing it off. That's what I was talking about with the... Should have said that in the video. That's what I was talking about with the normalization of fucking practices like this one. Jesus Christ.
Glizzy.
Glizzy.
He's Glizzy Goblin. Somebody sniped. He's a goblin champion.
He's a warrior, a booty warrior. Oh, you just killed the guard.
Warrior.
Discard a card from each player's hand. He's a warrior, a booty warrior.
God.
Yeah, I think you'd like Marvel Snap though. It's pretty easy to learn. It's a fun card game, and it's not pay to win. So
I don't know. The closest I've ever played to a card game and actually like enjoyed it was customizing your character in Warframe.
I don't know. I think you'd like this one. It's pretty easy to understand. Oh, you're gonna flood the location because you don't want your cards destroyed. That storm card seems to be used by a lot of hands here, a lot of decks. Yeah, they're quick matches. And they're fairly easy to understand. I think it's more fun than something like a cards can't be put. I fucked up. Alright, well, here's hoping. I doubt I've made enough to secure this. Nope, because he's going to destroy my... Wait a minute, that's going to boost all my other cards. Okay, maybe. Maybe. Nope. Oh, that's tied. Yep, I got the math though, baby. I got more powerful cards. That didn't work out in your favor, Chief. Ooh, that was a close one. Yeah, just the fact that it's not play to win makes it the only digital card game I'll play. Unless that digital card game lets me get cards by buying physical packs so I can also play the physical version, I'm not going to ever buy just digital cards. The digital cards need to be given to me for free when I buy something else or I'm not playing it. The fact that you don't get any cards with money in this game. Higher your account level, the more cards you unlock. So then you're also never playing against someone who has like a godlike hand. The matchmaking puts you with people around your player level so they have access to roughly the same cards you do. And it's just how you build a deck with those cards and how you play them. Balance pretty well too. There's no like one deck that dominates all. There's like a bunch of different viable decks. And they give you a shitload of cards to work with, so that you don't feel like you keep seeing the same hands over and over again. Play a card here, shuffle 3 rocks into your deck. Ooh. Ooh. That one there. I know what to do with this deck half the time. I am just really winging it. I don't have a whole lot of strategy here. I had a feeling he would do that.
Power must be controlled.
You motherfucker. Take a Shang-Chi card. Must be a new card they added, because that didn't used to be part of the game, but it just insta-kills your most powerful card. Alright, well this will give me on a boost to the middle, and hopefully boost... Oh, boost one of these in a way that'll let me win. Probably not. Maybe. Maybe. It's gonna be close. Last turn. He doesn't go above 16. He didn't. Okay, I won. Kind of at the mercy of RNG on that last play. I finished the move cards thing? Yeah, I did. Did I switch back to my Carnage? Carnage. Or destroy cards. Oh, in fact, I think I'll probably call it right there. I gotta do the win in all 3 locations in a match and discard cards. I need to make a discard deck, and then win in all 3 locations is hard. Because a tie doesn't count. Ugh. Ugh. That does all my dailies anyway, so I can finish those some other time. I don't have to do them right now. It is addictive, though. It has that one more match feeling to it, where every time you play the game, win or lose, you're like, I can do one more. Because the match is so quick, you're like, all right, just one more. All right, just one more. All right, just one more. And then you're hooked. And it rewards you with cards on a pretty regular basis. They're not tied to your rank, they're tied to your player level, so you're just constantly getting new cards and ways to build your deck, and yeah. I'm just shocked that someone actually made a card game where you can't buy card packs. Card game that doesn't feel like it's dominated by the guy with the biggest wallet. Should go to bed, but I need to edit that video. I got 2.5 hour long video, so it's gonna take me a minute to edit. Fuck. But I want it up as quickly as possible, so that is what we're gonna call it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, witches of all ages. Hope you guys have enjoyed the show. A lot of content tonight, actual content.
We made the content.
We made the content. It'll be up on YouTube later. At least one of the videos. I'm not going to cut them both, but I am going to cut the Mr.Beast one because that's going to be a time-sensitive video. You got to get it up there quick because everybody's going to be fighting for those views.
Hold on, before you go to bed. Well, if you want to end the stream, you can, but I want to show you something before you go.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to end the stream real quick. All right, boys and girls. There ain't going to be no exit music tonight because I got too much to do. So, no AI exit music for you today. I know you guys have been really enjoying that AI banger that I play when the stream's over, but now you just get to hear the soothing sounds of my lovely voice. If you're new to the stream, the socials are at the top there. I'm pretty much Death Witch on everything. The Twitter will let you know when I go live. The YouTube is where you can get your Death Witch on demand. Try to post videos every day, but sometimes I miss a few days. But there should be a banger of a video tomorrow and the next day. So I do have some content planned. Definitely sub to the YouTube channel. And, I'm in the throw shit at the wall and see what sticks phase. So leave a comment. Let me know how I'm doing. Let me leave your feedback. I welcome, I welcome the suggestions. And of course, the Discord is where the community's at. It's a couple hundred strongers every single day. You can get in here. You can be part of these live streams. You can be part of the content creation process, or you can just hang out with us in voice chat and play some video games. Now, though, I am going to go to editing this video so I can get some kind of nap tomorrow since I'm off work. Thanks for watching, and I will see you wonderful witches tomorrow night. Have a good day, everybody. No music. End of the stream. Bye-bye.